tornado warning back there that was closer to the Natchez area a little earlier on. We'll get out of the way. You can see that that storm has weakened. We do have these individual thunderstorms kind of out here in this warmest air, like that one near Brookhaven. Some of these storms will continue to try to produce active weather for the next couple of hours. But we have started this coverage and established it because of a severe thunderstorm warning for Leake County, a storm that's going to be somewhat of a close call as well for up here in Atala and Winston, Noxubee counties, and eventually again moving toward Neshoba County as it heads eastward toward the Alabama state line eventually. But crossing the Natchez Trace Parkway, right here where we see Forest Grove, this is likely the most intense part of this storm. On the wind mode here, some interaction. We don't have a well-defined area of strong rotation at this point. This is right on our boundary, right on our cold front that is moving through. And so behind this, the air is stabilized. A good example of that probably from our camera just up the road there in Kosciuszko with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers up there. The temperature there in Kosciuszko, as we get that latest number there, coming in 77, feels like temperature at 79 and dew point 73. So on the next update, that's probably going to go down a little bit, pretty much right on, if not a little behind that boundary, with the primary severe threat probably just a little bit to your south and east, where that's, I think, a little bit more likely. But you don't have to go much farther north than that. Go up to, say, West Point, for example, and you can see how those temperatures are cooler, 73 degrees. That north wind, that's the sign that the less stable air, the more stable air, the less unstable air, the air that's not going to allow tornadoes is starting to move in to where you're at there. Yet Caledonia is still running just a little bit ahead of this, but maybe right at that boundary there. Looks like we've gone north there as well, 73 in Caledonia. And that would make sense if you're looking at where that line of storms is showing up there from Columbus back toward around Kennedy. We're going to do some organization here behind the scenes for a brief second. We'll be right back with more Mississippi Live weather here from the Room Weather Center right after this.
When C.K. Little opened his doors in downtown Corinth nearly 80 years ago, his plan was simple: deliver excellent service and exceed expectations. That's why we say a little gift goes a long way.
You don't become part of a place by hanging a sign. You earn your place by showing up. Not just when it's easy, when it's everything. This isn't healthcare from a distance. North Mississippi Health Services is nationally recognized care that runs generations deep.
You're looking live here as I get all my stuff here behind the scenes doing what it's supposed to do. In Macon ahead of the storms and still in a zone here where severe thunderstorms, including tornadoes and maybe even a strong tornado remains possible. You're watching Mississippi Live weather here in the Room Weather Center. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Waupon, showing those scattered showers and thunderstorms that are still approaching Macon at this time. One that has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for Leake County until 5:15. Coming in closer. Again, looking at the wind, checking that about 2 or 3 different ways. We have some spots there near Ratcliffe where I do show some kind of an interaction there between windy and not, but it's not necessarily a true rotation at this point here. That's just more straight line winds. It's interesting, though, that is also where we have storms that are going to try to merge into this here. So this is tapping into the fuel, the unstable air that we've talked a lot about the last couple of days. And just as a comparison, storms farther north are tapping into less of that. Once this batch, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about all the folks here that typically watch us, right? Everybody up here, we know that's where our main viewership is. You are past where this is. And so if you have rumbles, if you have something else, we're not thinking there's going to be much of a severe weather threat, or at least no tornado threat really for you into the evening. Once this line comes through, that is pretty much it for you. So still watching Louisville, still watching Brooksville, Macon, Columbus for a little while longer. Starkville, you're on the cusp of being done. Kosciuszko maybe just slightly behind this line of storms as it progresses through your areas. And so that's what's prompted, again, right on our boundary here, this severe thunderstorm warning there for Leake County. That in effect until 5:15. A couple spots where you see my white line, I'm going to kind of put it there, make it kind of click a few spots. Those are locations there where there's some rotation on this, still fairly broad rotation, but it is getting more organized. The fact there's a couple of spots right in here, right along there where we have a little bit of that rotation. It's not much. It's going to take more organization than this, but this is still getting more organized. We're still kind of the beginning of something that will get a little bit stronger going forward over the course of the next couple of hours here. I'm going to check Futurecast. I want to see if it's got so we have an ability to kind of show like a short-term future radar. I want to see how that is behaving today. Sometimes it gets the angle okay, sometimes not as much. It's not bad, maybe a little too far north, but it gives you kind of a rough idea going forward the next hour or so. By 6 o'clock, this could be closer there to Noxapater, maybe Louisville. This also just as easily could be a little farther south than where we're depicting it here, but just giving you kind of a rough time frame by close to 7 o'clock as this is pushing all the way there, closer to approaching the Macon area. This is assuming about 30 miles per hour. Again, this is not perfect, but just to give you kind of a short-term idea on where, generally speaking, this could end up heading over the next little bit here. As we look as of 4:56, and I'm checking some stuff behind the scenes here with our friends at the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, again, trying to get in position with these thunderstorms here and looking behind the scenes at this primarily looks hail, I would say, right there along the Natchez Trace Parkway falling. This would be the Natchez Trace right there. And then Highway 16 connecting back over there to Highway 25 right there. So crossing Highway 25 in the next few minutes. Some heavy rainfall, some gusty winds certainly crossing the trace at this point and time. New severe thunderstorm warning ahead of this to kind of encapsulate the fact that this is expanded a little bit beyond where the initial one was. That's going to be until 6 p.m. as you can see on that latest update now coming down here on this. Some broad rotation. It's a large storm. It has a pretty impressive overall core that impacting, its ability to kind of continue to strengthen a little bit, but certainly expected to continue probably that strengthening phase as we go forward over the next 20 minutes or so. Behind the scenes here, she's getting some scenes. We're going to, here in just a moment, probably launch into our 5 o'clock broadcast. We'll give you kind of an overview of how things settle. Obviously, we're going to be focusing very closely on these storms down here closer to, well, obviously the blue counties, which are under the tornado watch until 11 p.m. Noxubee, Winston, Atala, Leake, Neshoba, Kemper, Newton, Scott, and Smith counties for our area, the ones that we are going to be watching. So we're going to, I think, get that rolling here in a second. As Mississippi Live Weather at 5 starts now.
When C.K. Little opened his doors in downtown Corinth nearly 80 years ago, his plan was simple: deliver excellent service and exceed expectations. That's why we say a little gift goes a long way.
Room to Room's birthday party is going on now. Come celebrate 23 years with us. Up to 70% off store-wide discounts. Free gifts for everyone. Plus, we pay your sales tax. It's a celebration you don't want to miss, only at Room to Room.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 5.
Welcome in Mississippi Live Weather at 5. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside of meteorologist Maggie McCauley. And behind the scenes, Maggie will send, I think, a 5 o'clock push there if you can. I think you might have already done that, looking by that smile on your face. We'll talk to Maggie here in just a second as we're looking at what is a diminishing threat for severe weather for many and a continuing one for others. This is really simple. Are you north of the cold front? And you could probably answer that by stepping outside and going, that's not as warm as it was earlier. Well, then you're probably north of the cold front. If you're north of it, you're done. No more tornado and severe weather threat for you this evening. But the tornado watch does continue for some until 11 p.m. Those counties will be canceled from northwest to southeast as this line of thunderstorms continue to progress southward. I think the peak threat is going to be to the south of our area in particular. That kind of bullseye that even at noontime we were showing you, central Mississippi, really kind of the target zone, the more opportunity, the greater number of storms moving through there. That still remains a very real possibility that those spots remain the peak. Over the course of the next 12 hours, we'll go from really now in the next few hours here with our greatest potential and the diminishing later on this evening and tonight, with temperatures starting to drop through the low 60s and eventually in the 50s by early tomorrow morning. That is that cooler and drier air that is moving into our region. We do have team coverage this evening. Myself, our meteorologist Maggie McCauley, up in the Senatobia area. Maggie, you've been monitoring pictures. I mean, where you're at, you're now fully safe. You're completely out of it, right?
Yeah, that's right. And if you walk outside in these areas that are north of the boundary, north of the cold front, you pretty much know that your severe weather threat is pretty much over with because it is so cold outside for this time of year. I mean, we're in the 50s. So definitely a difference in temperature across North Mississippi right now. We did get this picture I want to show it to you, sent in to us over in Columbus. This is looking at Highway 82 over in Columbus. This was a few hours ago, sitting at 345, kind of as that system and those storms started to roll into the Columbus area. But still, this area is one of those that we are watching over the next few hours at storm development, of the potential of rotation, just because that area is continually in front of that frontal system. And we'll continue to watch it go through the area map. But that's just one of the cameras, or one of the pictures that we've overall been watching. I'll continue to watch more as they get put in, continue to send them in, and we'll show them throughout our live broadcast.
Absolutely. Appreciate that, Maggie. We'll go back to Columbus here at the current time. There are some thunderstorms overhead. There's not a lot of lightning showing up with these, as I kind of prompt that in place. And you do have a tornado watch. Let's talk about what that means here for a moment. I think terminology, always important in this scenario. Watches, that means ingredients are in place that something could happen at some point in the future. So the watch, tornado watch, it's been going on for a few hours. It'll keep going on for a few more hours. It's usually a large area, and it's where we make sure we have our plan. Warnings are where something is likely occurring now or very, very soon. We do not have a tornado warning for you. No tornado warnings at this instant. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. That's where we want people to take cover, and that's where we're focusing a lot of our attention at this point in time. So as we bring it back on the Mama Justice Doppler radar here, lightning, yes, but this storm's got a long ways to go. I don't see anything there from Millport back toward Columbus that makes me worried even remotely. Louisville, no. Ackerman, no. Kosciuszko, no. But clearly, I mean, you don't need a meteorology degree to go, that looks big. That's our most significant chance at this point. All of the storms farther south from that are less significant. That's not to say something doesn't pick up a little bit more up closer to Louisville, or that this storm heads farther north. But to this point, we've been extremely blessed that the strongest storms have not produced tornado. But I mean, as you can see, tons of lightning on this storm here. So I'll take all the lightning off, and we'll continue to assess it. So this one, a severe thunderstorm warning, now in effect until 6 p.m. That does include Leake, Scott, parts of Rankin, and then Madison County there. I think Madison, that one actually is till 5:15, and the storm's largely out of Madison County as we speak. Bringing it in close here on Mama Justice Doppler, let's go ahead and track the leading edge of this. The entire leading edge of this, we'll say, moving about 30 miles per hour. So these had not been particularly swift moving storms. I'm gonna go with this angle. Let's double check the motion on that. So I'm gonna make this this will be a 1 hour loop. Let's get this back to in that mode there. Make it a 1 hour loop. Make sure we have the angle correct on this. Yeah, heading on more directly east and just south of Dry Side there. This one is on that cold front, and that's a spot that's getting more interesting there, closer to Good Hope. So let's see. Good Hope, I show 5:08 for you. Current time is a 5:04. That's a spot I'd want to be watching very, very closely there in case things get a little bit worse. That's kind of a rough looking shot there. Let's go back to the wind mode here on Mama Justice Doppler. You can see some other locations ahead of this. Let's go ahead and bring it to the current scans. We're going to poke and prod this a couple different ways. I'm going to check using our shear rate. Does show that shear, the rotation coming up a little bit more there. I mean, you can kind of see where wind's kind of curling back into this right there. So we'll see there's a little pinch in that line right there, south of Dry Side, right about there. See if I can point to the exact spot. So that's a location there where this potentially could, I'll put my line right on it, get a little bit stronger if it keeps going at this rate here. So you can see some other times there on the overall storm. I think hail, the most likely impact a lot of folks will see, but clearly there's a rotation chance here, hence the reason the tornado watch remains in effect. Looking here behind the scenes at some of these other thunderstorms. Again, still kind of looking at some of the intensity on some of those. But 3D, look at this. This is a pretty massive, fairly strong thunderstorm here. Let's cut it to the most intense stuff. And some large hail, it's as intense as some that we've had recently, but as I kind of go back and forth, kind of assess that. A few spots here, we could have some large hail in that. I'd say more Santa Ana to moving toward Carthage. So obviously this is into Carthage now, though right where that line is pointing back to there, near the Dry Side community, north of Pigtown, west of Gill is the most likely spot to possibly have this kicking out some strong gusty winds and maybe a little bit of rotation with that batch as well. We use our True Shield hail swath. This kind of gives us an idea looking at, how large could some of the hail be. Where you see the darker purple is typically larger. I think this is maybe in the some hail category, but if for one reason or another you get rotating thunderstorm moving through Leake County that will be approaching Neshoba County. The rotation here has moved more east than north recently. I'm going to go a little too far north. Well, hold on. Let's go ahead and adjust it based on new position. Let's double check the wind area there, which has another update. So I would say closer to Standing Pine. This is a lot of fairly broad rotation here. So I'm going to track it from the farthest possible area, and we'll say about 30. I'm going to go 30 miles per hour, and we're going to extend it out far enough that we get Philadelphia in this track, so we at least have a heads up for you. And so for Philadelphia, we look about 601 for you if it continues at about this 30 miles per hour that it is moving. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation that, if it continues to strengthen, could at some point produce a tornado. It's a rotating thunderstorm. Looking at the rotation on instantaneous rotation, you can see that on our shear. It has it tracking a little farther east from where I had it a moment ago. And this has produced power outages and likely at least sporadic wind damage with it as well. Still, again, looking at the latest update as they are adjusting this with the folks at the National Weather Service in Jackson. And again, the description on this, possibly hail up to 1.25 inches in size and 70-mile-per-hour winds, as well as the rotation that is moving through there as well. So you can see some of those times for folks ahead of this. And speaking of people ahead, what can you do before if they're over there in Philadelphia? Make sure to keep those phones charged. Keep your hard-soled shoes on in case for one reason or another you have to run out and deal with something if there's some kind of damage. But I would definitely be within steps of my safe place if I'm out here in Philadelphia, out ahead of this thunderstorm there. Because this is a storm that has rotation. It's in an environment we expect rotating storms try to produce tornadoes. And I don't think it's too early to make that assessment below if you're out there near Philadelphia or Coldwater. Of course, we're talking Coldwater down south of the Pearl River area, not obviously Northwest Mississippi, but rotation, yes. And so I would take this seriously just in case this decides to take the next step. So make sure you have multiple ways to find out if you're in danger. Mississippi Live Weather Call is, I think, the most important one in my opinion, simply because if you've watched us for any period of time, you know that occasionally we'll get those weather calls. I'll get those weather calls on the air before I'm able to get a chance to even spit out where the storm is. So they're fast and reliable, and ultimately think of it like a personalized tornado warning. One thing that has changed while I'm looking at this here, I have some additional storms kind of merging in here. It's made this really messy. What was fairly easy to sort through about a few minutes ago has now become much more challenging. Challenging is a good thing here. This has been issued because Doppler radar does detect rotation, and that could potentially develop into a tornado. I'll say rather than very soon, let's say soon. A tornado has not been spotted, and radar does not confirm debris. So that's the reason why we sit at a severe thunderstorm warning with that kind of background tag, tornado possible, because of the rotation with this. I'd say strong rotation, the main impact that this storm would probably kick out some strong winds, I should say, could be one of the main impacts with this. So if you're ahead of this, I would still say Dixon, Coldwater, Hope, Philadelphia, I would want to be in a safer location if I could. I know looking at our discussion back and forth with the National Weather Service, Maggie is new information coming from that chat back and forth there. Maggie, what are they saying as of 5?
Yeah, they're looking at winds picking up, and I can see that as well. Talking about higher end winds across a few areas over in Leake County. And I can see that because I'm looking at this power outage map, and as that storm rolls through, it's continuing to knock out power. This is over in Carthage, seeing power outage now in neighborhoods sitting north of Highway 16. So this is continuing to knock out power along with that potential rotation. So still strong out there as it passed through the city of Carthage, still has the potential to knock out your power as it continues to make its way through. So definitely higher end winds with this, Matt. Also, in addition to the rotation potential. So definitely something we need to be taken seriously if you're in the path of this strong storm.
You mentioned some of those power outages there in Carthage. Carthage did not take the heart of this. It was south of Carthage where this has been stronger. So the fact we're getting power outages that far north tells you that they're probably more significant a little south there. Appreciate that. Our meteorologist Maggie McCauley again monitoring that. Also, report of pea-sized hail in Carthage area. So again, that's on the north side of that there. And trees down along Highway 25 south of Highway 16 and down at the intersection of 16 west and the Natchez Trace. So those are some spots that we were talking about back here. Reports of trees down with this, and so we expect those reports again delayed a little bit. Wind damage is close to the free trade community, and that's why a new severe thunderstorm warning has been prompted out here for locations out around Philadelphia. We had some questions about that a minute ago. You're now under severe thunderstorm warning until 6:15. This does also beg the question, how fast is this moving? Give me a moment. I'm going to slide it all the way over the side there so I can, on my radar here, get a good estimate back on that, because I think it's probably picked up a little bit of speed. Yeah, we're back up. We're now back up to about 40, that'd be 45 miles per hour on the speed there. Let's make sure that's there to there. Yep. So I'd say that's picked up to about 45 mile per hour movement on that. So moving there toward the Coldwater area, Dowville, Lauren Hill, Hope at 45 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and I'm going to kick this over to the wind mode. Again, broad rotation on this. It looks a little bit less impressive than it did a few minutes ago, thankfully. Hopefully a trend that continues. There will be some heavy rainfall before this, so I'm tracking the strongest winds. And in about 45 miles per hour. It's about how far east that goes there. So High Hill we show now, Hope now, Zephyr Hill at this moment as well. Coldwater at 5:30, current time is 5:26. Dixon 5:31, Good Hope at 5:34 there. Philadelphia at 5:37, Spring Hill at 5:39, Neshoba at 5:41, and eventually there closer to Ochobla at 5:44, and Golden Grove at 5:44 as well. We're going to take a brief break here real quick and be back with more continuous coverage as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center next.
How do you know if your roofer is actually telling you the truth or just trying to sell you something you don't need? I'm Chris with Absolute Restoration. When we come out, we don't tell you what's wrong. We show you with photos, videos, and documentation. You'll see exactly what we see so you can make your own decision. And we back our work with a 50-year warranty and a 25-year algae warranty. Plus, no cost upgrades with 0% financing and no payment for 6 months.
I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. This is pretirement.org.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
We can see the low end. We're going to have a good shot at that as it approaches the Ryanzi area. Tornado warning now issued. We'll do a push alert behind the scenes for folks here up here in Alcorn County. Rotation on this thunderstorm increasing to the point back into Tippah County as well, where the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for your locations.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lovehine.
Okay, we're going to start wide and we're going to kind of work our way in here on Mama Justice Doppler. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. Current time is now 5:28. Again, going through our live broadcast here at 5 o'clock, a little slower than maybe usual. All the spots back here, you are all in the clear. No more tornado threat. Know that that is a question that's going to continue to roll over and over again through our chat on all the various social media. So let's just be clear here. Hamilton, Alabama, you're past it. Up in Tupelo, you're past the threat. Pittsburgh, you're past the threat. Grenada, you're past the threat. Greenville, you're in the clear. Corinth, Iuka, New Albany, Pontotoc, Oxford, all in the clear. That's why we haven't shown you it all. You're in the clear. The spots we continue to watch are the locations that show up here ahead in blue under tornado watches. Noxubee County, example of that. Winston County still watching for you. And obviously where we have the yellow boxes, that's where severe thunderstorm warnings are occurring right now. There is a front that's moving through. I think it's positioned a little too far south on here, but that front is kind of the end. And so where it's cooler behind that, it's much cooler. No more severe weather, no more tornado threat for you. And for many locations, that has luckily already moved through your spot. But as we bring it back in here and kind of focus where we are still concerned and really concerned, and that's down here into Neshoba and Leake counties. Again, Carthage, we're in the clear. You can come out from whatever safe place you were in. If you're near Dowdville or south there, Coldwater, starting to see more rotation showing up here on Mama Justice Doppler. On the next update, we expect it to kind of jump ahead closer to Dixon and Coldwater there. Again, Pearl River, we know a lot of folks there. and then back toward Philadelphia, we are in spots here where we could potentially have this produce some wind damage, primarily south of you. But checking out the wind mode here, there is some rotation. I think, honestly, I'm a little more concerned with the rotation back here toward Rosebud that it kind of shows up on there. And luckily, that's a good sign. That means there's a few spots here. We don't have the one obvious location. In saying that, now we've gone from early warning on the last one to the kind of lowest scan, and you can see why it was putting the shear marker, that rotation symbol, right where it was there. So where we talk about this for a moment, as this is kind of adjusting, kind of looking back and seeing that there's multiple spots. So kind of assessing this, looking high and low all at the same time. So again, right there where we show Dalville, that is an area of, again, some rotation showing up there. That's approaching Dixon, and will be eventually approaching Highway 15 as it moves there. So right where my little pointer is, right where that line is, that's where we have a little bit more rotation. Yeah, I already said Tupelo, we're done. Columbus, give me a little longer. West Point, you're done. It's Leake County. It is Neshoba County. That's where we're concentrating at this point and time. As we bring it back in here in the Room to Room Weather Center, let's track this ahead then. Again, I had the whole track on there. I'm going to get specifically for that area where we do have some rotation with this. I'm going to track it from where we think it will be in a few minutes, and we're going a little faster than we were before at 45-ish miles per hour. And so we track that. The Spring Hill community at 541, that's about 10 minutes from now. We're looking at Beatline 542, Tucker at 544, Bethesda for you at Bethsaida, I should say, at 546, Bloomfield at 548, and DeWeese at 553. This is Doppler radar indicated at least broad rotation on this in a similar spot to where we were looking a moment ago. This is kind of straddling our front. And so if it can get the right air ahead of it, that enhances the tornado risk. What I mean by that is out ahead of this, we have warm air that's being kind of sucked into this storm. The storm itself is producing cooler air, and that's helping to drive forward our cold front as these storms kind of move toward the east and southeast. And so at just the one interactive point between those two, that's where you have a greater amount of rotation. That has increased just a little bit more on the last scan and could potentially try that. So if you're ahead of this, if you're some of the folks there in the track, I'd be recommending getting to my tornado safe place, or at least a safer location within whatever structure I'm at. I know no official tornado warning on this, rotation increasing a little bit, and I think could be producing hail in excess of an inch and could be producing winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. So I would be looking at my safe place if I could on this, just in case for the potential this could strengthen a bit more. There are other thunderstorms out here that have also prompted severe weather warnings. So we're still at the beginning of something. As you'll note, new tornado warnings back there approaching the Natchez area. And another one there, another storm pretty strong down there south of Macomb. We'll watch that one to Crystal Springs. So a lot of spots here where we have some rough-looking stuff. But to say where we don't, again, most of North Mississippi, we're fine. And if you're behind this line, largely we're okay and fine as well. Once this line passes your area, you are done. But we're obviously concentrating on some folks that are not at this point in time. And that's why we're not spending a lot of time doing the what about my communities at the moment, because I think we can see the communities that need it the most. So Philadelphia, I would say that while I did show Spring Hill and some of these other spots a little south of you, I would say I would be in an interior Hail threat on this on our True Shield hail tracker has gotten a little bit those locations, say right about here, just south of Good Hope is where we're looking at that, approaching the Spring Hill community and moving toward Tucker. Looking with our North Mississippi Storm Chasers on our chat back there, continuing to kind of look on what they're seeing. No new reports, I think, at this point in time of significance coming in from them. So that's a good sign. Unfortunately, by the time we start to get those solid reports, that means something rough has happened. Behind this, Carthage, you've been removed from the severe thunderstorm warning. The threat is through, obviously, for you. And I would say for the remainder of this event, the threat is through for you as well, as this line continues to move toward the east. Maggie, behind the scenes, wave me down if they upgrade that storm. But let's go ahead and kind of talk on a broader scale what we have coming on here the remainder of this evening. So again, we're concentrating on that, very close to our frontal boundary. We have additional thunderstorms everywhere really south. I need to probably remove that front here. So on our next graphic, I'm going to take it into play mode and I'm going to remove the front because I think what it does in its positioning, it's not quite right. So this is fairly close, but as you saw a second ago, not exactly perfect. This is our future cast, which has been consistent, depicting that one strong rotating storm move from Kosciuszko eastward toward the Macon area. So looking at this, and double checking to make sure it's on the latest one. The positioning is a little bit off, but it's the same storm. We just know it's been a county or so displaced. So let's adjust it to the correct location if you'll stay here with me for a moment. So I'm going to adjust that down to get it the right spot and kind of adjust it back to the west there. That's pretty close to where reality is. And so after kind of adjusting it there, that's pretty close to perfect. That will help us to kind of see how it progresses now that everything is in about the right spot. What I don't like about that is in adjusting it, I now kind of broke it over here toward Tuscaloosa. You're still more in it, same Louisville, same Macon, but this storm down there south is probably gobbling up a lot of the fuel. The good news for most folks that are watching us that want to have something that resembles a Wednesday evening is There are a few other thunderstorms that are possible. Notice what we don't have up here in the northern part of the state. This has cut us off. We talked a few times the last couple of days about the fact how some projections had nothing down here. It almost never happens. And here are all those thunderstorms down there, right? So with the fact that those are all eating into the fuel, that is saving us more here in the northern tier of the state. That's not to say we don't want some hail out of this later on this evening. But once this front has moved through your area, the tornado threat is done. It will continue with rotating thunderstorms down here, for the next little while, Canton back toward Meridian, Jackson, Crystal Springs. This is going to be these thunderstorms late into this evening and into the overnight time period as well. So going to continue to be pretty active, we think, into tonight. And that's, again, fairly close alignment to where the reality is on that situation right now. Current time is now 5:41. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. We're watching a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. It does include the city of Philadelphia, as we gave you a first alert to a moment ago there in the Philadelphia area. The hail now falling over top of you as we anticipated it would. Our True Shield hail swath, again, showing that you are in that somewhere between probable and likely that to see some large hail, or at the very least extremely heavy rainfall with this kind of flowing in. A couple different ways we look at it. I don't usually show this one. This is kind of a rougher look at the radar here that kind of gives another idea with just the regular radar and puts the hail on it. And clearly it does show some a fairly large area where hail remains possible out of this. And that kind of is exactly the same as that spot there. So peak threat, the peak like kind of worst case scenario on any particular square of the map. It says 3-inch hail, again, on the peak. I think it's probably smaller than that, but that gives you kind of a bullseye on where the biggest hail is likely falling at this time. Speaking of time, I mentioned it's about 5:42 as we come back over here to the precipitation mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar, and we kind of switch back over looking for the wind mode. I do not have a tight pixel-to-pixel rotation, so this has produced primarily large hail. This is still a little ways away from trying to produce a tornado. Now, in saying that, we're looking about 3,200 feet off of the surface, so that is still fairly high up in this storm. It's not ridiculously high, but it is high enough that we don't have a perfect low-level lock. But I think it's pretty clear here that any rotation with this is south of you in Philadelphia. So I'm not thinking in Pearl River here, Philadelphia, north side of town there, Deemer, Good Hope. I think, we can come out of any sort of sheltering or safe place. Still some hail potential out of this. And that's one of the things, again, we're watching there in our chat that you guys are giving us information behind the scenes about as well. Again, looking at that chat, Columbus, getting really hard rain right now and gusty winds. Let's come north to you for a moment. We've been really south for a few minutes here. Let's kind of address how these northern thunderstorms are looking, because in Columbus, you are under a tornado watch, as is the case in Oktibbeha County as well. So let's bring it back here and kind of look at these storms. So I'm looking from down in the Jackson radar site. We'll bring it back up here toward the site in Monroe County. First way to tell whether or not these are as strong as what they have south is by looking at this. Look at lightning right there above my head. See 30 strikes where it shows that over basically the last half hour here. I want to give you a comparison with what we have down here. So remember, 30 strikes up north, and this one is almost 2,000 strikes. So that's a huge difference between the two of those. And that's the reason why this thunderstorm prompting severe thunderstorm warnings with rotation and all the other things that we've credited it with. And these storms we've spent a little less time talking about up here closer to Columbus. I mean, in Columbus, yes, this is kind of a heavier thunderstorm moving through. It's non-severe. It's disruptive. You're going to have lightning. And while you're under tornado watch, no tornado threat with what's over top of you right now, thankfully. Same thing I'd say in Caledonia. Caledonia, you're a little bit behind this line. And so because of that, we're back into the north wind there. The fact we have the north wind means it's the slightly cooler air starting to settle in. And Maggie, again, has been looking at some of those cameras there in Columbus as well. It looks like still a fair amount of people on the roads, but thankfully not severe winds or anything looking at that camera, right?
Yeah, just looking at heavy rainfall again, this is looking at 45 more on the northern side of Columbus where that heavy rainfall is ongoing. This MDOT traffic camera. Thankfully, folks are taking it pretty slow out there for the most part from what I've been seeing on these MDOT traffic cameras. Again, up in the Golden Triangle region, we're not necessarily tracking severe storms, but like Matt said, definitely disruptive. Another thing I did want to show you guys is the power outage map because we did just say someone said power out in Philadelphia. Power outages have been continuing to uptick, especially where that severe storm has been continuing. So in Leake County, where that just was, seeing up to 2,000 plus customers out of power. So this is definitely knocking some folks out of power out there. We still encourage you to make sure you have Mississippi Live weather app downloaded in case your power goes out, and likely, Matt, to probably see some in Neshoba County uptick in the coming next few minutes. I'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, as we're watching those different power cooperatives, we expect that to probably continue. Appreciate that, Maggie. You know, looking here, you can see there's a couple reasons why the power outages are picking up. One is the wind and or hail. Another is just the sheer quantity of lightning strikes. I put it on more the kind of zigzag that we show there for lightning strikes. And the flashing ones are ones that have occurred within the last 2 minutes. You know, there's quite a few of those that are flashing, right? So this is a very electric storm and a very clear-cut path of where it has produced its most intense returns. Looking at it though, rotation I would say looks to be possibly increasing once again here now south of Bloomfield, but Philadelphia, again, we can come out of whatever safe place we're in, Deemer as well. I can't say for sure we don't have some Philadelphia addresses down here south of Bloomfield, north of House. So it's not necessarily Philadelphia addresses, but we're talking proper within the city limits there. We can come out of that any sort of safe place that we are at this time there. Looking at the wind mode, I do have a few spots where I have a couple little interactions with this, but I don't have anything that screams obvious tornado on this, thankfully. But again, we're looking somewhat high up in this storm. The main threat, the peak impact that folks have probably been experiencing is the hail, and large hail very likely out of this. One thing that's interesting that I'm going to have to take a look at here back toward Linwood, it does show that there is, again, some strong wind potential as well, or wind shear potential back in that part of the storm. Let's take a look at that. It's a little deeper back into there. I mean, maybe some strong winds there. There's a pretty sharp wind change. That wind change to a certain extent because of the fact this is right on that frontal boundary as well. So I think that, you know, kind of contributing to that fact. So just east of Mississippi Highway 19, where this is strongest, near the crossroads area approaching you, Forestdale, Sandtown, DeWeese, all kind of in the path of this. And we come in kind of street level. Again, Tucker, you're very near it. If this were to produce something right there where I put my little line coming out of this, just to the west of 450, or pretty much actually right along County Road 450 there, southeast of Philadelphia, south of Bloomfield, north of House. That is where there's a little bit of rotation with this at this time. So it's definitely, when we looked at projections and we had these strongly rotating thunderstorms, this is a strongly rotating thunderstorm. It has not been a strongly rotating thunderstorm producing tornadoes to this point. And hopefully that is something that continues. As of 5:48, severe thunderstorm warnings for Neshoba, for Newton County. I know we do have some viewers down here again into the Newton County as well. No severe weather threat, I think, really, with what the portion that's in your county. We could probably see at the National Weather Service they choose to cancel that out. But a couple spots here where we do have some rotation, even back here closer to the Beatline community on this storm up here in Neshoba County. Let's look at this little area right there that we're depicting. Look at that. Radar catches it just about the same time we were able to see it there. I do see a little area where there's some inflow into this. It's not really the perfect spot. It's an interesting look to it. It's not impossible that you do get that continuing to kind of strengthen a little bit. There is some wind shear there. Looking at this, that's one spot that kind of pops right off using the Jackson radar. That is the same spot where as this advances in a minute, we expect to see a little bit more of that rotation. Very interesting. We're going to have to watch and that big hail, the main along with, I don't know. Again, this, I don't think we're going to see 3-inch hail out of this. Not impossible. That would be our peak impact. But 1.5 inch and 3/4 size hail, yeah, possible. National Weather Service going with 2-inch hail kind of on the peak threat on that as well. And they've trimmed kind of the bottom side of this one off just a little bit for the folks down there in Newton County somewhat. They're keeping, I think, the positioning on this just in case this were to kick out a stronger outflow there that then move toward Greenland as well. So that's still a possibility that this south side there, that this kicks out maybe a 60-mile-per-hour wind on the outflow as that kind of kicks through. But at least a little bit of rotation, and obviously falling right there along Highway 16 near Crossroads, moving toward Cleveland. Again, this is not Cleveland in the Delta. This is Cleveland and DeKalb County down in south central, or I guess more east central Mississippi. So severe thunderstorm warning continues there for Neshoba County, where I put my little line coming out. That's where we have, I think, some of the slightly more potent rotation. I see, again, questions about, different spots. I know that if you're like me, you might want to move on with your day. So we'll briefly talk about this before we kind of dig really in back south again on the storms down there. But as we kind of slide this up north and check out our radar site out of Monroe County, none of these storms we see here in Starkville or Columbus are even remotely strong to severe. The lightning on this is practically non-existent. 44 strikes we show over the last half hour or so. That's not many. So up here, we're talking about for you in Lowndes County, Oktibbeha County, Clay County, no severe weather concerns, I think, out of this. I think that you are going to be just fine and okay out of this batch. And I think once this comes through, you're going to be on the cool side of this front, the cold side of this front, and you're not going to see additional storm development for you. New severe thunderstorm warning down south. And again, power outages have been the story with this, and probably likely still what this storm here is producing as it attempts to cross the county line there into Kemper County, where our new severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 6:45. Those power outages, I've been kind of watching behind the scenes here. Our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, and Maggie, a lot of those, again, now, I guess Kemper County with some impacts in the near term, but you can see Neshoba County there, obviously a lot of impacts from the probably wind-driven hail and lightning with this, right?
Yeah, that's right. So we're looking at an outage map. This is the Central Electric Power Association. I'm trying to get into the local power associations to just show you a better picture of where exactly these power outages are coming into play. We can show you a big picture of how many, but this shows kind of the specific areas all around Philadelphia, especially the southern half of the areas. I click on this, they kind of indicate that with these green circles, and they update every once in a while, just like that one did. But if I select this, you can see this affecting 540 customers. So a lot of people without power all around Philadelphia, south of Philadelphia, and also just east of it, where we're still seeing impacts around 389 affected customers. So along with the potential rotation that you need to be careful and paying attention to is those power outages, Matt. So people that are on the line of this system, the line of this storm, make sure you're plugging your phone in and keeping it charged.
Okay, so giant hail being reported out of this. Golf ball to baseball size hail reported on Road 452 in Neshoba County. That's some big stuff. That is so when we've looked at this the last couple of days and we've said that is a big rotating storm, that's what we were seeing. We mentioned that, sometimes it rotates, produces tornadoes, other times it produces tornadoes and other things all at the same time. So here in the Room to Room Weather Center, again, where I'm showing that big kind of black blob on there, that is that big hail that is falling out of this. And see if I can take me a second here to see if I can find Road 456. I'm going to have to there it is, Road 456, right kind of in the middle of your screen where that report came in. Check it here. Now, 452, excuse me. So we're probably pretty close here to Road 452 where that baseball size possibly golf ball to baseball size hail was falling a few minutes ago. So again, using our True Shield hail swath, again, this is some really, really big hail. This has a little bit of the hail displaced, I think, slightly farther south of where it is. In either case, this is big hail, and we're targeting that spot there, again, right very near the county line between Neshoba and Kemper County, where that is. It's kind of hard to ignore the red circle that's right next to my arm there. There is, at the very least, broad rotation, and it is showing up there from both this site and our site back in Monroe County. A couple spots there where this is rotation. I could almost argue that this is two storms that have separated here somewhat at this point. But the lead storm, certainly the hail, big hail with that one ongoing. I'm going to cut through this to the most intense returns using a 3D version. Kind of looks like a CAT scan. Whoa. Okay, so that is really big hail still held up aloft there. At least on the latest scan, it was aloft. And I think that's probably part of what's falling down there, up there along Highway 16 as well. So this is a kind of a 3D look, and we're looking high up in the storm. I'm going to slice into this for a moment. And yeah, wow. Okay, now this is why it's baseball size hail. I think that's reasonable. If we have this kind of return here, and I don't know if this is perfectly evident at home. I'll see if I can move the map to where a little closer to it. There we go. Okay, so it kind of blends in. It's one thing I hate about this radar, but it's fine. Where it says 30,000 feet there, when I have these black returns on here up in excess of 30,000 feet, that takes really strong uplift in the thunderstorm, and that means very vigorous rotation in the thunderstorm, and that is probably baseball size hail still looking to fall out of this at some point here in the future. So the rotation is producing very large hail, and it's not impossible that this at some point in the future could still try to produce a tornado. But that big hail, again, in the process of trying to fall out of that near the Cleveland community there in DeWeese, I should say, down into Kemper and Neshoba County as of 5:56. That's where that is the strongest. So I'm going to track again that hail core. This track is almost exclusive. Wow, that update. That's rough. So we'll say about 40, maybe not quite 45 miles per hour. I'm tracking specifically the hail. Cleveland, 558. DeKalb, we're looking at 613 for you Carters at 621. Townsend at 622, and Akron there at 624. That car better be inside. You're going to have some issues. I say show Cleveland, obviously now it's over top of you as some of that really big hail is starting to fall out of this. Somewhere between 2 inches in size, which would be about the size of a hen's egg, to possibly baseball size already falling out of this. And so maybe even larger than that. Send your pictures in using the Mississippi Live Weather app. You get one of those pictures in. This is probably the one that wins that gift card. And probably also a situation where we have some cars that are really bludgeoned with this there. Let's go ahead and go to the wind mode here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. The wind remains still pretty broad, all things considered. Again, there are a couple spots here where these were kind of two different areas of wind a moment ago. Near the house community still showing up again, fairly broad, but it's there. Maybe a little tighter than the rotation we have east, where we had very well-defined inflow, right? Well-defined area where winds are kind of coming into this, but I mean, this one's spinning hard, but it's spinning in a way producing big hail, and that's what that track is talking about there on the screen. So severe thunderstorms do continue, and this one is one that will continue to probably be strong for a while as it continues to drop the giant hail. Broader perspective, make sure we're not missing anything. We have some thunderstorms over Louisville. We've talked about you in Louisville multiple times, obviously, today. You are under a tornado watch in Louisville. This is not a severe storm. This will not become a severe storm anytime soon. The storm down to the south of this is really eating up all of the fuel. Just look at the lightning. If I were to pop the radar image right off of the screen here for a moment, if you look at the lightning there, you can clearly see a lot less to a lot more. The lightning is always something to grab your attention and say, that's the storm we need to be watching. And certainly the one here, again, moving into DeKalb and moving there in Kemper County is one that's producing tons of lightning, big hail rotation that we still have to watch. And that's part of the reason, again, why you're still under a tornado watch there in Kemper County, as well as Neshoba County, though the rotation is beginning to really kind of more fully move into Kemper County. We're going to go ahead and restart here our show. Mississippi Live Weather at 6 starts right now.
You looking for quality? Harvey chefs start with the best cuts of certified Angus beef. Then we season them with a special blend of spices before they're grilled to perfection over a mesquite wood fire. And when paired with one of our signature sides, well, the only thing you need to
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi.
Watch what we do here have been spared by cold air with our front pushing far enough south to smush the tornado threat down into central and south Mississippi. We still have lingering tornado watches as of the 6 o'clock hour, including locations such as Columbus and Starkville and West Point and Ackerman and Kosciuszko. Each of the places I mentioned a moment ago, the likelihood of you seeing tornadoes diminishes with every passing second. And in the traditional viewing area for us, back when I was at the TV station, Louisville, Macon, Aliceville, you're still potentially in a zone where something could go wrong. You could see a tornado. But in Louisville, that window is closing. And down south, we go down here toward Philadelphia, in Neshoba County, Kemper County. You're in the zone where we have a potential for stronger storms and also tornadoes and giant hail as we speak. On Mama Justice Doppler radar, hail doesn't look worse than this. Lots and lots of lightning. You can see 1,300 strikes in the last half hour just on this zoomed in view. But as I remove the lightning on this, and you just look at that big bunch of grayish, blackish, whatever this is big, monster hail that's at least baseball size and could potentially be larger than baseball size to possibly softball size hail there. Again, this is not Cleveland in the Delta, and it's right there where I'm putting my white line. That's some big stuff that is falling out of this storm. Using our hail swath with a True Shield roofing, clearly some big hail out of this. Some rotation, but I'm going to look at the hail threat a different way here, using kind of the instantaneous hail threat. And I would say, like at this exact moment where you see some of the purple on here, right in the middle, that's where the biggest hail is falling right now. That could be easily in excess of 3 inches in size. I can't think of a time so far, and again, I've been doing this forever with this particular radar. I've been doing it a long time with a different system. But I have about an 8-mile by 5-mile area on here, what's the darkest pegged out as high as our graphic goes, where it says, hey, 3-inch hail possible in that spot. It's a lot at the peak threat. I have my system set to stop at 3-inch hail, because after 3-inch hail, you're already losing roof, you're busting out windows and cars, you don't need to be out in it. And so that's as high as this goes. And so that's what's moving there toward DeKalb and Bloomfield. Put this into motion, kind of give you a loop over the last 30 minutes here. We have had rotation from time to time on this, but this reports there when this was east of Philadelphia of this producing not just power outages, but baseball size hail. And now again, we expect it's probably dropping at least that as it moves eastward. I'm gonna look 3D on this using a Mama Justice Doppler radar. Wow. And even just before I even cut into the thunderstorm, I can see the biggest hail reflecting out of that. So let's go ahead and cut into it, kind of like you use a CAT scan to cut through and see what's below the surface there. And this is that giant hail aloft. Look at this a couple different ways, see how much of this is back up in there. A lot of that giant hail. I do think this is in the process of kind of falling there. But DeKalb, that car better be inside. And this is going to be some issues for you as it moves toward you as well. But big hail with this falling ahead. So it's, again, track based on kind of where it is now, how much time we have there. Yeah, it's all really kind of falling out of that. Mount Nebo over top of you. And we track this, we'll say eastward. Okay, that's probably a little too precise on that hail, but you get the point there. Just gives us kind of a short term here. Akron, we're about 6:15 for you. Townsend, about 6:21. 6:43. Sumterville there. Hamner, about 6:38. So this is a very large hail, ton of lightning. Let's talk rotation, because again, this is under a tornado watch, and we've had that concern that we could see that kind of weather today. I still show an area where I have inflow into this storm, kind of that sharp notch there where that's the case. So certainly an indication there where we have some rotation still occurring, but we're also looking pretty high up. We're now about a mile up, is as close to the ground as we can look at this from back in the Jackson area. And if I look at it from up in Monroe County, it's not going to be a much better look. We're looking from there at about 6,800 feet up. So there are times where we can get close-ish to saying with fairly certainty that we have a tornado on this. I think even if this was producing a tornado, it's going to take spotter reports or something really obvious for that to happen on this. And so this one is one, again, big hail is the main impact with this. And those hail reports, unfortunately, are going to become more significant. We've been watching power outages as well. As you can see ahead of this, National Weather Service out there, I think this is in Birmingham, carving out a pretty large area ahead of this where they expect to have some of the very large hail. This is what we call destructive severe thunderstorm warning in effect for locations out that direction there. So I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley. She's been watching the power outage situation continuing to evolve there through parts of Kemper County back into Neshoba County. Maggie, that looks like a new graphic there. What do we got?
Yeah, it is. So continuing to follow the local power companies county to county, right? So they change depending on where we're exactly at. So moving on into places closer to Cleveland and sitting just south of that, and you can see this updates. But again, we were looking at Philadelphia. Now you can see this updated, and this just got a lot worse out here. So around Moscow, this is the area though that Matt was tracking where we're watching the potential for that large hail to fall. And as it does, it's looking to also knock out power. So from Cleveland south, Moscow, Liberty, looking to see large areas without power out there due to this storm coming through. The storm has had a history of knocking out power as it made its way through places like Philadelphia. Now as it moves county to county, now still knocking out power in places again like Moscow, down into Liberty, as far north as Cleveland out there. So a lot of people impacted by this. And again, that just updated and gave me more and more people that are looking to be without power due to this storm coming in. So definitely something we're going to be keeping our eye on. This is not a storm you want to be going outside with. Make sure to have your power or your phone charged if you are within the line that Matt's going to be tracking, because again, this is looking to continue to move, really sitting south of, or really north of Cumberland, you can see into places like Akron as well. So we're kind of tracking this as it moves into the southern half of this county. And again, likely to continue to knock out power as it does, especially if it continues with the strength that it is. Lots of lightning associated with it. So obviously the large hail, our main impact, but with all of the lightning within this, that's what's really creating that large area. We can see here up to 140 people, if I click on this, affected with power out. So definitely something that we're going to continue to track, and it's just continuing to knock out power within portions of the area. If we look at the outage map, if I go over here, you can see there Lee County still seeing around 2,000 plus people without power. So that's definitely something to monitor, Matt. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that's up from the last time you moused over Lee County there.
Yep, no, it is. So numbers continuing to go up. Again, each time I refresh the page, they're continuing to go up. So continuing to monitor those each and every minute.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley. As we bring it back here into the room-to-room weather center, you get power outages and then sporadic wind damage there. You can send in your pictures using the Mississippi Live weather app, free and available for all those different devices. Largest hail picture, True Shield Roofing. I mentioned this a moment ago. It can make a bad day a little bit better by giving a $100 gift card to the largest hail picture. And we're gonna probably have some. Maggie will look at that here in a minute. The storms, the strongest, are isolated. We have got a couple clusters here near Natchez, down there close to Macomb, and then the one that we're obviously watching there that's moving south of Macon, closer to DeKalb and east of Philadelphia. Those are kind of our main clusters at this point here where we're seeing the greatest potential to have severe weather. If you're in one of these blue counties, limited threat for tornadoes still there, especially, I'd say Louisville, you're about to the point where we can say all clear for you. Macon, probably there as well. It'd be difficult after this storm down south for us to get something up here. So I would say, unless something goes really haywire, the traditional viewing area from back when I was at the TV station is probably clear of the tornado threat at this point here. But obviously there are some folks that are not, and where we're not, those issues are pretty significant out there. So I want to give you kind of the broad shot here on what Futurecast looks like going into and through the rest of this evening. And it continues to show, again, the primary storms are in this zone here south. It does get a few redeveloping as far north as maybe Winston County or Noxubee County or Pickens County, Alabama. I'll tell you this. If we have that happen, it's still a huge if. I would say that's hail that would be more likely with those storms because it's behind the front. And storms behind the front can do a great job producing hail. The ones ahead of the front are going to have more of a tornado threat. I think the front positioning is not quite perfect, but as you can see, is while we'll continue to have some rain chances up in here, none that get too terribly strong. Most of the severe weather threat is to the south, and that's obviously what we want to see happen. Is that, well, we don't want it to be anywhere, but we don't want it over top of our house, and we'll be praying for the folks down there impacted by it. So some limited rain chances first part of tomorrow there. As we look through tomorrow, things are a lot better shape than they are this evening. A low 70s for highs tomorrow, a little cooler than today. Those north winds already are bringing in, they're kind of undercutting the severe weather threat. We even talked about that at noontime, that legitimately, almost surprisingly cooler air that's moving on in. Coming up here in 60 seconds, we will be back on Mama Justice Doppler radar, tracking that severe thunderstorm there, moving through Kemper County and looking at some of the pictures coming in of wind damage as well with our partners at the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center right after this.
I have been going to Tupelo Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Tupelo Smiles.
As a bankruptcy firm, Mitchell, Cunningham & Bowling realizes many people are worried about their finances. We're here to guide you through the next steps to restart your life with easy video appointments. New clients don't have to leave home to get information about becoming debt-free. Also, convenient in-office appointments are available at the low cost of $340 upfront for a Chapter 13. You can be on your way to being debt-free. Contact Mitchell, Cunningham & Bowling today or visit our website at mcdebtfree.com. We are here to help you.
This portion of Mississippi Live Weather is presented by Little's Jewelers.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lovhaug.
Damage from Neshoba County shared with us with our partners there at the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, always out and about. Damage looks like to a carport there of a wind. Clearly, either something thrown against that, or honestly, when wind can get beneath this, it can lift this, it can shift this. And part of the reason why we always say get into a sturdy structure or a sturdier structure than this. That's something we obviously want to avoid. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lophon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here as of now 6:13. Severe thunderstorm warning. The reason this one is flashing, we don't always have we have tornado warnings always flash, but we have the severe thunderstorm warnings flash when we get into this situation. We're talking about a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, meaning it's possible we could have a very, very, very large hail, extremely strong damaging winds. Those are the scenarios where that destructive tag gets added to it. I would say our biggest hail, unless it's got another reservoir of it hanging up there in the clouds at this point, I think a lot of it has fallen in the last little bit here, though I still show a decent chunk of that large hail still up there. As we cut through this, not quite as much of that as high up as it was before. So I think our biggest hail has started the process or has largely fallen out of this storm. So we probably had some baseball or larger hail. Let's look at a loop of this over the last 15 minutes. I think three-dimensionally, you can kind of see that. I'll step to this side here for a moment. So this has been that huge hail, this kind of big black blob you see there. That's a very intense returns on radar, and a lot of that hail falling on out of it. So north of the Moscow area there, where Maggie was tracking some of those power outages a little bit ago, to pretty much right over DeKalb. Still, this is probably at least severe hail. We're still probably talking 1.5 inch size hail at least, and maybe larger than that. So destructive hail possible out of this storm as it progresses through there. and again, moving toward the Akron area, approaching Scuba. I know that Standora with North Mississippi Storm Chasers is close-ish to here. I know he's probably trying to keep his truck out of the way of it. And it's always better to try to get those reports after the fact if you can. So if Storm Chasers trying to stay out of it, you probably should as well. So the largest portion of this, the largest hail probably there near the Akron community. Let's look here at our True Shield hail tracker where the biggest hail is, pretty much over top of DeKalb at this point. And you'll notice that that is down from where it was a few minutes ago, even just right before the break there. If you go back just a couple of minutes, you see we're at a lot darker purple. Back then was closer to Cleveland about 15 minutes ago at the top of this broadcast. That's when it was probably dropping a lot of the baseballs. Still could be at least 1/4 to 1.5 inch size hail, but less likely be that destructive hail that we were talking about a little earlier on. So the severe thunderstorm warning continue until 6:45, and appreciate our partners there at True Shield Roofing for helping to give us this technology here to be able to kind of look through and check out those largest hail returns. You know, I see some other pictures coming in from our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, who's been monitoring what you have been sending in. And again, the Mississippi Live Weather app, a good way to do that there. Looks like a tree knocked down. The leaves with trees, they catch wind so well. Where's that at?
Yeah, this is over in Philadelphia. So I have a few pictures to show you, both in Philadelphia, across the street from Neshoba Central High School. This one showing a tree kind of uprooted off in the distance. So that's one tree down. Now let me show you, look at another one, same area, kind of across the street from Neshoba Central High School, and kind of seeing a tree split in half. So a portion of the tree down as well. So these storms, along with producing large hail, lots of lightning, also with some very gusty winds, able to knock trees down. And that again adds to our potential of seeing power outages. So let's take a look at that latest power outage map. Again, seeing a lot of power outages around Moscow and south of that, up to 140 members affected. Now starting to see more just south of DeKalb as well, going into places like Mount Nebo. So definitely continuing to monitor this. Again, lots of lightning, very strong winds, allowing for trees to be blown down that we saw right there from that sent in. That was by Becca Carter, again, over there in Philadelphia. That adds to the fact of bringing power outages into the area because it can knock down things like power lines, things like that, that will allow for additional power outages. So we're continuing to watch that. I continue to ask you to send in pictures. We'll show them as possible. Always send them in after the fact, right? Though we're tracking some large hail, we don't want you within the storm. Stay out of it once it passes through. If you have a picture of that hail, make sure to send it in to us. And another thing is please put it beside something that we can kind of see the overall measure of. Things like a coin is great. If you have a baseball or anything like that, golf ball laying beside you or in the house somewhere, make sure to put it up to something like that so we can get an accurate measurement of it. And so the National Weather Service can too. I think we're getting some hail pictures in. Take a look at this one. This is the only one we've got in, at least so far. This one, tiny hail, Highway 16 East, Neshoba County. So at least we know some hail is falling in, likely to be larger than this, but this is the first picture that we've got in so far. We encourage you, again, keep sending them in to us. We'll keep showing those and, of course, passing that on to the National Weather Service. They have access to our pictures, so once you submit them in the app, that report goes straight to them. So that's something of encouragement as well.
Absolutely. Our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, that one's not going to be a winning hailstone. I think, unfortunately, somebody with their power out down there in Philadelphia or DeKalb is the one that's going to have that. That's going to be pretty rough. Appreciate that, Maggie. So the largest of that hail still could be, again, more than 1 inch in size to 1.5 inches, maybe golf ball size hail south of the Carters area, approaching Akron and Portersville. I was checking behind the scenes while Maggie was talking about our Standora is out there pretty close to, let's see exactly where he is at this point. He was pretty close to Scuba a little bit ago. I think he's dipped south of this storm, actually. Yeah, he's down here closer to the Lauderdale area now. So his signal's a little in and out as he's trying to get ahead of this there and get around that so he can get a shot from the south side. In this case, being on the south side, that's important. It allows him to be able to, allows us to be able to look at kind of the inflow area where there's wind, and we have at least some rotation with this, but we're so far away the radar site now, about 6,000 feet up. That's not exactly a good lock. You're not typically going to see a strong, unless it's a really strong tornado, or a fairly strong one, it doesn't always show up as well when you're that far away from the radar site. Again, there are first storms out here that we're watching. Again, you have the confirmed, previously confirmed tornado that we had. To what we have, and again, those that are there in to know that, hey, everything's going to be okay. And we appreciate you all in the chat here for asking your question. So, is Columbus safe? Yes. Baldwin, you're done. And let's talk about the maybe not go to sleep, but let's talk about the folks who are outside of the threat at this point. Now, could some of these storms back toward Yazoo City eventually have some lightning with them? Maybe some hail, maybe even some broad rotation? Yes. Cooler air. Let me show you what I mean by that. I'm going to plop on our temperature map here, and it's not perfect on its positioning, but notice the difference here between where we have the storms, or at least the air going into those, mid-70s down south. Still have some of that there in Noxubee County, but if you come here to Kosciuszko, now you're mid-60s. You're in the 50s right now in Calhoun County, and where Maggie is up in northwest Mississippi, it's mid-50s. So anywhere where you're not in the 70s on here, you're not at this point going to see tornadoes or anything like that the remainder of tonight. In saying that, that doesn't mean if you walk to your thermometer at your house and it says if it says 50s, you're done. But if it's, say, upper 60s, there are still some spots here very near, again, that temperature contrast there where there's a very, very limited risk. But I think one of the things probably largely eliminating that is going to be the amount of fuel that this storm in advance here is really gobbling up. This is really eating into the overall fuel. And there'll be more storms here that we're going to be watching, especially for our Max South viewers. So let's go ahead and try to proceed a little bit with the forecast here. You can see doing a good job on our projection here of resolving where that storm close to Jackson is, close-ish to where the one near Philadelphia is. And it's a little too far southeast up here in Noxubee County, back to Tuscaloosa County. But I think you generally get the drift there. So here is Futurecast showing, again, through the evening, how thunderstorms do continue to regenerate. Same spots we're talking about here and same spots we're not talking about. That's why if you're... I mean, it's too early for this, but maybe it's because Maggie of our out of our overall severe weather risk over the next few hours. We'll answer more questions here in a minute. What about Las Vegas, Nevada? I don't know. I haven't looked there, so I don't know. So by tomorrow morning, the threat all south of us, and we're all a lot cooler in the lower to maybe middle 50s out there for low temperatures tomorrow morning, back below our normal for this time of year. Not impossible to have a car or bank thermometer maybe hit 49 degrees. So your IMPC school day forecast from somewhere in the mid to lower 50s to begin the day to 64 degrees by lunch and 69 by the afternoon. Rain chance isn't zero. It's just not particularly impressive. As you can see here, a couple sprinkles showing up from time to time. North winds bringing in cooler temperatures. It will feel a lot cooler than it did today. What we do not see any sort of active or severe weather. No issues with that for tomorrow. High pressure starting to build toward us, and that front is to the south. So sinking air with this keeps us clear. We'll be back on radar here in a moment, but I just want to make sure we give some folks that need to see, again, the forecast one real quickly. So low 70s there for highs tomorrow, below where we were for today. And honestly, that's probably a little aggressive. I think a lot of folks might be in the 60s for highs tomorrow, or at least some of us will be. Clouds again for tomorrow night as we stay mostly cloudy into early Friday morning. We expect that low temperatures for Friday morning somewhere around the upper 40s, showing 47 degrees there, as you can see, New Albany, Boonville, 46 in Corinth, 47 Oxford, Water Valley, 52 there, Greenwood, and 55 for Belzona. And as we progress into your Friday during the day, you can see that front still down south and another boundary up to the north. Some rain chances loosely associated with that. I say that. Our strike model is real aggressive on what it has here. I think, again, overdone largely on this, but something to keep in mind where we might have to adjust up that precipitation chance a little bit for Friday. But I think the majority of it, again, to the south of us or to the north and west, as we're kind of in between both of those batches for Friday, making it ideal for some of the playoff baseball and softball going on. Our game of the week, though, is scheduled on Thursday because of staffing, so we kind of threw everybody at today. So high temperatures were lower 70s to mid 70s out there by Friday afternoon. And here's a look at that 7-day forecast for a moment. Most of us dry again on Friday with chances south and north, not directly overhead. Limited rain chances as we look to this upcoming weekend. Maybe some storms there by Sunday. A possibility, and then drier as we look toward next week. In 60 seconds, we're back here looking at Mama Justice Doppler radar, tracking those severe thunderstorms still ongoing there and assessing our overall threat as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center. Next.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver. Problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Early detection of Alzheimer's can
You'll notice, whereas this was the deepest of purples for probably a solid 30, 40 minutes there, this has come down substantially as that dropped a lot of that big hail. So still some hail with this, but I would say at this point, unlikely that we're talking about hail in excess of an inch in size, maybe 1 inch hail at absolute largest. And a lot of that is probably, looking at our hail swath here, probably already fallen. Coming back here and looking specifically at the instantaneous hail, we show a lot less than what we had just a few minutes ago. So again, that is down a lot from when it was at kind of extreme levels just a little bit ago. So this storm, in a lot of ways, weaker than it has been as it's crossing into Alabama and crossing a US 45 there. We have had some hail reports with this. I'm bringing our meteorologist Maggie McCauley, who's been watching both hail and power outages. I know you're bouncing back and forth looking at those things behind the scenes. What do you have here as of 6:29?
Well, we're still seeing small hail reports being brought in. This one over in Philadelphia on Highway 21. Madeline Young sending this in. We thank you for any and every picture you send in. This one definitely smaller than some folks. So we're still looking for pictures being sent in of some larger hailstones. Again, you can send that right there in our Mississippi Live weather app. You go to the app, go to the homepage, scroll down, click submit your pictures. It's real easy. And of course, all your pictures go straight to the National Weather Service, and we'll send them also to make those reports a little bit easier for them. So that's one of the ones we've been watching and continuing to watch your pictures being brought in. Storm reports or outage reports still looking like a good portion of Moscow sitting south into Liberty, up to 140 people still without power. So as this storm pushed through, now sitting well to the east of Moscow, but people still being impacted by power out due to lots of lightning, strong winds, also making trees go down as well, or portions of trees. We've been seeing some pictures sent in of that as well. So that's going to be impacting your power up to 3 people a little bit further off to the east. You can see there along 39. So definitely continuing to track out these power outages as this strong storm makes its way through. And we'll continue to update you with that as well. But definitely want to keep your phone charged into the next few hours with these storms continuing mainly in central and southern Mississippi. And of course, we'll continue to keep you updated as well. But I encourage you still send in those pictures. We'll continue to show those. Of course, send them in after the storm is through, right? Don't go out in the middle of the storm. This hail has been on the larger side of things at times. So we definitely want to encourage you to do that after the fact, but still want your pictures sent in. And of course, you have the potential to win that gift card, Matt.
Absolutely. Again, trying to make a bad situation less bad. That's, I guess, the nicest way that I can put that there. Appreciate that. Tornado watches do continue for the counties in blue that we're showing next to me here, but expect these will start to be canceled out once Jackson gets things a little bit more under control. There, they'll probably cancel out some counties, but they're watching tornadoes, especially in the southern portion of the state, and that's the reason why I think we haven't seen more counties canceled out. The actual threat continues to diminish. I would say you're past the threat. I don't think we have any more threat here for tornadoes in Columbus and West Point and in Starkville, in Ackerman or Kosciuszko. I think we're past any issues there for you. Louisville and Macon and Aliceville, about the only spots we're still watching. And even then in Louisville, I think we're largely past the threat for you as well. Because I think these thunderstorms down here have really just kind of gobbled up whatever fuel is available. In saying that, let's just double check and look specifically here at, I'm looking for the outflow boundary and see if I can kind of detect where that is back here. I might actually have to speed this up significantly. Let's go fastest. I mean, it looks like it's all the way down here, where it's kind of the edge of kind of our outflow and our rain-cooled air and arguably our front, which would place all this north of the front. And so I think that seems reasonable, that is probably right on our frontal boundary, which is why it's been so effective. And if you've watched us the last couple of days and we've shown that storm rotation, we said that could be strong tornadoes. The caveat we mentioned is that is strongly rotating storms, and strongly rotating storms can produce strong tornadoes. Or in the case of today, strongly rotating thunderstorms can produce baseball to softball size hail, which is likely what this storm has produced. So that's probably not producing that at this moment. And I'm watching our storm chasers stuff here behind the scenes. And most of what I'm getting out of them at this point here, we're getting some cloud pictures, but we're not getting anything that looks like it's an imminent tornado sort of touchdown kind of stuff, thankfully. And this storm, I would say that the strongest portion of it is now crossing into Alabama, approaching Gainesville, locations there east of Gainesville. A new severe thunderstorm warning issued on this storm here, again, south of the Brandon area. This does include parts of Smith and Scott counties. And again, for our folks that can watch us on, well, let me double check here as I look at a few different things here. So for the folks that can watch us on, I'm gonna have to put my phone on silent though. They can watch us on Max South. This is going to be for you, and we're watching this as this approaches you. So still some time there as you're under this severe thunderstorm warning there for Smith and for Scott counties until 7:30 p.m. Let's get a track on this. I'm going to assume it's still going to go probably about 40-ish miles per hour, say 40, 42, if it kind of picks up speed like some of the others were going. And let's extend that out about 50 miles to get some of the spots that are ahead of that. And so you can see they are getting closer to, say, Wicker at 724. We're looking at Daniel at 707 there. Trenton by about 717. The gun community at 708. But in the shorter term here, Cato about 654, 658, Johns and Puckett at 702. This is Doppler radar indicated large hail, but it has some rotation. And that is something that could continue to develop on this. We had someone asking a little bit ago, about Columbia, Mississippi, and we're looking a long ways away from the radar site here. But this is the previously confirmed tornado. For a while earlier, this had a confirmed tornado warning on it. I don't have any official reports showing up on here, but I bet if we kind of look at some of our components, it'll become a little bit more obvious. The wind, of course, very strong. And this is an example of one of those kind of long-lived rotations that this had there when it had produced that confirmed tornado a little bit ago. At this point, I would show the spot that we're most looking at is pretty much right along Highway 53. That'd be, 43, Mississippi Highway 43 near the intersection of Highway 13, where I show this here. Again, south of Edna, southeast of Columbia. We'll get a track on that. I'm going to double check the speed here, and then we're going to look at another hail video coming in from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers here in a second. Double check this here. Okay, so this one, they're going 30 miles per hour. They're going a little slower down here closer to the coast. Okay, so let's get a storm track on this storm here at about 30. So folks, for that person that was asking specifically about Columbia, this is a little bit to your south, and let's add more things to the storm track here. Let's add more distance at the very least. We'll make that 30 miles. So Pine Grove, we're looking at about 706, 710 Pine Ridge, Ocala, Ocala at 716, and Dixie about 725. That is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning on that thunderstorm there. One other storm again back toward Natchez, and then we'll come back up here. Has what we call a bounded Weekucko region. That little donut hole you see right there in the middle is a sign of the strength that this one has. We'll track that specific spot there. We'll go about 30-ish miles per hour. And that shows, again, down here, this is a tornado warning for Franklin, Mississippi, Wilkinson, Mississippi, and Adams County, Mississippi there. 659 there, Knoxville, Mississippi, Flat Rock at 702, 702 Franklin, and White Apple there at 706. Doppler radar indicated rotation for some of those spots. So coming up north here, I do see that, again, additional, damage pictures and those sorts of things are going to continue coming in from this storm that's prompted our severe thunderstorm warning for Kemper County. I think in Kemper County, we're past the destructive portion of this, but an example of kind of what this could look like, I'm going to bring this in here from our friends at the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, perhaps in a second here. There we go. Give me a moment to pop this on. And this near the Philadelphia area. Video sent in a moment ago here of looks like hail falling into a pool there. So we'll go ahead and re-rack this here. Bring it back, I guess, in the normal version, and then we'll do that. Okay, so this is an example of some of that hail falling in the Philadelphia area. And this was in Philadelphia, which we feel like the largest hail probably was a little bit south and certainly east of town there. So that's some pretty large hail. Hopefully it didn't mess up that pool liner there, or cars or other things, obviously, there. Some issues, but there's making some big splashes. You can send in your pictures to us using the Mississippi Live weather app. If you don't have that, you can download that there for iOS or Android devices. We live stream on there. Obviously, we're on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV as well. So you can download us on all those different platforms. Then share your pictures with us. Largest hailstone picture from down here, I'm expecting there either in parts of Neshoba or Kemper County. The largest hailstone picture, it's a $100 gift card from True Shield Roofing. As long as you took that picture and you have to come up here to pick it up in the Tupelo area. But yeah, some big hail there. And we expect we'll probably have a few more things also submitted as well. I want to bring in our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, again, kind of looking at power outages. You're kind of assessing a bunch of things here as well. What are you seeing as of now, 6:39, 6:40?
Yeah, I wanted to look at these power outages. Some have gone down depending on what county you're in. Some have gone up. So let's talk about what the numbers are. In Leake County, we are seeing those numbers go down. If I can get my mouse over this. This was 2,000 plus, now about 1,500. So that's some good news that power has been restored and continuing to be so over in Leake County. Again, large number of people without power, our largest so far. And then now we have Neshoba County that is now upticking to about 2,000 people without power. So these are the two main counties where we really saw that strong to severe storm push in, bringing a lot of lightning, some large hail, also some strong wind gusts that also knocked over some trees that also could lead to additional power outages. So those are the two main counties. Now seeing Kemper County upticking with about 175 people without power. So those are our three main counties we're tracking. And those are the three main counties that we've been tracking that strong to severe storm in. So no surprise there. Continuing to keep an eye on that, continuing to look at your pictures as well. We encourage you, if you're within these counties, you have any damage in your yard, any trees down, pictures of hail, make sure to send it in to us, like Matt just said, through the Mississippi Live weather app. It's real easy. You go to the app on the homepage, you scroll down, you click submit your pictures. It's as easy as that, and we can actually see your specific location when you submit it. So it's really nice out there for us. Of course, we'll show that here on our live broadcast if you do send a few in. But as of right now, power outages still in Leake, Neshoba, and Kemper County out there as the storm continues to roll through. Make sure you continue to keep your phone charged as we're going to continue to track these showers and storms through the area. And specifically Moscow, still seeing a good portion south and along Moscow, Matt, of a good amount of people still impacted. So keep an eye on the larger scale of things. Keep an eye on your local power companies as well. And I encourage you, a majority of these local power companies that I have seen are really good at updating things on their social media. So if you do have any questions, if you are without power or know your family member that is, a lot of these local power companies are really good at updating things within their social media pages, saying who's without power and where they're going to be restoring power to. So that's something of note for maybe you call. If you know people have already called, make sure to check out their local social media pages as well. Really good thing to do. We check those here at Mississippi Live Weather as well when we want to know what's going on. So that's something of note. Keep an eye on this, Matt, and of course, keep an eye on any pictures that are being sent in.
Absolutely. Our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, there reporting. Appreciate that so much. As we look here back on Mama Justice Doppler radar, DeKalb, you're now in the all clear. The severe thunderstorm warning for you, the strongest portion of that storm in Kemper County has moved out. So this will not be extended past the 6:45 expiration time, as that has now moved into Alabama, into Sumner County, where, again, large hail potential. I don't know that that's producing destructive hail anymore. I think that we're probably past that threshold there. The storms around Decatur and Newton, again, heavy, disruptive. When you start looking at lightning strikes, you could see a few lightning strikes there, but lightning strikes clearly call your attention to the storm up north. And then the new storms that are strengthening back here closer to Florence and Puckett, moving there toward Raleigh. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings in two different spots there for Smith County, showing up there both until 7:30, approaching you as they kind of move through the southeast corner of Rankin County. Looking specifically at storm rotation on this, don't really show a whole lot of storm rotation. Got to turn that lightning off each time there to look for that. Not a lot of storm rotation on that. So this is predominantly, I'd say, a large hail potential if it's producing that. And then when we look at a large hail potential, we got to keep things in perspective, because what we had up there north is an extreme hail event. It happens very infrequently. As I cut through this using kind of a slice, and by the way, I apologize if that binging gets annoying. That's my chat with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. So every time that goes on, I look down to make sure that we're on what we're at with that. But this hail, we do show some hail, maybe up to 10 to 15,000 feet. That is substantially lower than what we had with that other storm a little bit ago. Still some broad rotation on it, but it's nowhere near as impressive as that other storm is. In fact, we go kind of going to take the whole portion of the state of Mississippi on this. Some things that immediately kind of catch your attention. First off, the northern part of the state. I know we have viewers that we love, that love us, that are up here farther north, and want to know. Let us know who's in the clear again. So let's be clear about something. There are going to be some thunderstorms, Kosciuszko, Louisville, Columbus. They're not going to be tornado-producing thunderstorms. The tornado threat is going to be farther south. The storm Jackson, Crystal Springs, that one there we're looking at south of Tuscaloosa, we've been tracking there east of DeKalb, down here into South Mississippi. These are all storms that have a potential to produce tornadoes. Everything north of that, if you see storms, you're much, much more likely to get hail than any kind of tornado threat out of that. So our tornado threat on the northern tier of counties here, at some point Jackson's going to remove some of these from the watch, but they've got big bad storms down south that they're watching, including that confirmed tornado that's southeast of the Natchez area. You know, that's one that you're hearing all the binging behind the scenes here. That's the one that the National Weather Service is watching closely, and our storm chaser friends at the North Mississippi Storm Chasers are watching as well. Not only is that just giant hail, but you see that circle there? I'll stand out of the way so you can see it. That's a spot where this has some rotation that's significant, even when we kind of look at just the regular rotation mode. A pretty tight area there where we're looking at that. So a high likelihood of this producing damage at this point. You know, one of the things that our peak impacts will show is wind shear. You almost never hear me talk about that. And that's because most of the time, unless it's pretty significant, it doesn't really get going. But we're looking at this with 100 mile per hour or greater wind shear on this storm. For positioning here, again, this is southeast of Jackson, north of Darrington, north of Ireland, where this storm is rotating and producing what, as I need to click on here because I haven't got to click on the exact warning to show you, but what's a confirmed tornado likely doing damage there in Adams County and northern Wilkinson County. I apologize for that. And then Franklin County. And right where you see that circle is pretty close to where this is. So if you do know someone who's down here, and then we're Mississippi Live Weather, this is not really in our coverage area, but I'll give you some tracks on it. We'll give you some information on it. But if you know someone who's down here, now would be the time to make sure they know to get to that safe place here. So this is, again, southeast of Kingston, south of Cranefield and Roxy. This is US 84 at the top of your screen there. This is Mississippi Highway 33 there, north of Garden City, between that and the Roxy area. I'm going to track this. We're going to keep the speed on this. Let's double check it here. I want to make sure we get the speed exactly right and see if we agree with the Weather Service on this. We're looking 50 miles per hour. So this one a little faster than some of the rest of those there. So based on the current speed, I'd like you to do me a favor. If you know somebody that's down here, we need to send them a picture and let them know that this could be a deadly situation if not respected. So we'll go 50 miles per hour right there. So there's some times there with folks ahead of this. So if you know someone who's down here, we'll get it kind of broader for a moment, maybe live near Bude, Bunkley, southeast of the Natchez, down here in parts of Adams, Franklin, north of northern Wilkinson County, pretty much right there at the convergence of those three counties. This is a tornado on the ground doing damage at this point in time. There's a number of ways in which we kind of can assess that. We look at what we call the correlation coefficient or the debris signature, and we do have a debris signature pretty much right where we were talking about a moment ago there, showing up. I think what we have up here in advance, that bluish black that you see there, that should be inflow, I think. Yeah, see, that's inflow. But right here, hold on, let's double check that's changed a little bit on our positioning. Right there where it's island, that is our debris signature on this. So a substantial debris signature on what's likely a damaging tornado here moving toward the Garden City community. In Garden City, we're looking at 6:50, so only about 2 minutes for you there. So if you know somebody that maybe lives there, you can help out by snapping a picture and sending it to someone that you know that's down there. Call a friend, because let's be clear, I don't have a very good reach. We don't have a very good reach down in this part of the state, but we know that your reach is obviously significantly better than ours. This is a damaging, strong tornado on the ground here near the Ireland community, moving toward Knoxville, Mississippi, Flat Rock, Mississippi, Bunkley there, and Bude eventually there, about 7:09. But in the near term, Garden City, it's basically over top of you. Confirmed large and potentially a dangerous tornado there ongoing in South Mississippi right now, southeast of Natchez. So hopefully folks there are taking this seriously. Send it ahead to someone just in case, to make sure they are aware of what is going on down in that part of the state. I figured because we had a moment here, it makes sense for us to try to help out some folks in some other spot there. And you can obviously help out those folks by sending along what you see and what you know. I'm going to bring it back here to North Mississippi, and again, bring it back to our chat with everybody. Again, what are we talking about? Specific spots here for a moment. Certainly Central and South Mississippi, where it's highly likely we're talking about tornadoes. But Columbus, no more tornadoes for you. I would say all of our counties in the traditional Mississippi Live, the 4 letters that I can't say anymore, viewing area here, I would say in that traditional viewing area, we are done with our tornado threat. Unless something really weird happens with these storms coming out of Yazoo City. But I've been looking at these look elevated. Yeah, see, these don't look like the kind that are in the right spot. There's going to be some rotation in these, let's be clear, because of the way the upper levels are. But getting that rotation to the surface, it would take something pretty dramatic. I don't think that we're going to get there with this. So hopefully that's a factual statement on that, but we will see. I'm checking in with our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley. She's been, looking around the state here, watching Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras down there closer to Natchez. I know we probably don't have a good shot that direction, but what are you seeing as of now 6:51?
We don't, but I was taking a look at different cameras that are at least within the area, Natchez over in Washington as well. This is sitting north of that storm, but still taking a look at them where the heaviest of pockets are. This is again looking at 61 and 84 down there around Washington, that MDOT traffic camera. Definitely some wet roadways ongoing. Again, these cameras are a little bit sporadic the further south that you go, not necessarily covering that area that is seeing that current observed tornado. Also, if you do know anybody that is within that area, this is moving southeast of Natchez. I did go ahead and share on Matt's Facebook page the track of that. So if you know anybody, you're watching us now, you can go to Matt's Facebook page and you can share it with them. We have the latest track on that. Share it if you know anybody within the area. This is a very dangerous situation for those that are sitting down south of Natchez, Mississippi right now. Again, that's what we've been watching. Of course, up here, a little bit closer to home, different story. If I look up here within one of our Starkville cameras or our Columbus cameras, we'll go over into the Columbus camera, the camera we were watching earlier. Definitely wet roadways, but overall things sitting well below severe limits. Here's a look at 45 North. You can see there. Again, seeing folks getting out in the roadways. If I kind of get out of the way here or step to the other side of the camera, you can see folks continuing to make their way down the road, looking good to go. Again, no ongoing necessarily rainfall within this camera of anything of too much of note. But definitely still want to be careful out there. Something I'll note going into the overnight hours, we did see a lot of rainfall this morning, continuing to see rainfall kind of trailing in the same areas this afternoon and evening. So I do encourage you still, as you're waking up on your Thursday morning, or maybe getting from point A to point B this evening, to avoid those roadways are easily flooded, because we're still keeping an eye on localized flooding concerns as well. So still something you want to be taking care of tonight, still something you want to be taking care of tomorrow morning for you and the kiddos that are getting out on the roadway. So that's something we're kind of going to assess past this, right? Right now we're tracking out showers and storms. Where are they, where they're going? But past that, as we head into the overnight hours and into the early morning hours of your Thursday, we're going to be talking about the heavy rainfall amounts that fell overnight. And again, those flash flooding concerns that are prevalent across the area. Let's take a look at power outages on our Mississippi power outage map. This is looking at the entirety of the state. Again, the main 3 counties we've been watching: Leake, Neshoba, over into Kemper County, seeing about 1,400 in Leake County. Neshoba still up to 2,000. So Neshoba still our hot spot in terms of how many customers are currently still without power. And then over in Kemper County, still sitting at 175. So not too much of an update since the last time we talked, but still folks within those counties without power this evening. These storms, as they move through, still within those same counties and even sitting south of that, have the potential to knock out your power. So I encourage you, if you're in Central and South Mississippi and you're watching us, keep your phone plugged in. Make sure your alerts are still on into the overnight hours, and keep charging your phone because these storms have a lot of lightning with them, a lot of wind and rainfall as well that has the potential also to knock over some trees. This camera or this picture I've shown before. This was over in Philadelphia. You could see off in the distance that tree kind of uprooted and on the ground. Again, this camera or this picture over in Philadelphia, sitting across the street from Neshoba Central High School. So storms have the potential to do this as well. Down trees can cause power lines down as well, causing for additional power outages. So we're keeping an eye on all that. Of course, you can send in your pictures to us right here on the Mississippi Live Weather app. But keep an eye on that, Matt. Keep an eye on the power outages. Not much has changed overall.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And we're hopefully winding down things here in the northern part of the state. I think that's one of the headlines we don't want to miss in this. Come up here in 60 seconds, we're going to look in more detail down in South Mississippi. We know that sometimes your power to call is just as important. We have likely a tornado on the ground there down closer to Garden City. More here in 60 seconds as we get things organized behind the scenes on Mississippi Live Weather.
Every legend starts somewhere.
Not with perfection, but with the decision.
The decision to show up, work harder, and believe this place can change everything.
At Northeast, you're more than just a number.
We're built on opportunity, and our students are willing to rise to the occasion.
Here, success isn't handed to you. It's earned.
You don't just leave with a degree, you leave as a legend.
Room to Room's birthday party is going on now. Come celebrate with us. Thousands of dollars in free gifts, cash, spa treatments, shopping sprees, and even a chance to win your entire purchase free. It's a celebration you don't want to miss. And there's no party like a Room to Room party.
Looking for a place to finally call home? At Tupelo Home Center, we make it easy. From finding the perfect home to making financing a breeze, we'll take care of everything. Your new home is closer than you think. Pre-qualify today at TupeloHomeCenter.com.
You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here at 6:56 p.m. You want to know what bad looks like on a Mama Justice Doppler just to calibrate in your brain for in the future when we have issues. This is it here. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground down here approaching Dick and Little Springs and Bude, where you see the circle here now updating. I clear kind of everything off for just a moment. I'll even, I think, clear that circle off for just a moment here for a second. The fact that we have just such extremely strong winds, that you're down there into the oranges, so I don't really have that even kind of labeled on there. If I were to show you pixel to pixel how strong some of these winds are, one direction there, we're looking somewhere around 88. Right next, we're looking about 60 the opposite direction. So that is a very strong pixel to pixel wind change there, well over 100 miles per hour, close to 150 miles per hour. That is a scenario where we probably have not just a tornado, potentially a strong or violent tornado ongoing here for locations down south of the Orange community, south of Flat Rock, close to Garden City, probably going through Garden City, Mississippi as we speak. So if you do know somebody that's down there, make sure to let them know ahead of this that this is going to be tracking toward U.S. Highway 98 as it eventually works, generally speaking, toward Brookhaven. Might be on a direction, hopefully on a direction in the path that would stay south of there. This has, if we look at the loop here, over the last 30 minutes, pretty consistently had some tornado debris returns on it. That's the portion right there that we're looking at it. We're a long ways away from the radar side at this point here. That's the thing. Like if we're looking here, this might not look as ridiculous as it sometimes does, but a gray circle one that we don't see very often. That's another thing trying to grab your tornado debris eyeballs there. But we're looking at 6,500 feet up. And so some debris being lofted on this. Let's see how high. Scan above that. That's still there. Well, that would be the case. Okay, so how high is this scan then? Let's see if it'll tell me that. So we're looking 6,500 feet is the lowest. See if we'll get that there. Yeah, it's not telling me how high that upper level scan there is as well. But I think, looking behind the scenes here, I think that's probably as high as around 12 to maybe 14,000 feet. That's a strong tornado doing probably significant damage to someplace. Hopefully it's just trees, but that's a really rough one down there. So I'm put on all of our rotation circles and everything all at the same time. So tornado debris on that one. If If you know some folks that are ahead of it, make sure they're aware of that as we come up here on 7 p.m. We got over here back toward Hattiesburg, another, and again, I know this is also a highly populated area where we have now a confirmed tornado warning for Lamar and Forest counties ongoing there toward the Hattiesburg area. We do have a camera down there in Hattiesburg. I'll show you that in just a second. I want to get you a storm track on this first. Handle the storm tracks first and worry about what it looks like second. I'm going to go 50 miles per hour. We're going to keep it the same speed as the other one there, but this is a confirmed tornado moving toward the south part there of location south of Hattiesburg. Dixie, Purvis, kind of in the path of this. Let's show you a loop over the last, let's go 30 minutes on this here. Get our angle correct on this. So it does have a little bit more, maybe north track than what I have here. Let's adjust that angle a little bit more to the north. And you might ask, what is the point of me doing this? The point of me doing this is so you can call somebody you know down there. Because the reality is that my reach is one thing, but your reach is more. So let someone down there know that this could be a deadly situation with a confirmed tornado touching down now in Lamar, or in right now in Lamar County, moving into Forest County at this instant down in South Mississippi. That little green hole, for lack of a better way to put it, is what we call a bounded weak echo region, usually a sign of significant rotation. And clearly that is the case on this here, where significant rotation on this storm. Checking for tornado debris. It does look like we might have debris on this as well. The blue you see down south isn't it. Let's take it a little more sensitive here where it's more likely to have a false alarm. I think that briefly could have been right there. Let's check. Nope, that is not the right spot. It needs to be right here, okay? So I see maybe a little bit, maybe just a little bit on this scan. Let me check the newest one here. That's at about the right spot, but that's gotten kind of noisy. I don't know if I can for sure say tornado debris on that, but it's definitely close if it's not producing, and I think it's certainly worth taking seriously nonetheless. So locations, folks, south of Hattiesburg under that tornado warning, confirmed the description there by the folks at the National Weather Service on the potential for this to be a tornado. Now, I do see that the storm chasers, they're looking at this from a little farther away down there, from the radar down in Louisiana. Let me see, again, back in here, reflectivity. I see that bounded weak echo region. I think I'm hesitant on this there. I think it's a strong area of rotation, but that because the fact that that has an open area there, sometimes you're going to get a debris drop there as well. So I want to look at that separately. Maggie, I'm going to hand this to you for a second while I take a look at that. And you go ahead and actually take Doppler radar, and I will just switch places with you on this for a moment. Sound good? So let's go ahead and send it back over to her as she gets that kind of up and going here in a second. I'll give that a second more. But for folks there, just kind of a heads up of what this could potentially be. I'll bring it back over there and I'll get my clicker off so that she can worry about focusing in on hers and what she is seeing with that as well. So current time is now 7:03. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Maggie McCauley, who is tracking severe thunderstorms with the potential to produce tornadoes down here in South Mississippi. I'm going to bring Maggie. I'm going to bring you in for a second. I know that it's not perfect there. I'll let you talk me through what you're seeing there. Is it wanting to do a different monitor, or is it?
Yeah, I'm getting it. I'm sorry. It's just taking me a minute to switch kind of back and forth. And here we should be good to go. Now, there you go.
Okay,
so now we're up.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'll switch you. Go for it.
Yeah, okay. Here's a look at this. Again, another confirmed tornado warning in South Mississippi. Now, I know we don't cover South Mississippi. Matt has been talking about this as well, but we're covering it because you know folks that are in South Mississippi. I know folks that I have been texting who live in Hattiesburg. So if you know anybody within the path of this, this is a confirmed tornado warning cell. It is going to be passing through mainly in the southern southern or south of Hattiesburg into places like Dixie. You can see overall the overall track of that and the times there. Make sure to take a picture, send it to those you know, text, say, hey, watching Mississippi Live, this is headed your way, confirmed tornado warning. You need to be getting in your safe place. In places like Dixie around 7:15 p.m., Batson around 7:24, 4 Points around 7:24, East Side around 7:25 p.m., Pine Grove around 7:25 p.m., and places like Belleville around 7:28. Again, a warning with this cell that's going to be coming through a very highly populated area, at least for Hattiesburg, and then for those that are sitting south of that. I will say, if you know anybody that's traveling from Hattiesburg over into Dixie along 49, they do not need to be traveling through this either. So anybody that is on their way in South Mississippi, headed to and from dinner, anything like that, they need to be getting to a safe place, as well, as this is about to cross over places like 49 coming up in the next really 20 minutes or so. Continuing to watch this, again, this is in South Mississippi. I'm going to clear this off. Overall, this confirmed tornado warning, that is one of them. And then another one sitting just to the west of that, impacting places like Roxy and over in Bud as well along 84. So this one, another confirmed tornado warning. The National Weather Service in Jackson, very busy this evening dealing with these. I will say, just to give an overall picture, overall view of where this is south of the area, this is south of 20, and this is south of Jackson. So this is where we're tracking where these tornadic cells have decided to pop up, Matt. We said it was going to be south of our area. We said it continues to shift south, the overall greatest threat, and that's exactly what has happened, mainly south of 20, getting in on the greatest threat overall and the greatest tornadic threat this evening.
You know, and that one that you were looking at there, now, am I pronouncing it wrong? Is it Bud? That might be correct.
Did I say Bud? I don't know. I'm saying what you say.
Yeah.
So
I said Bude. I don't know. I might be completely wrong on that there, but the reality is very simple here. What we have there is, I believe, a tornado. When I want to check on this here behind the scenes, it shows up as tornado emergency on one of these different graphics here as well. So this is a confirmed tornado, what we call tornado emergency, in effect, and ongoing there for locations in Franklin County, Mississippi. So all of our indications here indicate a strong tornado and a significant debris signature. That's what that kind of blue ball is right there north of Bunkley. This is potentially a very, very scary situation ongoing there. I'm going to show a different version of Mama Justice Doppler radar kind of behind the scenes here. We'll show the one you have for a second, and then I'm going to switch this over here to kind of my uglier version. I'm going to let Maggie look at the storm back toward Hattiesburg, and I think we can bounce back and forth on some of these there, because again, Hattiesburg, a more populated area, and this probably a more significant tornado. So we got two things kind of going on at the same time. So I showed a moment ago where you see kind of this triangle on here. I can show this down a different way where we showed just the storm rotation. And I have a lock on this all the way up from basically close to the ground, 4,000 feet as low as we go, all the way up to 40-some thousand feet. So that's a tight lock on a strong circulation. Going back a scan here, this is where, looking at that rotation, is we could see just how high that tornado debris is. And this is still, again, that's tornado debris from this storm all the way up. Wow. Okay, I lose it here, and that would be, no way. We need to check that. It's not quite perfect spot. Let's double check to see if no, that's back behind the precip, so I can't go with that. Let's see if the scan before that. Potentially, want to get this right because this is really high and it's a big number, and it's important when it's a big number like this. Yeah, I have this up to 21,000 feet. Why does 21,000 feet matter on how high the debris goes? There is a correlation between how high debris is lofted and how strong a tornado is. And when we start talking about debris being lofted more than 20,000 feet, we're talking high-end strong tornadoes. Potentially the kind that wipe communities off of the map. So this is a very, very strong tornado ongoing down there, whether it's Bude or Bude or Bud or, hold on, it's Bude. Okay. See, I got in my head about that one. But if you know somebody down in Bude, this doesn't look like something. So let me take it down to the ground level where it does. This is a potentially deadly situation ongoing as this approaches. Let's get the angle right. We're going to get a better storm track. I lied about, we're going to show you the Hattiesburg one, and I'm going to come back here for a second. So we're going to go to Maggie here for a brief moment, again, tracking that thunderstorm down in South Mississippi, and then I'll come back on this one here in a moment. But if you know somebody in Bude, they need to be in their tornado safe place. They need to be in a reinforced building because could be a killer ongoing right now. Maggie?
Yeah, Matt was just tracking what has been upgraded to a tornado emergency. So definitely a strong tornado possible on the ground over where he's tracking places like Bude. Over here near Hattiesburg, still a dangerous situation, maybe not as dangerous, but still a confirmed tornado on the ground, and a tornado warning issued for Lamar and Forest, Mississippi, those two counties. So if you know anybody in Lamar and Forest County, they need to be in their tornado safe place as well. Still tracking rotation that's passing just to the south and east of Pine Grove right now. So from that central area of rotation, I did track this out all the way past the warning area that you can see here. Going to be in places like Dixie around 717, Batson around 726, and excuse me in Matt's pronunciation of these places. We don't usually cover southern Mississippi, but you get the point here. 4 points at 726 into places like Pine Grove, 727, Belleville around 729, New Augusta around 736. So again, another confirmed tornado warned cell right now in places like Forest and Lamar County, Mississippi. This area of rotation is looking to pass just to the south of the city of Hattiesburg. So if you do know anybody within Hattiesburg, I still encourage them to get in their safe place until this passes over. But that area of circulation, that rotation, looking to pass just south of the city. So know anybody that lives, again, south of the city, south of Forest Hills, around Dixie, Batson, Raglan, that is where this area of rotation is going to be passing through in places like Lamar and Forest County in southern Mississippi. So this is the other warned cell that we're looking at. Again, the other one a little bit stronger out there, what Matt's tracking.
Yeah, I mean, you have a more populated area, and I have a more likely to be killer, unfortunately. This is a shot here. Again, looking at Mama Justice Doppler radar, it's not the prettiest version, but this, I think, is a very effective graphic to show what we're dealing with. And hey, if you know someone down here, I need you to help me for a second. I need you to take a picture. If you know somebody in Bude, take a picture once this room-to-room logo drops here in just a second. This is a tornado, a serious and strong tornado that's moving toward town. Going back a few scans, you can see the positioning here. It has pulled slightly farther north. I'm hopeful it doesn't hit anything. I'm hopeful it lifts. But as far as Bude is concerned there, and Craig Ford, saving the day as per usual behind the scenes, making sure I know what I'm saying on this. Bude, there where this is tracking again, south side of Bude there, what is likely a strong and violent tornado ongoing down in South Mississippi at this point. Maggie, if you will give me a storm track on that, I'll use your storm track here in a minute at about 50 miles per hour. But all indications showing this rotation up still close to 40,000 feet, about as strong as we can get this on here. When I look at just kind of the wind mode on this, and I'm looking from down in Louisiana, this is a very strong area of circulation. My particular radar here does not peg out the same way that the other one does, but still a fairly large debris signature showing up, an extremely strong rotation there. To give you some county roads for some folks that might need to know this down there for one reason or another. Gloucester Road, this is not in Tupelo, this is down in South Mississippi, and kind of the gray road you see ahead there that this is approaching, that would be Mississippi, US 98. Is that right? US 98? It's US 98 there. Again, here's Bude, the city grid that we have up there. This is going to be still a pretty close call, because the reality is that the tornado here could be a fairly large tornado on top of being a strong tornado. So if you know someone down here, let them know that time is ticking away. Here is the storm track for this that Maggie got figured out for me behind the scenes here. And I'll put, again, that safe place back on here for a moment. We'll try to clear off all the things that pop up here for a second so you can get a clean shot of this. But for folks there, I don't have Bude in that track. I'm going to force it into the track just to make sure. So I'm going to widen this just a little bit. Let me change my fan out to let's say 11 degrees, so a little wider. And I'm going to change my beginning width a little bit wider because I really want viewed in that track just to get you a time. I think it probably stays maybe slightly south as it's going much more east than north. But I just want to make sure we know that we have what we call a tornado emergency that's in effect there for folks in Franklin County, Mississippi. So if you know somebody in the path of this, send them this picture. This is a large, violent, damaging tornado that could be a killer. It's in fairly rural territory at the moment down here, but we know the power that you have to send that along. So make sure that you let somebody there know that this is a very, very dangerous and could be deadly situation. Going back to another version here of our Mama Justice Doppler radar, kind of behind the scenes. I'll bring that back in for a second. I do see a little bit of weakening, but let's be clear on what this is. Very rarely, I can tell you once or, I mean, maybe, let's just overestimate and say 5 times that I've seen this in real time. A tornado look this strong on the rotation here since we've been in Mississippi. So this is a very impressive area of rotation. Could be weakening just a little bit, hopefully weakening just a little bit there south of Meadville and Suffolk down there in Franklin County, Mississippi. Again, we're down in South Mississippi with this. Maggie, we're going to go back over to you toward the Hattiesburg area in a second. I'm going to swing back closer to Hattiesburg. My radar here, I'm looking again out of Louisiana, so it's a long ways away from this one. When I look at that same component here, that same rotation, we do show some rotation on this, but you can see how, whereas the other one we were in kind of the yellows and reds, this one is not quite as impressive now. Briefly was a little bit stronger a little bit ago, and the thing I should also say is occasionally you get yellows and reds, but you don't get to go as high up as what we had. It was yellows and reds very, very high up, so a strong area of rotation on that storm there. This one somewhat weaker as it approaches. It still could be a tornado as it's approaching, again, U.S. Actually, I think that's I-59, if that's right. Help me out here, Maggie. That is, I think, I-59. Yeah. Let's go ahead and go to our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, who's in on that one there, watching that rotating storm down there south of the Hattiesburg area for folks that may be down there.
Yeah, looking at US 59 and Highway 11, that's where that rotation is going to be passing over. And you can see here that circle of rotation still indicated within our system. So that's where we're watching. You can see where the reds and the greens match up, still indicating some rotation within this confirmed tornado warning cell as it continues to pass over into Forest County. So that's really where we're watching this, passing over Highway 11, passing over 59, going to be crossing over into Forest County in the next few minutes, looking to impact portions of Dixie and also US 98 as well. So that's what we're watching overall. Again, our system continuing to put those circles in place, indicating rotation within this storm. So it's something we're still watching as it continues to make its way over. Hold on just a second. I don't know if Matt's trying to do something. If you are, Matt, just tell me to quit doing what I'm doing.
It's just me. Sorry. I was going to get the Hattiesburg camera up. Give me a second to try to get that one up. Sorry, I should have said something as opposed to just doing something. And yeah, unfortunately, they're kind of in the middle of it there.
Cannot even see. So this is something of note, Matt, because this is about to pass over those highways, US 59 and Highway 11. This is not something, obviously, we want to be driving in, but also visibility. If I step out of the way, I mean, you cannot even see within this camera. This is their camera down in Hattiesburg. Again, this tornado warning cell that is confirmed is moving into at least southern portions of Hattiesburg. That area of rotation going to be passing south of the city of Hattiesburg. And that's what we're watching. But even within the city of Hattiesburg, you can see very, very heavy rainfall, even if it's not in the center of that rotation. So we encourage you, even if you're within the city of Hattiesburg, even if that rotation is south of you, you need to be finding your safe place. Sturdy structure, lowest, most interior room in your house is where you need to be going. Windowless room. Make sure you have some blankets, some shoes. If you got a helmet, put it on. Stay there until this does make its way out of the area. Even if you're within the city of Hattiesburg, in the main area of rotation south of the city, but we still want you in your tornado safe place as this moves through. Unsafe places, cars and trucks. And of course, we talked about those major highways, interstate systems that this is going to be passing through. 59, Highway 11, anywhere that you're traveling south of the city of Hattiesburg, you do not need to be traveling. If you know anybody that is, make sure that they are, you're letting them know and they're getting off the roadway. Of course, ways you can help, call and tell people that they're in the path of this, especially if they're, again, in the city or south of the city of Hattiesburg. That other tornado warning cell as well, we did put the latest track of that on Matt's Facebook page. So something you can do as well is go to his Facebook page, share it, and share it to the people that you know are in the path of both of these storms. So definitely something that we're watching in both places. And I'm going to let Matt take a hold of that so we're not both moving at the same time. Again, but this one, still a tornado emergency, and still seeing that rotation sitting just south of Bude, between Dick and Bude right now. That area, again, indicated a rotation. That indicated on our system, you can see both that red circle and that gray circle indicating rotation still pretty likely with this system. Again, a tornado emergency. Not only is this tornado warning cell likely producing a tornado, it's likely producing a strong tornado. And that's when we see that upgrade from a tornado warning, a confirmed tornado warning, to a tornado emergency. So definitely something you want to take very seriously, and something folks need to be taking very seriously if you live down here, if you know anybody that is. Here's the latest track on that area of rotation. It's moving east at 50 miles an hour. It's going to be in places like Little Springs at 7:28 p.m., Center Point 7:36, Arlington at 7:40, West Lincoln at 7:40, Northfield around 7:46, Blueberry Hill around 7:48. The places like Thayer at around 7:48 as well. So that's the area that we're watching, in that area of rotation sitting just to the south of the city of Bude, between Bude and Dick along 98 there. So I encourage you, even if you're within the city of Bude, even though this is sitting just to the south of you, you need to be in your tornado safe place as well. This likely putting down a strong tornado just sitting to the south of you. It's not something you're going to want to be outdoors for, or looking out the window for, Matt.
I'm sorry, I kept jumping in on that.
Okay.
One of these days I'll be better about that. I will say I do think it's weakening right now. There's been, I think, a pretty clear weakening trend on this, be it prayers or just running out of fuel. That's what we want to see. It looks just like a big red blob on radar, unless you're looking at the wind mode. But I think our wind, our gate-to-gate shear here has come down a little bit. I'll take it back to the regular 2-box here for a second and change what's behind me, because that allows us to look at both radars at the same time. In doing so, you can see our area of circulation, I think, is, again, it's a little bit weaker there. It's still, impressive. Still probably a tornado ongoing, and still some tornado debris being detected on this there, right, kind of in the middle of the screen where my thumb is, along where that out east of US 98, where that rotation is at this point. So still likely a tornado ongoing, still a strong storm, still one to shelter from. But Maggie, it's not often we get one quite as strong as what this one has looked like. It was a long ways away from the radar site and kicking that debris up very high. So a very scary situation for folks down there as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. And that's why we're tracking it. Again, we don't usually cover this area, but this is a tornado emergency. So we're going to cover it as much as we can, right? And we want you to help us out. Our reach only goes so far if you're not there to help us. So if you know anybody within this area, I encourage you, you can send them right here how you're watching, send them the Mississippi Live weather app, but especially just text them and say, hey, you need to be in your tornado safe place. If you are sitting in Bude, if you're sitting in Dick along 98, in the places like Little Springs as well, need to be getting into your tornado safe place. I will say this has looked to weaken, not necessarily seeing that ongoing wrap of our winds, kind of the winds to and from the radar, not seeing that wrap as much, indicating rotation as we did, but still enough of a strong storm. And this has put down enough indicators that a confirmed tornado is happening that you still need to be in your tornado safe place. So that's going to continue to move. Right now, this tornado emergency warning is for places like Franklin County until 8:15, going to be moving into Lincoln County next. So if you're in Lincoln County, this is headed towards you, and we want you in your tornado safe place as well. The National Weather Service in Jackson is looking to downgrade this to still being confirmed, I think, but not necessarily tornado emergency. So continuing to watch this as well. Still, again, need to be in your tornado safe place, whether this is a tornado warning or an emergency tornado warning. A tornado warning is a tornado warning, right? And we want you to be in a sturdy structure in the lowest, most interior room of your home if you're in places like Franklin and over into Lincoln County. So that's something of note with that one. We're still watching this one that's over in Hattiesburg as well. Honestly, looking at this might be putting down more hail, more of a concern with this than it is that overall tornado warning. Taking a look at this, well, still some rotation indicated with that right near Dixie. So this is south of Hattiesburg, near Dixie, still seeing, you can see those reds and greens kind of coming together. South of 98, again, right around the city of Dixie, still seeing some rotation within this as well. So if you're in Dixie on 4 Points, Indian Springs, Belleville, they are going to go ahead and issue that tornado warning into places like Perry County as well. So they're extending that. That rotation's still there and prevalent enough. The National Weather Service and Jackson going to go ahead and extend that tornado warning to include Perry, Mississippi now as well. So looking east of Dixie, we're going to continue to see this again, tracking kind of along 98 as it makes its way through. So continuing to watch a few areas where tornado warnings are prevalent in South Mississippi going on right now. Here's a look at reflectivity with that. I'm going to get a storm track on that one because we haven't talked about it in a minute here. And let me make sure before I do, I think they still have this one tracking out around 50 miles an hour. So just making sure that we are giving you the latest information. Hold on just a second. I'm not really putting that up here, but either way, okay, seeing that continue. Okay, so let's go ahead and give you the latest track on this one, heading over in Dixie right now, continuing to push into places like Perry County. Still going to move this around 50 miles an hour. It's a little fast. We'd rather be a little fast than a little slow. So here's a look at that as it continues to make its way through Forest County and move into Perry County. Here's the latest look at the track on that. If you know anybody, make sure to send them this, send them a picture of this. Say a tornado warning cell is on the way. It was previously confirmed. It's not anymore, but that doesn't mean it still couldn't put down something. So 4 Points around 732, Raglan around 732, Belleville around 735, Benmore around 750, Hintonville around 750 as well. So that is looking from the center where that rotation currently is. Still want to be in your tornado safe place. If you're in places like Corinth, this is down in central and southern Mississippi, not northwest Mississippi or northeast Mississippi, but Corinth, Richton, Ferguson still want you in your tornado safe place as well. You're just not within that specific area of rotation that we're tracking in this passing just to the south of Hattiesburg right now. So that's that other tornado warning cell that we were tracking down in central Mississippi. 2 tornado warnings currently at place, one going into Forest and Perry County, the other one in portions of Franklin and Lincoln County right now.
Yeah, I think one good thing, as you mentioned a moment ago there, that downgrade, we don't want to say down when we start talking about tornadoes, but the fact that we're going from this is absolutely tearing stuff up to less likely to be doing that is an important distinction and something that's excellent to see. I want to give kind of an overview here for a moment of where we're looking, what we're watching, what we're thinking. Again, you're watching Mississippi Live, whether I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Maggie McCauley. We're based out of North Mississippi. We're doing a little bit of coverage down in South Mississippi. I can't say we're going to keep going all evening down here, but we've had a couple of storms with confirmed tornadoes, including, as we talked about a moment ago there, what was a tornado emergency for locations near Bude just a few moments ago. Things have changed somewhat. That tornado emergency, we're watching again the storm here that's closer to Brookhaven, still with the potential this could be a confirmed tornado. That's what kind of this outline here shows. If I go back a few moments, this kind of brightest purple is tornado emergency. This kind of still somewhat purpley is confirmed tornado. It looks like they went down to just, I guess, confirmed tornado and have come back now to kind of a higher end, large and extremely dangerous on that description there as well. So it's a sign that this is a volatile storm, and storms like this do sometimes have a tendency to go through a cycle where they kind of weaken and strengthen again, and this could be on that kind of upswing again. Looking at our rotation, boy, this was on kind of the south side of Bude. You can see the city grid of Bude there kind of at the top. You hopefully can make it out there, and where this went distance there from this kind of probably what was the edge of the tornado, somewhere around there to Bude, was no more than about 1.5 miles. That's that's a rough there as well. Okay, so looking specifically at the other storm over there, let's go look the storm back to Forest County. I know that that's close-ish to Camp Shelby, and so that would be the one there closer to Hattiesburg. And I'm going to get with our Maggie McCauley on that again as we're looking and tracking these thunderstorms there. Again, the still big impacts with where this could be going, right?
Yeah, that's right. So this is the other one that we're watching. Again, this is for Forest County, and the National Weather Service go ahead and extending this for Perry County. And you can see there, we've kind of seen this with this overall worn cell, that circle in the reflectivity. So this is looking at the rain. You can see the rain kind of trying to wrap around, indicating some rotation there. So even seeing it within the rain mode, some rotation indicated there. And you can see it there on our wind mode as well. I'm trying not to use big words out here for you, but this is what we call our velocity. You can see the winds kind of still wrapping around Epps and Barron Point. So still looking at this, just passed through, or just pressed over 49 and continuing to make its way out as well. Some multiple areas of rotation with this as we're kind of taking a look at that.
Well,
again,
so
that's going to be passing
right over top of Camp Shelby. There is I think that one of the concerns that people have with that. I'm looking at this version. I'm going to pull up my version of radar here for just a second because it's easier for me to pull off all of the radar data on this. Let me do that. And so this is pretty much where this rotation is right over top of Camp Shelby, as you can see there. Again, in eastern Forest County. Going back here a couple of scans when this was more, I would say more organized. Let's widen this just a little bit. So again, Camp Shelby, where my mouse is there, the rotation, not quite as impressive, but it is rotating right over top of it right now. Checking the debris mode on here. I do not think I necessarily have debris that I can confirm, but our rotation is pretty much right over top. And there's actually kind of two areas of circulation here. And again, you can see that city grid or that grid there of all the roads related to that as well. I got to give a shout out to Craig Ford for making sure I know my South Mississippi geography as well. He knows everything everywhere. That's why we love them. But the rotation, there's kind of two areas here that are right over top of different parts of Camp Shelby at this point. Looking at again the precipitation mode, you can kind of see why, because this is I'd say kind of our developing area, and then kind of an area sort of back on the back side. But I'd say the area that's most likely to produce a tornado is the one right there on the county line, working there south of the Belleville community. So I'm going to get a better track on this. I'm going to have Maggie track that spot a little more closely. She can do better tracking on the regular version of Mama Justice Doppler. Maggie, let's get a storm track on that. Again, looking eastward, probably using that cone track there.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and put a track on this, making it move eastward through that county track as well. Here's a look at that as that's continuing to make its way into Perry County. Again, taking a look, there is multiple areas of rotation, looking at the one that's most likely to produce a tornado, looking to be kind of in the southern half of this warning overall, in places like New Augusta around 742, Ferguson around 747, Hercules Station around 750, places like Benmore around 752, and places like Hintonville around 752 as well. So continuing to look at that kind of on the southern section of this area, southern half of Perry County is where we're looking at that most prominent rotation currently taking place. So that's an overall look at that. If you're within this area from Belleville over into New Augusta, let me get that road name right. Along 98, I encourage you to be in your tornado safe place. Where is that? It's the lowest area of a well-built, sturdy structure, lowest area, most interior room, a room with no windows. That's usually a bathroom or a closet. Again, I want you there. If you're within the areas that this is going to be impacting, you need to be getting there very soon as well. So we want to make sure everybody does know about this. We don't cover southern Mississippi very often, but with these tornado warnings being confirmed, we are taking some time to do so. So I encourage you, if you know anybody within this area in portions of southern Perry County, you need to let them know there is a tornado warning within their county that has had previously a confirmed tornado on the ground moving into Perry County right now. And again, could do so very well as these continue to cycle up and down. So it has the potential to continue to maybe produce another confirmed tornado warning as it continues to move through southern portions of Perry County.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Maggie. And, just kind of looking at this on a different version of Mama Justice Doppler radar here, you can see the worst of this probably past the grid there. This road grid, this complex grid you see here would be Camp Shelby, of course, where the National Guard does training down in South Mississippi there. So folks tend to be familiar with that. This is tracking there just now east, exiting Forest County, where our peak rotation probably is on this storm. There's probably some big hail up here on the north part, as has been the case on a lot of these storms today. Looking specifically at kind of that rotation mode that we've used a few times today. Neither one of those are as impressive as earlier, but we do now have, again, confirmation of at least one potential tornado there. Emergency manager reported damage to an office building north of the Purvis area as this storm came through. Again, that's when, see, you had some of the brighter returns on this about, oh gosh, what would that have been? That'd been about 7:10 or so. So luckily weakening a little bit as it approached Camp Shelby and going through kind of a cycle where it could attempt to strengthen once again as well. This is looking from the radar site down in Louisiana. So we do have a fairly large distance away. In saying that, though, that also looks fairly impressive. So it's not unreasonable. This could produce another tornado here fairly soon. We hope that's not the case, but remains a possibility. Tornado warning continues also for a storm here that's now east of Bude. This one has likely produced a strong to violent tornado when it was tracking again here through locations south of Bude near Dick, and then now moving luckily through what, if you just kind of pull off all of our radar data, is fairly rural area. There are homes, though, on these back roads, and so still scary. And you'll notice that while I say that it is weakened, this is still probably a tornado. It's not unreasonable to say doing damage. It certainly has strong winds, a strong rotation still with it. And looking at the debris mode, I don't show the tornado debris on there, but it's still fairly strong rotation as well. So maybe we're lucky enough that it's not producing debris and not on the ground at this instant. But it most certainly is trying very hard if it is not. It's been impressive for a while here. So we'll, of course, confirming it is something that's important after the fact. But as far as preparation goes, if you're ahead of this in West Lincoln or Brookhaven and Hartman and Thayer there, we need to be in that tornado safe for those locations as well. At this point, the description on this from the National Weather Service, you kind of see that box sort of pop up on the screen. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near McCall Creek or 13 miles east of Meadville. Moving east at 42 knots, which is about 50 miles per hour. So still fairly strong rotation. Do not show as much debris on that. Maybe a little bit of a debris signature there in the middle. Yeah, I think it's reasonable that could be a debris signature there, right there where my pointer is in the middle of that one. That's where we also have some strong rotation rotating back in. And so based on the angle that this has been moving, look where it was, say, 25 minutes ago. Look where it is now. So you can see based on the angle there that this is continuing toward West Lincoln and the south side of Brookhaven there, Hartman as well, in the path of this long-lived rotating thunderstorm that could be trying to produce a tornado. So our meteorologist Maggie McCauley is going to get a storm track on that we'll show you here in a second. But for folks that are ahead of this, we want to make sure that we are on the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. And if at all possible, we are avoiding unsafe places. Cars, trucks, and manufactured homes would qualify as those unsafe places. And just, be thoughtful about things for a moment. This doesn't do you a whole lot of good if you're in the immediate path, but we need to be making sure, though, if we're farther ahead of this, because of the history of this storm, that we get out if we think that we are in a dangerous spot. And manufactured homes, unfortunately, are always dangerous locations in a tornado. They are never safe. You're 20 times more likely to die in a manufactured home versus a site-built structure if it's hit by a tornado. And this area of circulation has probably hit some things, so we don't want that. We want to get to a sturdy structure. Our friends at Tupelo Home Center sponsor this graphic for us up here in North Mississippi because they, if a tornado, well, not a tornado, but if you purchase a manufactured home from them, they actually give you a storm shelter to make your manufactured home a 365-day-a-year structure, because you just go right outside and get in that storm shelter. Anyway, regardless, we have to be thinking about the fact that we need to be in a safer location. Let's go to Maggie, who has that latest storm track there. Maggie.
Yeah, like Matt said, these are kind of weakening and strengthening. This one looked to be back on the strengthening path. It's just kind of carrying along south of 84 right now. So if you're in southern Mississippi, if you know anybody that kind of sits south of 84 in places south of Cobb, south of Brookhaven, that's where we're tracking that overall strongest rotation happening right now. And I'm kind of giving a more broad view of this. We're not tracking just the area of rotation, but kind of the larger view in itself, because this has had the capability and still has the capability of putting a confirmed tornado on the ground, and possibly a strong tornado. So if you're within this path, I want you in your tornado safe place and take a look at these times overall right now. Cobb's around 744, Williams around 744, Vaughn around 746, and to places like Northfield around 748, Thayer around 748 as well, Hartman around 749, Brookhaven around 751. Now, I know Brookhaven's kind of a more populated area. I will say this is looking to kind of ride along 84, probably stay south of the city of Brookhaven, but still, if you're within Brookhaven, I want you in your tornado safe place as well. This will be into that area around 751, Enterprise around 752, Pearl Haven around 752, Wellman around 754, Carlos around 756, East Lincoln around 759. So going into the 8 o'clock hour, Harmony around 801 as well. So still watching in this tornado that has the potential of putting down not only a confirmed tornado, but a strong tornado as it does. You can see there looking at debris. This is continuing to try to at least try to put down a debris signature. You can kind of see it overlapping with that red circle, kind of overlapping with rotation. That's what we watch for to confirm that that is debris. So if it's putting down debris, that means we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground. So we're continuing to pay very close attention to this as it passes just to the south of 84 over in southern Mississippi. So if you know anybody in this area, again, we encourage you to take a picture of this, give them a call, let them know that there is likely a confirmed tornado on the ground headed their way, and they need to be in their tornado safe place as this does pass through. And you can really see, I mean, look at the wraparound of that precip. I know Matt talks about this, but when you kind of see that more arm strength looking as that precip kind of wraps around. I forgot the overall wording that he says with that, but when it wraps around itself, that's when we really start to see that rotation increase, even within that precipitation mode. So even seeing it there when we're not even looking at the winds, can see that overall rotation happening just to the south of 84.
And I wish I could remember the phrase that you're using as well. But
you say so. I don't know. I'll think of it later.
Yeah.
But
I will say that they are now again upgrading this back as they're continuing to watch this, not just a tornado warning, but now going up to considerable. The idea that we could be talking about a strengthening tornado causing more significant damage. Unfortunately, that's their viewpoint on this storm as well. Let's go into analysis mode with Mama Justice Doppler radar. And again, West Lincoln, we were calling you out about 10. Well, we've been calling you out for a while, but just a few minutes ago is a place where this is a real problem here. And so for folks there in Lincoln County, near the West Lincoln community, that's where this is strongest, where you see this yellow here. This is our area of circulation. I have this boiled down to where it's looking at just that instantaneous kind of circulation there. I'm going to try a graphic that I don't try all that often as we're looking for tornado debris. I want to see what this blob is down here, make sure that correlates. That does. This is probably a tornado debris signature right here, because at that exact same spot, I have tornado debris. This is, I'll be perfectly honest, we need to be in our storm shelter, but this is probably a visible one. Well, despite time of day, which is probably too dark at this point. Either way, we need to be in a tornado safe place. If you know somebody that's down here in front of this near the West Lincoln community, Hartman, possibly I'm going to get Brookhaven to where Brookhaven is on the map and visible here. Obviously, that's a pretty good sized city that's generally in the path of this. This is going to move over top of West Lincoln. is going to track here pretty much right along, if not just south of US 84 there in Lincoln County. This has the look of a strong tornado. Don't pay attention to the exact spot where it has that triangle there. I don't think that's precisely right. I think that there's potential we could have, well, let's be clear, potential we could have two areas of circulation there. But this south one there is the one that really has my attention on the latest scan here, because this has the look there. I think I talked about it being a fist. I don't remember the exact phrase, Maggie, but either way, this, you can see updating to that spot we were talking about just a moment ago there, where we could be talking there. This is around Auburn Drive Southwest, south of the West Lincoln community there, where this could be a significant strengthening tornado, and that is a strong tornado debris signature being detected on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Show it up a few scans as well. I'm not going to be able to get all the way up with it because this one's still developing, but I have debris to at least now 5,000 feet. Debris height, there is a correlation there between how high debris is and how strong the tornado is. Our previous tornado on this was probably somewhere between EF3 or greater in strength because of how high it threw the debris. This one is going to be strengthening as well. If you know somebody who lives near Hartman and Thayer, south of Brookhaven, give them a call, let them know. That's how you can help. Take a picture of what we're showing here. And in particular, I'm going to switch my radar here. I'm going to take that one from you, Maggie, real quick so that I can get a storm track specifically on this based on exactly where we're at with this, at about 50 miles per hour, trying to put every truck stop and everything else in between here. So I'm going to switch my radar in just a second, but I want to put it on my mode where I put everything on it that we can. Okay, and then I want you to take this picture here, if you would. So this picture, again, showing a lot going on this, but the thing to not miss, we'll have an updated location in just a second here, the radar scan coming along right there. That is a tornado debris signature occurring. I need Brookhaven on this map if I can get it there at the top. This is I-55. Going to cross I-55. If you know somebody maybe down near Brookhaven, south of Jackson on I-55, south of Brookhaven there, this is going to cross I-55 south of the 84-55 interchange by no more than maybe, let's say, about 3 miles. It's going to be pretty close there to that interchange. But that purple you see in the middle there, that is a solid and unfortunate tornado debris signature right there that we're looking at. So all of our indications are that that is tornado debris, and it is being lofted in this. So we need to make sure folks down there are in their tornado safe place. To kind of clarify things here again for a moment, I would put this, assuming that the speed on this, and I'm going to get the speed right, we should be about 50 miles per hour. So assuming about 50 miles per hour, this is no longer than about 4 minutes from crossing I-55. And that would be at probably absolute longest 4 minutes it crosses I-55 down here in Lincoln County, where we, again, I think once again have a significant tornado. I see a considerable the damage tag on that there on a storm that produced multiple tornado touchdowns. So call somebody, nag them, whatever you need to do to make sure they know they need to be in their tornado safe place down here. Current time is 7:47 p.m. Let's go ahead and reset things here for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. We're watching a significant tornado that previously has prompted a tornado emergency that at this point in time here is potentially a strong tornado developing and getting stronger south of Brookhaven, fairly populated community. We also have another storm that is producing potentially a tornado again over here in Perry County that moved right over Camp Shelby, previously has produced some tornado damage. Supposedly, we're far away from the radar, so not a good low-level lock on it, but still having a couple spots where we have some pretty stout rotation on this, on the storm there, and we'll track that eastward. This one, again, still in the maybe, possibly, hopefully not category versus the other one that we know is producing a tornado on the ground at this moment. So we're going to show this quickly, encourage you to send this to somebody that might be down here in Benmore or in Ferguson or Kittrell or Byrd or Bradley or Jonathan. For folks in the path of this, make sure they know that this could be a tornado that is in the generation phase, a storm that is right along US 98 and has previously produced tornado touchdowns. I call out US 98. Again, a lot of folks know that roadway through there. This is past Camp Shelby, so for any concerns in Camp Shelby, no more concerns from that as well. I need to go wide for just a moment because also as I'm looking here behind the scenes, I'm going to keep this quick. I see somebody asking about specifically about some storm shelters in the New Hope area, watching Boonville. Let me just say this very clearly. No more tornadoes in our typical original coverage area up here. No more tornado risk up here in our original coverage area. We're still watching for you down here in Forest and some of our Max South viewers down in central Mississippi. But the reason we're on this is we have a couple of strong tornadoes that could be causing life-threatening situations down here in Lincoln County. Right where I have that little line coming out there is where we have a tornado likely ongoing about to cross I-55. There's a couple ways in which I can show this. I'm going to hand that version of Mama Justice Doppler back over to Maggie. I'm going to come to a different one here that now gives us an eye that I can kind of do a little bit of analysis behind the scenes on as well. And looking at the rotation on this, again, east of the West Lincoln area. I know that's a lot of directional scramble going on. We should have a new update on this in a moment. I'm up a scan on this. Let's go back down the surface. Yes. Oof. Oof. Okay, so that's right along Calvary Drive Southwest. Position on this is now no more than about a mile to the west of I-55 at the latest update, which would have been 48 after. Current time is 50. So it's probably over top of I-55 right now, if not within about the next 30 seconds. If you know somebody who might be, for whatever reason, down here south of Brookhaven, could be crossing I-55 south of US 84. This is a tornado on the ground doing damage right now, and the most vulnerable locations in a tornado, the most unsafe places above anything else, are cars and trucks. And so that latest update, we're basically within a few hundred feet of I-55 where the debris is showing up. The circulation is probably already, it's basically right over top of that. It's going to cross at the intersection there, Springfield Trail Southwest, and south of Stony Brook Trail Southeast. That's where this is going to cross I-55, approaching the Thayer community, what we believe to be a strong and strengthening tornado. All of our indications are here indicating one that's probably causing damage. This is something that I've never shown before, but we're going to show you right now because I think we can verify it. This is the probability of a debris signature. What that means is the probability that we have the likelihood that this storm is producing debris when we're, say, looking at this right here, the big rain, the reflectivity there. That is the probability of that happening. The white, as you might imagine, is 100%. So cars, trucks, mobile homes, anything like that, we need to be in our safer location. I'm going to bring it back to the regular version of Mama Justice Doppler radar here again for a moment to show you that track. So 7:53 for Thayer, current time is 7:51. Take this picture, and if you know someone down there, send it. This could be a life-threatening and certainly life-altering situation. And this is where the reason we're doing this right now is not for North Mississippi. This is because we know people in North Mississippi know other Mississippians. And we have a strong tornado that is strengthening there in Lincoln County, Mississippi, south of Brookhaven. Brookhaven not showing up for whatever reason on it this instant. Brookhaven's right here, basically. So this is on the south side of Brookhaven, where this is likely a tornado producing significant damage at this point in time. So Hartman, 7:54 for you. Enterprise, Mississippi at 7:58. Cam at 7:59. Fair Oak Springs at 8:03. And NOLA about 8:11. So again, Doppler radar indicated rotation that is likely a significant and damaging storm. As I put this on here, we're going to check for tornado debris, and we're going to check to see how high it's being lofted. Give me a moment. It's going to change one thing here for a moment, and then I'll put that tornado debris thing back on. I'm going to have to kind of probably click on it a couple of times. Let's see how high the tornado debris is being lofted, because this is all the blue you see there is that tornado debris, as this is basically now between I-55 and US Highway 51 over top of Thayer. Hartman course, we're watching for you. And yes, in Brookhaven, this tornado is a little bit south of town. How high the tornado debris is lofted has a direct correlation back to how strong the tornado is. I show it up to at least 10,000 feet now. As you can see, that now puts it firmly in strong tornado category. This is the at least second strong tornado that this thunderstorm has produced, unless it was just one tornado the whole time. So we're looking at the second strong tornado that this thunderstorm has produced down here south of the Brookhaven area in Lincoln County, just a little east of I-55. I know we told some folks to stop up here, hopefully before they got to this spot down south of US 84 here. As this clears, there's probably going to be debris on the roadway. It's highly unlikely there won't be. Too many double negatives there. There's going to be debris all over the highway. And Maggie, I'm looking at your version there on our standard version of Mama Justice Doppler. That's a rough looking velocity signature.
Yeah, that's right. We know when our velocity signature starts doing things other than red and green, we're seeing some serious rotation. Right now, crossing over 55, sitting just to the west of Thayer. So if you're in Thayer, you need to be getting or already in right now as that begins to update your tornado safe place. That just crossed over 55. Again, likely a tornado on the ground and likely a strong tornado at that. So this is passing just to the south of Brookhaven, just like Matt said, south of 84. This is going to continue to track south of 84 into places like Fair River, Harmony, East Lincoln, continuing through Lincoln County. So we are definitely keeping an eye on this over in southern Mississippi. If you know anybody that lives in Lincoln County south of Brookhaven, they need to be getting in their tornado safe place right now. And as this continues to move south of 84, know anybody that lives a little bit further east of Lincoln County, they also need to be getting in the tornado safe places. This likely is producing in a tornado on the ground and a strong one at that. Here's ways you can help. We know a lot of our viewers are from North Mississippi. You're tracking us, or you're watching us track strong storms and tornado warned storms in southern Mississippi. Here's some things that you can do. Call your family and friends that you know they're in this path, especially this one that is confirmed with a tornado on the ground. Give them a call, even if they're around that, even if they're not in the specific track. If they're in Lincoln County, they need to know about this storm ongoing. You can also text a picture of that. Take a picture of our live broadcast. If you're watching us on a television, screenshot it on your phone, send it to them, let them know. And I love the word nag on here. Nag, nag, nag. Tell them you need to be in your tornado safe place, lowest, most interior room of your house, no windows out there. This is a serious situation. It could be giving damage to well-built structures. So that's why we really want you, encourage you to tell others they need to be getting in their tornado safe place. Here's a look at where that rotation is and where it's going. Right now, likely just crossed over 55 south of Brookhaven. Right now, looking to be in places like Thayer and Hartman. So that is that area of rotation that we're really keeping an eye on. Still some good rotation with that. Now, not that colors, that bright return still kind of showing up right around Hartman. Matt, as that continues to track.
I think it's occluding a little bit, and I think it's pulling back north a little bit more. Yeah. It's been going more north, kind of east northeast. I think it's going more northeast now. Just the last scan or two. I'm gonna pull it that direction. But I saw that it updated a second ago. But I think it's hooking in. Yeah, look at that. Watch this. We go back a scan or two. You see, I was going more east. And then I think it's going a little more northeast now. So I know some folks there near Hartman. This is likely a strong tornado, and you will not be able to see it. There was a moment, maybe 20 minutes ago, you could see it. The two circles here, let's talk about this a second. The red circle is strong shear. The gray one is where Mama Justice Doppler has a lock on debris. The positioning on debris isn't always perfect on here, but that means it has a true lock. We've got debris. That's what it is seeing when you get that return that we have on there. So debris, again, east of Thayer, south kind of Hartman. And while I'm trying to pinpoint one specific spot there, it's not unreasonable that whole area is just rotating and causing the issues we have. And unfortunately, the debris signature remains strong.
Yep, right in that same area. Even that rotation marker kind of circling the debris area right now, further confirming that this is likely a tornado and possibly a definitely large tornado impacting Thayer and Hartman as we speak. So next place this is going to continue to track. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say latest update here on this. lofted as high as 18,000 feet a few minutes ago there when it was crossing I-55. And I'll pull myself off screen so that we can have Maggie on with this, but the height makes a difference.
Yeah, the height definitely makes a difference because, as Matt said, the height, the level and the height that this storm is able to toss debris up in the atmosphere directly correlates with its overall EF rating. So you can see there that debris height and intensity. That's why we look at just how high this storm is lifting debris into the area. And that's why we say this is likely not only a confirmed tornado on the ground, but a strong tornado at that. So that's why we really want folks that are within this path to be getting in the tornado safe place. Here's an overall look at that. Again, we look at the positioning on this. It's looking to pull a little bit further north. So Fair Oak Springs around 8:04 p.m., Fair River around 8:08, into NOLA around 8:12, and the places like Ferguson around 8:23, Hook around 8:25. So continuing to see this, probably eventually going to be passing over 84. As you can see, kind of a little bit of a northerly turn with this. So Fair Oak Springs, even to places as far south as Harmony, want you in your tornado safe place as well, as this is likely producing not only a tornado on the ground, but a large tornado at that. So keeping a very close eye on that debris, how high it's being lifted, and overall the wind still looking to indicate rotation. Our Mama Justice Doppler radar is still indicating that as well, Matt.
21,000 feet is the highest I've seen so far on it. 21,000 feet, going back to that last graphic, would be that debris over the Hartman area here. I think this is the current scan. Yeah, somewhere around 21, 22,000 feet. I might have a return higher than that. And if that's the case, that would be, I can't guarantee this. I don't know that it's a bright enough return, but I have something there up at 27,000 feet. And that would just be incredible. All of that to say, none of that matters if you're on the ground ahead of this, if you're not in a storm shelter. So south of Brookhaven here, southeast of Hartman, approaching, that would be Highway 383. Let me double check that. That's, Highway 383 southeast is where our likely large and violent tornado is right now. This probably shows it better than anything else. This is that tornado debris. When you look at this, everything where you see kind of that darker blue, that indicates where that tornado debris signature is. And this is, again, kind of a crude version of our Mama Justice Doppler radar that we're looking at here. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon, alongside of our meteorologist Maggie McCauley, on what is likely a strong to violent tornado ongoing in and around the locations in Lincoln County. Tornado emergency in effect for those spots. Tornado warning also extended eastward on this storm. Again, a confirmed extremely large and dangerous tornado there, located and working its way near the Enterprise area at this point, because it's on the north side of the Enterprise area, east of Hartman, north of Wellman, and 100% behind me on the graphic. So I apologize for that there as well. So that's some of the spots that involved in this here. And I'll pop this up. And Maggie, I'm going to pop up your audio with this here for a moment, so that you can kind of help me talk about this while I work on something for you behind the scenes. But let me double check, pop your audio up here. There's some folks here in the path that clearly have to be very, very careful, right?
Yeah, that's right. Continuing to watch this again, this storm has had intensified, and then we've seen it kind of come back to life, weakened a little bit, and now it's back to being likely a confirmed tornado. Not only that, a strong tornado on the ground as it continues to pass through. Just pass through places like Hartman and Thayer. We've really been watching, now looking to pass through, again, still sitting kind of south of 84, south of Cam as it makes its way in, just like Matt is seeing, north of Enterprise, still keeping a very close eye on that. again, if you're in this area, if you know anybody within this area, they need to be getting into their tornado safe place, because when we talk about debris, when we talk about a confirmed tornado being on the stronger side of things, we talk about then damage being done to well-built structures, right? So being done to your home and things of that nature. So you need to be in the most interior room of your house, in the lowest floor of your house as well. If you're within this area and you have time to get to a storm shelter, and maybe you're in something like a mobile home or maybe an apartment complex, we also encourage you to do that as well. So something that we're definitely tracking. You can see that description of your safe place. Again, a sturdy structure, middle lowest floor, windowless room. So in our house, that's a bathroom. It can be a closet bathroom, usually something of that nature. Make sure to bring pillows with you. If you have a helmet, of course, put it on. Make sure you have your shoes on as well, because if there is damage done to your house, you're going to want to get out of the bathroom and closet eventually, right? And you're going to want shoes on to do so. Make sure to stay there until this all clear is given. So I encourage you to stick with us, stick with being inside until this is really passed through your area, because again, it's a very dangerous situation that we're tracking. That was sitting just to the south of Brookhaven, now sitting just to the north and east of Enterprise. So still keeping a very close eye on this. If you're watching us in North Mississippi, this is in central and southern Mississippi, where we're watching that greatest tornado threat taking place. So that's what we're keeping an eye on out there as of late. Again, we knew that the severe threat overall was going to be more for south and central Mississippi, and that is exactly what has taken place so far. This has really been south of 20, primarily for these strong storms and these strong storms that have produced tornadoes out there for us. So just something of note, if you're just now tuning in with us, this is what we're watching. This other tornado warned cell still hanging out there, still hanging on. Producing a lot of rainfall with it as well, likely probably some hail as well, as it continues to move in to central Mississippi. So still watching this tornado warned cell, not necessarily confirmed, but it did have confirmation at least a few warnings ago. So still has the capability of putting down a tornado as well. Again, this is another tornado warning, with this rotation just going to be passing to the north of Leakesville, I believe is what that town is. So definitely keeping an eye on both of these at the moment. Here on our Mama Justice Doppler radar, you can kind of see that rotation right now going to be impacting portions of Bradley and Jonathan. Not looking too impressive, especially in comparison to what we have seen, and especially in comparison to what's going on more in just to the west of that. But still something we're keeping an eye on. But this one definitely catching our eye more than anything else. This is passing right now just to the south and east of Brookhaven. Still likely seeing a debris signature out there with this, so still keeping a very close eye on it. Also, these do pulse up and down, so they do weaken and strengthen, so we're still keeping a close eye on them, or close eye on it, even if they do drop the tornado emergency, but still looking to put down a strong tornado likely as it continues to move through that area of rotation, looking to move through between Fair River and East Lincoln. So if you know anybody that's sitting to the south of 84, south and east of Brookhaven, between Fair River and East Lincoln, that's where we're tracking the likely rotation that could be again producing the potential of a strong tornado at the moment. So that's the main area that we are watching for. This is down again in central and southern Mississippi, where that greatest tornado threat has been taking place today, and it's still ongoing. National Weather Service in Jackson has been very busy, to say the least, this evening with continuing to put up these tornado warnings and continue to put up confirmed tornado warnings as well.
Maggie, one of the things I'm concerned with is if we have a scenario here where we might have two tornadoes. So we've had a well-defined, long-lived tornado here. It's been on the ground for a while. This kind of hole you see in the data, we typically get that when something really bad is happening and the radar is like, there's no way that's happening, and it filters it out. One of the things I was measuring while we were talking is that that this overall area there of rotation, where, you know, I think we were seeing maybe both sides of the mesocyclone aloft, more than 2 miles wide, where I think at least we're measuring the debris that's circling around this. This has unfortunately been likely a strong to violent tornado that's probably still ongoing. But the fact I see that second area of like rotation on the southeast side there, south of where it says East Lincoln, that's one of those scenarios where it's possible that we could be at that spot there also dealing with a secondary circulation. Checking the kind of wind mode, the rotation mode on this, it's not as pronounced. And clearly the north one here, the one that's kind of approaching East Lincoln from the north, this is the one we have to shelter from, we have to be careful from, and that obviously could be just very, very bad stuff. So if you know someone that's down here, make sure that they are aware that bad stuff could happen, and that this could be a life-altering to life-threatening situation. We are looking a long ways away from the radar site, and looking at the rain mode here. This is what the thing. Okay, look at this for a second, Maggie. And I wish I could. I don't have a way to pop you up in front of this yet, unfortunately. So I'm just going to have to use your audio. But look at just how wide that is versus the storm relative velocity, basically catching the whole area there of rotation. I mean, that's probably, it's just capturing like this whole area where there's debris circling around this at 4,000-ish feet, trying to settle out from this, what has been strong tornado that lofted it so high. So near Fair River, south of US, I think that's at 84. That's some rough stuff.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on this. This has just continued to be impressive, right? Continue to put down a debris signature, continue to match up with where we're looking at rotation, and just really hasn't let up, at least this particular storm, as it passed through south of Brookhaven, as it passed through other areas of central Mississippi. This has continued to be a very impressive storm, and it continues to be. So that's why we really encourage you, if you're within the line, within the path of this storm, you need to be going to your tornado safe place, and you need to be letting people know. If you're watching us here in North Mississippi, know anybody that's living south of Brookhaven, southeast of Brookhaven, they need to be getting to their tornado safe place. This is likely still continuing to put down a strong tornado as it passes through south of 84 between East Lincoln and Fair River. That's where we're looking at those areas of rotation. That's where we're looking at the strongest areas of rotation that could be putting down a confirmed large tornado. So that's where we're watching. Again, that's going to continue to pass through over in like Ashton, Limley. So I'm kind of looking at that again. Excuse us if we say things incorrectly.
So that's one of the storm chasers there. That's Ashton.
Oh, well, hey, he's there then. I'm like, where is that? I saw that was
I'm half tempted to give him a call.
Is he there,
make sure he's that's him there. Let me give him a call real quick. Hold on real quick. MDOT traffic map. If you can pull up MDOT traffic, some of the damage related to that. Again, our Craig Ford mentioning that the traffic blocked again on I-55, apparently in both directions, where clearly what was unfortunately probably a strong tornado across there just a little bit ago. That's unfortunately some bad news, but not shocking that is some of the reports coming in from down there. I am not going to get on with Ashton because he needs to maneuver and be as safe as he can be down there, because he's on a bad one, and I'm sure we'll talk to him and see what he has seen coming up here a little later on this evening. But look, for his sake, luckily that southern rotation doesn't look quite as bad. That north one still could potentially be a tornado at this point here. That southern tornado, we'll see. But looking at the wind mode here, again, about to cross over in the next couple of moments here. Let's get you the latest, I guess, update on this. Again, what is an extended tornado warning here, moving again through now East Lincoln and now into Lawrence and West Jefferson counties. I'll go a little wider on this so you can kind of see all of that. So again, Lawrence County, you can see where this is. Again, the fairly wide circulation that we have with this, and the fact that this is continuing to produce sustained tornadoes is a concern that it continue to do that maybe for the next few hours. Let's go ahead and reset things here for a moment. Current time is now, what are we at? We're at 8:12. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Maggie McCauley, who is watching and tracking with us multiple rotating thunderstorms in South Mississippi to give you the overview for North Mississippi. And let's not, jump too far past that here for a moment. Second to be able to pull that up here from a different shot. This is from our Jackson radar site, and show you that we do have, again, some rumbles farther north. These are, for example, heavier than some of the storms we had earlier. If we look at the wind mode there, nothing of concern with this. So in Louisville, while we still have, obviously, I think some nerves that are on edge, especially when we're talking about as bad as what we're talking about down south. Let me pull that off the screen there where it says, detected rotation, because that is not the case at this point here for you. We do not have any issues with that at this point. We are just dealing with, again, I switched radar sites again, because it's like, pay attention to the most impressive one. These storms up here around Louisville are below severe limits, and that's the case across all of North Mississippi. So our traditional coverage area up here, we have no issues. If you're watching us to call someone down south and make phone calls and stay on the phone and hopefully give them accurate information, because this storm down here remains very rough down here east and southeast of Brookhaven. We have had, I think, a long-lived tornado that moved here, that's been moved from when it was south of Natchez all the way now closer to Monticello. It's been one or maybe multiple tornadoes. If I just rewind this thing here, you can see, just follow the triangle where it has been. And again, its rotation's been strong the whole time. These kind of pink boxes you see there, those are tornado emergencies. So we've had multiple tornado emergencies issued with this over the course of the last hour plus. And it is once again still in a zone where it is probably producing a tornado, potentially a strong tornado here north of the East Lincoln area. Now we're in East Lincoln County, just south of the Fair River community, pretty much right along Harmony Drive southeast in Lincoln County, Mississippi. Ahead of this is Monticello. And looking at the angle of this, this is heading right for you. It's picked up a little bit farther north, and on this closer shot here from the Jackson radar side, I was looking from farther away. We probably had, if we didn't have one large tornado, we might have had twin tornadoes. We were talking about that a minute ago there. That's not impossible that we had twin tornadoes, but it's interesting that the south tornado would have become dominant again. That's not typically the way that works. Let's double check the rotation on this. Let's go back a few scans, get it back for the right spot there. So our circulation here is getting closer to crossing US 84, and we'll probably do that pretty close to the Monticello community. So if you know some folks that live in Monticello, you need to let them know that there is a tornado-producing thunderstorm that's caused violent, likely violent damage that is moving at least toward town as we speak. As I bring it back here, kind of more standard version of Mama Justice Doppler radar for a moment. Give me a second here to get that to lock back in. Go off of that and then back. I'm going to play along. Well, we'll get that up and going here in just a second. But that is, Maggie, I'll let you get that one pulled up back there. I'll let you get the regular version back at your spot. But first, before we do that, let's go ahead and look at your MDOT traffic map there that, of course, shows people stopped there south of Brookhaven, right?
Yes, sorry, I was just sending you a message. But I was taking a look at a lot of, now it's saying everything I'm saying because I had my voice to text on. Love when that happens. But I was taking a look at our MDOT traffic cameras. I was also taking a look at MDOT on X, where they kind of update really well about the ongoing road conditions. There is a down power line in Leake County on MS 16 between Tinsdale Road and Willis Road. All lanes are blocked in both directions. So that's just one thing of note, a down power line. Also seeing some things come in from the National Weather Service, power lines on trees on Highway 583 at Mount Olive Road, southeast to the south of Brookhaven. So we're definitely seeing things happen, blocking roads out there. If you are trying to get from point A to point B where these storms have happened, you need to be taking it slow and be extra cautious on the roadways, Matt. But continuing to look at these cameras and continuing to pull stuff up.
Yeah, and unfortunately continuing to be very dangerous there. Appreciate that. Our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley. Maggie, for some house cleaning behind the scenes stuff, you might have to go in OBS and change and make sure it finds the right window again. You should be able to get back in here in a moment. Let's reset things here for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. North Mississippi is clear. Let's say that right here very clearly. North Mississippi is clear, but we've had a long-lived violent tornado that has moved south of Brookhaven, south of Bude, and has been on the ground for a long time. I'm going to take this back a little farther here to get an idea of just exactly how long this storm has done that. And as we show where it is now, just to give you kind of the proof that this is rough. I mean, we've had off and on tornadoes basically since this crossed into Mississippi, is what this comes down to. So it should be no shock that we're still talking about it potentially being a deadly situation near the Harmony community just south of US 84. This sits no more than maybe a mile south of US 84. And honestly, with the size of the rotation, no guarantees it's even that far south. When I see that what's coming up ahead here, when I'm watching again, this big ball here, this is all debris at this bright pink that we are seeing here. But if I go back on the wind mode for a second, and there's kind of this area ahead, this is our concentrated tornado that's just now moved into Lawrence County. In Lincoln County here, we can come out of that tornado safe place if you know somebody there in Lincoln County. But in Lawrence County, moving toward Monticello there, parallel to US 84. This has turned northward in the last 10 minutes. Let's watch the short-term track of this. I'm going to make this a loop of the last 15 minutes on 1 minute data, and let's make it fast speed so that we can show you to you at home. It's not going to be that fast, but I think we had twin tornadoes for a minute there. Now we have a single tornado right there. Twin tornadoes, now a single tornado, and it is on a path. The Monticello is in the way. Now, if you know somebody down there in Monticello, they absolutely, positively have to be in a tornado safe place. This is one that, considering what we have consistently gotten out of this here, that could be a deadly situation if not respected. So if you know someone down here, make sure that they are in their tornado safe place. Call them. Right where I have that white line coming out of this is where it is, less than a mile south of US 82. My storm chasers, again, watching very, very closely behind the scenes here. If you're hearing the bing, 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 that is the North Mississippi storm chasers as they are calling their folks. They're making sure everybody knows that this is coming here, and you need to do the same tonight. Monticello show 8:28, so we have 8 minutes to get to someplace stronger. And so something that I want to pop up here, I want to not mince words about at all, is this graphic here. Mobile homes are never safe in a tornado. And strong tornadoes like this, you probably need to be in a reinforced shelter either way, or at least what we have seen out of this today. So if you are in a mobile home and you are ahead of this, we need to get out now. And that might be the nearest sturdy structure. You're 20 times more likely to die in a manufactured home if it's hit than if you are in a site-built structure. Our friends at Tupelo Home Center giving away a storm shelter every time someone buys a manufactured home from them, addressing this issue. But that doesn't do you any good today if you are in a manufactured home down here. So if you're in the path of this, we've got to be in a sturdier structure if we want to survive. Period. Tell them that. Tornado emergency continues down here for Lawrence County and on a storm that's got Monticello right in the bullseye. And again, that's going to be structures of all types that this is moving toward there. So we'll avoid unsafe places, cars, trucks, manufactured homes would all qualify as some of those unsafe places there that we're unfortunately trying to avoid. So we want to be in the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where they can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. Right here where I have this line in the far western portion of Lawrence County is where we have a strong tornado likely still ongoing. If I look for tornado debris, we still show that tornado debris signature on here. The reason it's bright pink is because of that. It's embedded back into the rainfall in this, and so it might not be particularly visible out here, but certainly if you know somebody in Monticello, we're now down to 6 minutes before this moves into the middle part of town. And so if we're talking kind of the southwest portion of the city grid here, which is what we really should be discussing for a moment, we're now southwest portion of the city grid, less than 5 to 4 minutes. So, I mean, you do the math there, about 26 after 4 minutes, that's when it's coming in from the southwest. We'll get a new update coming in here in just a second for the positioning on this tornado doing damage as it approaches US 84 and Monticello from the south and west. So if you know somebody, this is how you can help. Call them and let them know that they are in the danger zone here. It might mean nagging them a little bit because, let's be clear, men are dumb. Well, we're not dumb, but we think we know better. And it's not exactly all our fault, because the reality is that to a certain extent, it's the fight or flight thing. misplaced. You're not fighting a tornado, but you want to size up the opponent. Don't go to your porch. You're not going to see this. Tell them that. Make sure they're aware there's not going to be visibility of this and that they need to be doing the best they can to stay safe, because unfortunately this could be a deadly situation if not respected. I'm going to bring Maggie back in here. Again, she's been monitoring a bunch of different things as well, including Mama Justice Doppler radar there. Maggie, are you seeing anything on social media to pass along? I mean, I'm seeing power lines and trees down south of Brookhaven, just some of the reports coming in as well. Anything that you're getting in?
Yeah, nothing other than that, but definitely seeing power lines, trees down on 55 as well. So those areas that we saw this storm pass through, 55 south of Brookhaven. Hold on, let me clear this out. If you're traveling along there, know the tornado warning cell is now sitting to the east of you. But if you're traveling south of Brookhaven along 55, you're probably going to be dealing with some things on the roadways. If you're traveling within these areas in general, you're probably going to be dealing with some things on the roadways as this storm has continued to put down a tornado and potentially a strong tornado at that. So just something of note if you are making your way out this evening on 55 south of Brookhaven. If you're going to be going tomorrow morning somewhere south of Brookhaven on 55, likely still dealing with that, probably along 51 as well. So just something of note, we're continuing to watch this. Not a lot of MDOT traffic cameras within this area of Mississippi along 55 and 51, but seeing reports put down that there is things over those roadways, and definitely seeing some alerts within those MDOT traffic maps. So that's something to note, Matt. If you're traveling in this area, even tomorrow morning, you're going to want to keep checking up with MDOT because there's likely debris across that roadway and a lot of local roadways as well.
Man, travel just getting highly not recommended at this point in time here. I'm going to bring it back to kind of the different version of Mama Justice Doppler radar, and we're looking at a couple different ways to look at this. I'm looking in this case here from the site, radar site that's north of New Orleans. This is our circulation. We now show, again, a tornado emergency for the Monticello community down in South Mississippi in Lawrence County at this moment. Again, a tornado emergency in effect for locations there at this point in time. I'm going to check a different radar. I'm going to come from the Jackson radar, which I think is just a little bit closer, and we'll show exactly where this is. And I'll try to stay out of the way here. So where the triangle has it, this pink here, this is our tornado debris. So if we kind of put it about where that triangle is there, I think that's a good spot. From the middle part of Monticello there, the intersection of, I think that's State Highway 27 and 84. From that intersection, this is no more than about 3 miles, which means from the southwest portion of town, we have maybe 45 seconds. If you know somebody down here, don't wait another second, even if you kind of know them, even if they're an ex that you don't want to admit you know. Give them a phone call and let them know that there's something that could be deadly that's moving toward them. This tornado is not quite, it's not the just absolute beast that it was a little bit ago, but we had a high-end tornado with this. So I don't want to diminish what is still probably a tornado on the ground doing damage, right? Pretty much where that red dot is there. So the road it's probably crossing at this moment, probably crossing James Cox Road at the intersection there of, I believe that's Henry Cox Road on the southwest side of the Monticello, where we show this. The gray line you see there, that is a US 84. And I believe this is State Highway 27 there, going north-south there. So that's the intersection, of course, that makes up Monticello, and we're not that far away. And this particular graphic I'm showing is tornado debris. And this shows me that I probably have things settling down in Monticello now. And that's not settling down as, oh, it's calming down. This is stuff falling. Parts of trees and other things we don't want to think about here are likely falling within the city grid of Monticello ahead of the tornado. That's what this blue is here. So no matter your relationship or how little you might know them, let them know that there's a dangerous storm, a tornado that's done damage, that's moving in from the south and west, and hopefully that they are in that tornado safe place. So again, that's how you can help, letting people in advance know this. And our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, with an updated track on where the timing of this is. I do see, Maggie, just a little bit of weakening on this. I don't want to overplay the weakening hand, but possibly a little bit of weakening. Let's get those times.
Yeah, possibly a little bit of weakening, but even weakening with a tornado emergency still means we could be seeing at least a low end tornado on the ground. So keeping an eye on this. National Weather Service in Jackson did say tornado ongoing in Lawrence, just west of Monticello, heading to town. So heading into Monticello, if you know anybody in Monticello, Mississippi, they need to be getting in their tornado shelter now. You can see that just kind of updated. Monticello was 829. It's now basically 829. So now within the city of Monticello, this still ongoing. Again, yes, maybe a little bit of weakening, but overall rotation still at play. So if you're within the city, know anybody there, they need to be in their safe place right now. Let's talk about where it's going to be. If you're live along 84, close to 84 between Monticello up into Silver Creek, you need to be getting in your tornado safe place. You need to be letting others know that they also need to be getting into their tornado safe place. Is this looking to kind of track just along 84 between Monticello up into Silver Creek? Going to be getting into Silver Creek around 8:38 p.m., Lucas around 8:40 p.m., White Sand around 8:43, tracking just outside of the warning. Again, if this rotation holds together, they'll continue this tornado warning into Prentice, and it'll be there around 8:47 p.m., Mount Carmel around 8:53, Clem around 8:55. So continuing to watch this, Matt. Again, rotation not looking as impressive, but folks still need to be getting in their safe place. Yeah.
This is, I mean, there's whether you want to claim science or prayer, this thing is weakening on the edge there of Monticello. But on my version of Mama Justice Doppler radar that I'm looking at, again, behind the scenes here, and we're kind of looking at some different shots of this, I still show on the most recent scan a debris signature. That's what this bright part is here. There's still tornado debris with this. But when we're looking at the wind mode, it is broadening a little bit. I don't want to read too much into that. This storm has looked like it was weakening a couple of times and then tightened back up into major things. So obviously keep praying for those folks there in Monticello. If this, wherever this is, the tornado or an attempted tornado, it is basically moving into town at the intersection there. I show of State Highway 27 and Thomas E. Jolly Drive is where I would put it pretty much now. Here's where it was last scan. Next scan, it's going to be right up here, moving into and through Monticello. So obviously our prayers are with folks down there, and as this tries to move through. This is a bad one tonight, has been for a while, and certainly is a storm that still remains very strong. I mean, you get the perspective on this here. It's easily the strongest storm we have in the state. I know we have some thunderstorms up here in the northern part of the state. I just want to be clear about what these are and what these aren't. These might be loud. These are not going to be tornado-producing thunderstorms. So the reason we're not talking about them for you up here in Ackerman or Philadelphia or Meridian is nobody's going to die from these storms. It's that simple. They're heavy rainfall, some gusty wind perhaps. There might be some hail in the stuff back here toward Vicksburg when it moves in. But if we emerge from this not being a killer night down here in South Mississippi, something has gone extremely right for us, for them. But Mississippians as a whole, because this has been an absolutely brutal storm as it's kind of tracked through here. So I now show our circulation. Basically, it's right over top of Monticello in one form or fashion or another right now. So let's look here at this. Now look at the wind mode. So the best case scenario, and there's a whole bunch of bad scenarios here. So let's be clear. So the best case scenario in this scenario is that we're about to form a new tornado and maybe it hopped over. Here's where our dying tornado was back here. Possibly not on the ground, and new tornado forming on the northeast side of Monticello. That's probably what's happening. This is the inflow into there. So we might potentially be hopping over town. Keep praying for them. Debris is falling there one way or another, but this is trying to do something nearly miraculous in that regard, and hopefully that is what is happening here. No question, though, the black and blue that you see here is debris that's falling out of this storm. This is all kind of settling out on the north side here as well. We'll go back to the precipitation mode on this here, kind of centrifuging out some of that debris, unfortunately, with this. This is actually more clearer returns on the back, but right there, that still remains probably some tornado debris there over top of the city grid of Monticello. So we have the old tornado that is weakening pretty much now right over State Highway 27. new one developing on the northeast side of town. Let's see if it's fully developed on the latest scan here. Might not be fully there yet. I would show it just south of 84, right there. About 150 to 200 yards south of 84 is where it's trying at this point here. And on this angle, that will take it towards Silver Creek if it continues at this angle toward the north and east. So we're going to get from Maggie a track on that front end of those two circulations there to see about how long that's going to get until it gets to Silver Creek. But I'm looking just kind of that interaction, that brightest green there and the red, just close to the. Now I would go a little northeast of that a little bit.
Okay.
Let
me zoom out a little bit.
Okay. I would actually move the track up just a little bit more.
Oh, you mean, okay, hold on just a second.
Okay. Here's where I would put it real quick.
Here we go. Oh,
hold on.
You're doing it. Sorry.
Yeah. Let me try it real quick here because I think.
Go ahead.
Huh?
I said sorry. Let me let you do it. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah.
My hand's off the mouse.
No, you're okay. It's so easy. I hate how it jumps like that, but that's what it is on that. Okay. So 50 miles per hour. There's your updated time. We show 8:40 for Silver Creek. So we've walked you very intimately through this as it approached Monticello. The original circulation is probably the one that's just south of Monticello. It's right over top of Monticello. The developing one's on the northeast side of town. So Maggie, not a lot of time for those folks in Silver Creek.
Now, when we mentioned them with the latest track, even before this, we were talking about how this is going to be tracking along 84 and going to be in Silver Creek next. So we've given you an early heads up, but here's even a further heads up. Silver Creek in less than 10 minutes, okay? 8:40, really less than 5 minutes almost as we head. That's the next town we're going to be looking at next as this continues to track along 84. You are the next impact of this storm. Again, a little bit of weakening ongoing. But here's the thing, a tornado warning still issued, and we've seen this kind of weaken and re-strengthen. So it definitely could re-strengthen before it gets to you and yet again produce a tornado on the ground. So we want you to treat it as such. Silver Creek, again, need to be in your tornado safe place right now as we speak. Lowest, most interior room of your home, windowless room, usually a bathroom or a closet. Have your shoes on, have a helmet on if you have it, have some blankets and pillows with you as well, as this storm has continued to try to continue to produce a large tornado or a strong tornado. It's kind of been weakening and strengthening, but overall you still need to be treating it as a tornado on the ground as of right now, because that's what it's continued to do. Lucas around 8:42, White Sand around 8:45, Mount Carmel around 8:56, around Clem around 8:58 p.m. So going into the 9 o'clock hour, we're still watching this storm continue to push through. Still waiting for the National Weather Service. They're saying, just like we're saying, weak circulation just moved through near Monticello. Thankfully, that did weaken as it moved through Monticello. Hopefully, that tornado did lift as it moved through town with the more diffuse TDS now. So yeah, still looking at that area overall of circulation weakening. Cell is likely in the midst of another cycle. So just like we were saying, right now it's weakening, but it could strengthen before it gets to you, Silver Creek, and yet again produce another tornado on the ground that could not only be a tornado on the ground, but a strong tornado on the ground. So you need to be getting in your safe place right now as we speak. If you live in Silver Creek or you live in the surrounding areas around Silver Creek, around the neighborhood, maybe your address isn't specifically Silver Creek, but you need to be getting also in your tornado safe place. If you live between Monticello and Silver Creek along 84 out there this evening, if you know anybody as well, you need to be telling them they need to be getting right here, their tornado safe place. Sturdy structure, lowest, most interior room, no windows. Okay, wrap up in blankets, have some pillows, and I can't encourage you enough to have some shoes on as well. That's something we don't always think about, but have your shoes on too, because if there's any damage or destruction to your home, which when this tornado strengthens, if it's on the stronger side, could produce some damage to homes, you're going to want to have your shoes on when you do get out of your closet or of your bathroom. So that's something of note. This again continuing to make its way up 84 right now. Next place it's going to be impacting is Silver Creek. Right now looking to be around 4 miles between that area of rotation that we're watching and Silver Creek. So you need to be getting in your tornado safe place right now. No time to wait. This is going to be impacting you in the next few minutes. So it's the next town that we're watching up for with this storm continuing to make its way through and continuing to watch now your weather service, Matt, if they are going to continue this tornado warning across to another county. I figured they will. as this continues to kind of strengthen and weaken over and over again.
I mean, I don't think we have a tornado on the ground at this moment. Let's be clear about that.
Right.
But we've just had strong tornadoes, like high-end tornadoes with this today. Man, I'm just saying, if we make it through this and no Mississippians die, that was God providing for sure. Hopefully that's how this ends up. I noticed that, looking at this as well, I've been kind of looking behind the scenes at just kind of the overall shape of the storm versus its overall health. I'm going to make this a slightly less detailed loop, but make it a longer loop. I'm hoping that maybe we've crossed some kind of a threshold and it doesn't survive this cycle. It does not look as healthy as it did the last time it went through a cycle. I'm gonna make you bigger so the people at home can see that. I think it is trying. In the next 5 minutes or so, it's either going to wrap back up with another decent tornado, or it's going to start to struggle. If it starts to struggle, that might be a turning point in this, and hopefully that's the way this is going to go. But for folks there, obviously south of Brookhaven, south of Bude, and then near Monticello, this has been a very, very rough night so far. I know that there's videos of this tornado, and it apparently they're according to storm chasers, they're pretty impressive. Not ones I can show you here at this point in time. We'll see if we can get that. And of course, if you have something to share with us, probably the easiest way to do that is using the Mississippi Live Weather app. Again, free and available for all those different devices. You can use those 2 QR codes that you see there on the screen for iOS and Android devices to go ahead and share those with us. I'm meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Maggie McCauley. And Maggie, I'm going to need to probably cycle you out. I know that you were up ridiculously early. You got a nap today, but I know that I need one of the two of us to think straight tomorrow, and I vote you.
You vote me. Wow. I feel honored.
Huh?
I said I feel honored to be voted. I was just making sure that we didn't get any other pictures on our through our app, and we haven't. So that's what I was taking a look at here behind the scenes.
You know what? So I need to probably prep a couple things for 9. The problem is that you don't have a radar source at your house, do you?
No.
We need to get you GR at your house. We need to all have GR at the house, and that would solve the issue we had earlier.
Right.
So remind me of that, and we'll make that happen.
Okay. What do you want me to do to prepare for the 9? You want me to do something here, help you out?
If you can't, if you can actually, that's what we need to do. Yes, I need you to throw a few things together. If you could just warm up some headlines. Get a few things together, just showing the overall watch, maybe some broad brush things, and just double check some pause points in my Futurecast, and then I will let me know when that's ready, and we'll be all hot and ready to go for that. Sound good?
I got it.
Okay, appreciate that. That's our meteorologist Maggie McCauley. Thank you so much. She's working really hard tonight, as she does every single day. You can check her out every morning. She'd hate me for throwing this up right now, but I'm going to show it up anyway. You can check her out on Mississippi Live Weather every morning at 6:30, 7, and 7:30 a.m. here in the Room Weather Center. Tomorrow morning, of course, any updates related to damage, things like that, she'll have those coming up during our broadcast tomorrow. Again, 6:30, 7, and 7:30 a.m. here in the Room Weather Center for Mississippi Live Weather. And appreciate that. Maggie, I'm going to go ahead and grab it here for just a second. Probably want the one we actually just got rid of a second ago there. Probably the one we want, unfortunately. Search for today's date, and that's going to be the one we want. So check Maggie out, 6:37, 7:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Okay, let's bring it back in here, and let's track this storm as it continues to go through this sort of cycle that it's going through. I think the Jackson radar is closer. Rotation starting to increase a bit more on the southeast side of this here. I don't know what that, so we've got a couple spots here. We have the rotation. As we often talk about, if you have a couple of something, do you have any of something? So this part here, again, south of the Lucas community, southwest of Prentice, is where things are starting to get a little bit stronger. That is in kind of the clear air portion. Our previous circulation would have been back here. I think that if this were going to immediately wrap back up and produce another strong tornado, it would not look like this. So that is a sign of good things, in my opinion, that maybe this has lost whatever perfect, favorable combination of everything it had that was allowing it to produce these strong tornadoes. There's still a tornado warning in effect, as you can see that there for locations south of White Sand. And don't prove me wrong. Don't. It's still got plenty here to worry about. So if you're ahead of this out here south of the Prentiss community, this is not Prentiss County. This is the Prentiss community down here in South Mississippi. This is US 84. South of Prentiss is where this is getting a little bit stronger once again and starting to potentially strengthen and could potentially try to produce another tornado. So this kind of lead portion there is the part that we're talking about. Looking behind, I noticed this a moment ago, a couple of the reports coming out from south of Brookhaven, of course, the tornado debris signature on radar that they showed. They put a couple of reports based on that, some times there, just to kind of give them an idea as they're plotting out. They're going to end up doing storm surveys on this, and unfortunately, probably not going to be saying good things about what happened. Yeah, this southern portion here, I want to look at this. So while this has what in some ways looks like a clear-cut circulation, what I have here is my rotation is not perfectly lined up. I'm going to put my hand right there for a second. And so notice how that is kind of out here a little bit ahead in this clear slot. This might be what we call side lobing, where it takes rotation from aloft and kind of transfers it down to the surface in a low precipitation area. So all that to say, this is still really, really vigorously rotating aloft, but it's still at the trying stage on producing a tornado down closer to the surface. It's getting closer. It's getting more organized for the Prentiss community. Regardless of whether I say this is a tornado or not, if you know somebody down here, because of the history, we need to take it seriously, right? The best way I can describe this is, some years it looks like Alabama's going to have an off year. And I know I'm stabbing some Mississippi fans here. I'm a Kansas fan. We have an off year every year, so I can say this. Sometimes it looks like Alabama's going to have an off year, and they still win like 8 games, right? And that'd be a great year in some years, right? That's kind of the scenario here. This looks like it is potentially less impressive than earlier, and yet it's produced 2 very strong tornadoes. So this less impressive is still something that if I'm in Prentiss, I need to take seriously, and I need to be in my tornado safe place. Again, this is not Prentiss County, which is one of ours here in North Mississippi. This is the city of Prentiss that we are looking at here down in South Mississippi. Again, Doppler radar indicating rotation continuing to increase on this, and the potential this could produce a tornado increasing as well. Looks like Adrian and Timothy with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers are running ahead of this as well. I might try to see if I can get their video come up here in a few minutes as they're kind of out there just north of Bassfield running ahead of this. So certainly a situation we need to respect. We need to make sure that we have some folks that are in their tornado safe place. A new tornado warning, let's see here. We'll be going downstream of base tornado warning. Storm still looks potent. Tornado could redevelop at any time. The description on this storm here, and that's the reason why a new tornado warning has been issued. That's this wider one here that is in effect, again, for Jefferson, Davis, and Covington counties. That in effect until this evening at, I don't have my time on that there. Let me double check the time. Give me a moment. So that's in effect till 9:45. Current time is 8:47. I don't know that we're going to follow this all the way through to its conclusion down here. A big part of the reason why we were doing this coverage is we had major high-end. We'd have a really bad year if we had more tornadoes that were stronger than the tornado that we just had there move south of Bude and near Monticello and south of Brookhaven. If we have a stronger tornado than that this year in this state, we've just had a really, really bad year. That's probably the strongest we'll see all year long. And hopefully people are okay. So that is still the same storm that we are tracking here. That's just kind of in the perfect spot. And near Prentiss, if it's not producing a tornado, it's getting a lot closer. I show the main intersection there, again, that makes up the community of Prentiss, from the word Prentiss there, actually from the intersection of US 84. Let me think, and that would be Highway 13. Our circulation is no more than a mile south, and that's probably overestimating it. So this is basically in Prentiss. So we need to be in that tornado safe place. And if we're just making a snap decision here and unavoiding unsafe places, we don't need to be in cars, trucks, and manufactured homes. In saying that, we've kind of got to do the best we can with this point here. There's not a lot of time left. We have been talking about you for a while. And so hopefully you have taken those tornado safety rules seriously. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning for rotation that could develop into a tornado very soon. We've had multiple damaging, strong tornadoes out of this storm, and it's not unreasonable that we could see another one occur quickly. The thing you need to understand, and maybe if you're not used to watching us, that's typically a North Mississippi thing. But if you're not used to watching this, one thing I want to be very clear on is that Doppler radar is always at least a couple moments old. Whether it's 30 seconds or 2 or 3 minutes, when I show you a position on here, it's not there, it's ahead of that. So it is probably approaching the southeast side there of Prentiss. I think we have, I show if I get State Highway 42 there. It should be approaching State Highway 42 within the next couple of moments here. Looking at our rotation, which is kind of picked back up. It's this southern end here that has kind of strengthened a bit more. I cannot guarantee this is a tornado on the ground. We have not had tornado debris confirmed on this portion of the storm. That's what I'm looking at on here. If we had the blue colors, that would tell me that not everything was the same. That would be a scenario where we had tornado debris. I cannot confirm tornado debris at this instant here. Got a bunch of other stuff that we're looking at while we're trying to do this. But right there where you see that green triangle is where the strongest rotation has been. And I would now put it probably right there along State Road 42. If not over top of that, within the next 30, 45 seconds, they're west of the Carson area, very near the intersection of, I believe that's Ed Parkman Road, is where this probably should cross, maybe just the north there of Ed Parkman Road. Looks like it's crossed at the intersection of J.E. Johnson Avenue and approaching East Stevens Street. So where my cursor is there, that's East Stevens Street. You're in the path of this rotation that could be a tornado in the development phase. So again, Doppler radar, certainly recommend that you are in your tornado safe place here. Whether it's a tornado or not, this is a surge there of strong wind on the front end. And I still think that, but while I'm looking here, we don't have a for sure exact spot on the tornado. This still looks like a very interesting spot. So I have that surge of strong winds on the front end there. I think that might be the rotation we're seeing is more that surge of strong winds. But if you just look at this, just look at where you would typically draw a tornado on radar here. I think the way I see that kind of circulate right into the middle there, that would be the spot that I would say it's most likely that could be occurring. So just looking at just the precipitation mode there, I would say a different location. I'm real concerned that this could be getting, this surge there kind of coming around could be working to get the interaction going where we develop another stronger one again. God, I hope that's not the case. I'm going to read something from the National Weather Service in Jackson. I'm not going to, I might filter this as we go through here, but I'm not going to have a chance to kind of read it before we talk. So update on this storm, it's going to cycle and rephase, reorient the structure from the last big tornado and this last surge. So the strong circulation is the side load contamination. That's what we talked about, where it was rotation from aloft transferred down is often what happens in place. That said, feel another tornado will develop fairly soon as things evolve. Thus, the reason for the downstream warning over these locations. Yeah, completely agree with that. So the spot that we're talking about there, again, where we kind of have that rotation, let's go back and look, and you can see it better on precip mode here. This is kind of that surge of strong winds there, probably damaging winds. I think that's where we're looking at that rotation. I would agree with them. That's why it's so elongated. And we do have what looks like an inflow channel there. I don't know if it's tight enough yet, but this is where we're getting that warm air to kind of come into this. And the interaction there is very close to over top of Prentiss. So we have to remain in a tornado safe place if you're here in the Prentiss community, because this could be another tornado in the process of generating now If I look aloft, that rotation is pretty pronounced there, right aloft. It's just working to get more organized down here close to the surface. Current time is 8:52 now, 8:53 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We are a 24/7 streaming weather service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. And we're looking at a couple of different ways to kind of assess this storm down here in Prentiss. This is not Prentiss County. And coming up at 9 o'clock, we're going to reset everything here and kind of give you a reboot on where things are now for the rest of the state, and obviously come back down here. The reason we're doing this coverage is because of the power that you have. You might say, what power? Well, as a meteorologist, I can sit here and with our toys, we can look at this and we can have opinions, but you have phone numbers. And with those phone numbers, you can call people who are in advance. And if you know somebody down here in Prentiss, Mississippi, and again, we're down here, the locations involved with this, Covington and Jeff Davis County, under a tornado warning for a storm that's produced multiple long-lived tornadoes today. And so this storm maybe not producing one at this moment. But downstream of this in Collins, Williamsburg, McRaney, and Terrell, this will mature more by then. But our storm that's right over top of Prentiss is trying right now to get more organized and try to produce another tornado. And it could be getting closer to doing it right now. This is what this has pretty much looked like multiple times when it's produced strong tornadoes in the past. Case in point, give me a moment. And let's go back and let's show it right back here. West Lincoln, right? This is between where we know we had a strong tornado imbued and then as it's moving toward West Lincoln. Okay, so this might have still been a tornado, but it was organizing before it became a stronger one. I apologize. I'm going to try to move my radar a little bit less, but I want to at least show you what we're talking about here. So watch what happens as it produces, again, a strong tornado. See it curl up here as it gets cell merger, and then right here is when it goes into beast mode. And see how it's just all wrapped in on that one spot there? But there are a few scans before it didn't look like that. Now let's bring it over here to current time, where it's gone through a cycle and it's getting more organized. It has, in some ways, a very similar look, and so could be potentially trying to do a similar thing. So I see someone there mentioning, in the comments, and we appreciate all of you guys who, do comment, and there's a chat of folks, a lot of people talking back and forth, and appreciate our sponsors and all those sorts of things. Lots of people without power down here. It's headed toward Prentiss. There's nothing in Tupelo, Shannon. There's nothing in the traditional Mississippi Live viewing area where you watched me on the TV station for 15 years. There's nothing up here that's concerning in the least, and probably not tonight. We are down here in South Mississippi because we've had two long-lived strong tornadoes and a storm that could be about to produce a third. So, and it's right over top of a populated community. This is what I would call a strong inflow channel where we get the winds to come in, the winds to wrap back around, and it's trying really hard to produce another one. And hopefully it is unsuccessful in doing that. I still have my rotation pretty broad with the exception of right there where that point is, place marker there. I'm going to check very specifically for that. I don't know that we're quite there. But somewhere in here, this is probably going to produce another tornado within the next 10 minutes. Hopefully not. I really hope I'm wrong about that. But very well could as it moves toward McRaney and Terrell there and toward the north and east, and eventually in the direction of, again, Mount Carmel's kind of in the path of this, as is Collins. So we're down here in Covington and Jeff Davis counties on a storm that's produced multiple significant tornadoes. And so a tornado warning for those folks until 9:45 on a storm that this has it moving 35 miles per hour. I feel like that might be just a smidgen slow versus the reality of the situation. But either way, we need to make sure that we are in a tornado safe place if we're down here. If you know somebody down here, you can give them the link to our app. We aren't always going to cover locations down in South Mississippi. But obviously we are in a high-end event like this. That is something that we will do. So, give them Give them our app and let them know. And is that it? Is that it near Carson? Well, that's me switching radar sites. See, from farther away, I can see that circulation on the front end there. I don't think we're quite to the point where it's producing it. Every time I go back to this, I get this kind of broader shot. And this one over here near Prentice is the one I'm most concerned with. I'm looking from the radar site north of New Orleans there. And then this is from the radar site in Jackson. Neither one, which is super close. Boy, I hope that's the case. Our RFD surge has got way out ahead here. So we have to get that inflow channel all the way back around here, right? And looking back at that, that's going to be a challenge. I don't know if we're going to get that inflow channel all the way back here. So it's still very much trying and could produce a tornado, but we're not at a stage where it for sure is producing a tornado right now. So, and hopefully that continues to be the case. I'm going to go ahead and start up our 9 o'clock broadcast here in just a moment. I'll wait for Maggie to give me the text message on that here in a second so that we can do that. But we typically do a 9 o'clock broadcast here on Mississippi Live. And so I'm going to go ahead and get that all geared up. So we'll start that up for folks. We'll kind of do a one-over on how everything looks with that. So let's go ahead and we'll start that rolling here in just a second as Mississippi Live Weather at 9 starts now.
At Vibe Aesthetics and Wellness, we believe confidence isn't just how you look, it's how you feel. From subtle, natural aesthetics to personalized wellness care, everything we do is intentional. This is beauty with purpose. At Vibe Men's Health, we take that same approach. We focus on what matters most: strength, energy, and performance. Built on real data, real medicine, and real results, we're here to help you look better, feel stronger, and live fully. Come vibe with us today.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 9.
Welcome in to Mississippi Live Weather at 9. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Maggie McCauley. We'll talk more to Maggie about what's going on with power outages and other disruptions here in a moment, but I want to give you kind of an overview of how things stand as of 9 p.m. We've had a very active night of storms across the state of Mississippi, including strong tornadoes in South Mississippi, high-end tornadoes, hopefully not killer tornadoes, depending on what they hit. But we've had some very strong-looking tornadoes on radar here. Unfortunately, we're just hoping things don't get worse. Maggie's working on some things behind the scenes. We'll talk to her about that here in just a moment. Again, local threat is decreasing, if not completely gone at this point here, and a drier day on the way for tomorrow. So there is improvement ahead. You can see that by looking at the Mama Justice Doppler radar, and the fact that we don't really have anything that's overly strong here in the northern part of the state. Yes, I do have some thunderstorms that have kind of tracked down here south of Macon, locations there, but they have just not been as significant as some other spots here. So I'm going to bring it to the current time here for a moment. We'll go ahead and put it on now for a second, and then I'm going to zoom it in here to where some of those storms are a little stronger, and I'm going to change radar sites here for a moment to our closest radar site, which in this case would be based out of the Columbus Air Force Base technically, but it's up there in Monroe County. These are all below severe limits. I mean, even when you look at lightning strikes, there are 84 strikes on here for this. Now compare that to where we've been concentrated so sharply through the evening, and that's going to be down here in South Mississippi. And you can't even see the storm because, as we talked about a lot last night, where it was hooked up with the front, we were going to have major issues. On this shot, 1,400 strikes. So that is kind of the difference there. So as I bring it back north, and then we're going to go back south and talk more about that here in a minute. Cooler temperatures are the story. This shows us that the less stable air continues to move in. This is the reason why, though we still, if I go back a graphic, have tornado watches, I think technically still in effect for locations in the Golden Triangle. The only reason these are in effect is just because of how strong they've been down South Mississippi, out of either a combination of abundance of caution or the fact the National Weather Service is all hands on deck on what could be a deadly situation, I would say that I feel very confident that we are past any tornado threat here in North Mississippi. So if you're one of those folks that stays up with us and says, not until Matt says go to sleep up here in North Mississippi, I'm not at all concerned about these storms that we have or will have tonight. I want to bring in the other member of our broadcast team this evening. That would, of course, be our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley. We've had impacts on a number of different ways. Power outages in particular were stronger or more significant earlier with storms that were closer by. How do things stand as of the 9 o'clock hour, Maggie?
Yeah, still tracking a few power outages from those earlier storms that are a little bit closer to home, right? In Leake County and over in portions of Neshoba County, still seeing around 1,000 people without power in both of those counties from previously warned storms, right? These were a little bit earlier in our evening broadcast. Now, though, looking where those strong storms that had those cells producing tornadoes over in Franklin, Lincoln, Lawrence, Jefferson, Covington County, where those strongest of storms have been. That's where we're tracking a lot of power outages this evening. I almost said this morning because I'm so used to working the morning broadcast, but this evening, Franklin County around 2,000, Lincoln County almost up to 5,000 out there. So definitely some places in central and southern Mississippi going to bed tonight without power due to these strong storms in the picture. One thing I do want to note, and I'll talk about this if you wake up tomorrow morning with me at 6:30, is the roadways. Now, I encourage you, you don't need to be getting out on the roadway now, but early tomorrow morning, if you travel south of Brookhaven around 55, we are looking at things on 55. You can kind of see those reds and oranges, likely seeing some sort of obstruction to the roadway on 55 south of Brookhaven. That's not the only road. We're seeing a lot of local roads, and we'll have more updates about that coming up in the morning as well, but a lot of local roadways having debris on them or trees, especially the further south you go in Mississippi. So if your commute takes you to South Mississippi tomorrow, if you're watching us here in South Mississippi, you need to be extra cautious as you are hitting the roadways out there tomorrow morning because debris is all over the road. There's some trees down on local roadways as well. So just an abundance of caution needs to be used as you are headed out the door tomorrow morning. And again, we're still tracking storms out there that could cause additional problems to roadways, Matt. We'll have more of that coming up in the morning hours about roads, but overall, that's a brief overview.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. It's our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley. Maggie will be on tomorrow morning starting at 6:30 a.m. on Mississippi Live this morning with any updates. She'll have, again, some information on early damage reports there. Anytime we're talking nighttime like this, it can be very, very difficult to get those reports in. Maggie will have updates 6:37, 7:30 a.m. here, as she does Monday through Friday in the Room to Room Weather Center. We appreciate her and all of her hard work tonight that she put in. Of course, last night as well, with the storms that we've had. It's been kind of a busy 24 hours. Tornado warning continues down here for Jefferson Davis County. Circulation increasing on this, what has been long-lived tornado that has tracked here. In fact, I think I should be able to show our what we call shear swath. And we show you those rotation tracks and we say, okay, here's where these storms can go. You sometimes get rotation out of other storms. I mean, you can see kind of on the wider shot here, there were storms where we've had that rotation out there earlier on this evening. But this one has been very, very clear cut where this has been strong. And all these red circles are some of those tornado reports that we have got in so far. And unfortunately, more will come. Now, this isn't that many individual tornadoes. These are different places where tornado damage has been reported related to this, or for one reason or another, tornadoes reported. But this is a storm down here and now east of the Prentice community, approaching McRaney and the Collins area, that still is producing some fairly strong rotation and shear. That's what this circle kind of represents here. As we check on Mama Justice Doppler radar, we have had, again, strong tornadoes from time to time today. Looking at the latest here, I don't know that I have one officially on the ground at this point. I would say that, again, near McRaney is where this is kind of the closest, is that's wrapping back in. I don't know it's fully reformed. Either way, with the history that this has had, it's a situation to take seriously. So we'll give you time there on the front end just in case it does make its way to Collins. Let's get you a track there, and we'll go about 50 let's go about 45 miles per hour. They've gone a little slower on it lately. So Williamsburg will show about 9:15 there, or about 9:19. Looking at Collins, about 9:20 for you, so about 13 minutes as it approaches Still, I would say organizing, probably not for sure producing a tornado at this instant, but this storm's produced multiple strong tornadoes in the past, and obviously we respect those the most. And because of the time of day, we have to take it seriously. So we want to avoid unsafe places. If you know somebody that's down here, you can be the hero. Let them know, number one, maybe just let them know about our app. I'll pop up that information for a second here just so we can, have that there. You might, get a screenshot and say, hey, there's this group up there in North Mississippi that if it's big stuff, we'll cover down south here, as long as we don't have something up here as well. But you can download it using the apps that you see there. Look us up, Mississippi Live on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV as well. As I kind of pull that down, again, cars, trucks, and mobile homes are the most dangerous locations when we talk about tornadoes. And so we want to try to find the safest location, which is going to be some sort of sturdy site-built structure in the middle of the lowest floor, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets and pillows, protect yourself from the potential for debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. Unfortunately, this is a scenario where these warnings could potentially continue into the overnight hours, which is the reason why, as we continue overnight, whether you're up here in North Mississippi or down south there, we recommend Weather Call. It's a phone alert service that lets you know if you're in the danger zone. Basically, you might say, why does a phone call matter? A phone call matters, number one, tonight, you call your friends or frenemies that you have down there and let them know, hey, there's something bad kind of coming toward them. It's been bad before and it could be bad again. They're going to know because their phone rings. They're going to go, what? Somebody's calling me? You've heard my phone ding a ton tonight. I haven't paid attention to any of it because it's not a phone call. But if my phone rings, I'm going to look down and see who's calling. And so that's part of the reason why I've told, emergency managers and important decision makers, if they've got something that can save a life, give me a phone call. I'll know that something's really up. Weather Call works the same way. It'll call you in the middle of the night, call you for tornado warnings, call you back if a tornado is confirmed, call you for damaging, destructive, severe thunderstorm warnings, and major flash flooding. You can find more information at that QR code. You might ask, why is it not free? Our app is free, but making phone calls still costs money. And so I have it for my family. I've had it for 2 decades for my family. And I think that it's the best $15 a year you can spend. What is that? 2 Starbucks cups of coffee to be able to sleep through the night and not have to worry about tornadoes? In my mind, at least, I think that is a worthwhile investment. But I understand everybody prioritizes different things. So that storm there, we're continuing to watch. Outside of that thunderstorm, we did have, again, report of a tornado damage down there closer to the Hattiesburg area and Purvis. Again, reported emergency manager damage to an office building there earlier on near the Purvis area, again, south of Hattiesburg. Still waiting to see if additional information will come in. That's the storm that tracked over top of Camp Shelby. No reports of damage there as well. But certainly an area to watch. And yeah, look at all those reports of damage back to the west with this. Okay, so we're going to continue this broadcast here in just a moment, but we're going to take a brief commercial break as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center next.
Room to Room's birthday party is going on now. Come celebrate with us. Thousands of dollars in free gifts, cash, spa treatments, shopping sprees, and even a chance to win your entire purchase free. It's a celebration you don't want to miss. And there's no party like a Room to Room party.
Every legend starts somewhere.
Not with perfection, but with the decision.
The decision to show up, work harder, and believe this place can change everything.
At Northeast, you're more than just a number.
We're built on opportunity, and our students are willing to rise to the occasion.
Here, success isn't handed to you. It's earned.
You don't just leave with a degree, you leave as a legend.
For the first time anywhere, a digital-only weather source has been nominated for not 1, but 2 Emmy Awards. This is the 25th nomination I've been humbled to receive over the years, and while accolades are great, we're just proud to deliver the weather coverage that you deserve. Thank you, North Mississippi, for supporting us here at Mississippi Live.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lovehon.
You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. It's 9:12 p.m. Let's be clear about something as clear can be. If you're watching me up here in Oxford, Tupelo, Amory, Corinth, Grenada, thank you. West Point, Columbus, Ackerman, Starkville. I'm just picking names as I'm seeing locations on the map. But what I'm going to say is very clear. If you're anywhere where you typically would watch me, we're talking anything north here of Noxubee, Kosciuszko, or Noxubee, Atala, Winston counties, everything north. You're only watching me because you feel like it. No more severe weather threat for you. You haven't had it for hours. So if you're watching, it's just because you feel like it. There's no danger for you going forward. You can turn it off, you can go to sleep, and you'll be in okay shape. We've had, obviously, some damaging thunderstorms down here with very, very large hail that moved through Carthage or near Carthage there in Philadelphia and DeKalb. Big hail with what came through there. Baseball-size hail potentially there east of the Philadelphia area reported. So some really rough storms there. Strongly rotating like we looked at on all of our projections last night. But looking at what we have out there now, there is no tornado threat, and it comes back very simply to the cold air that has moved in. And cold being a relative term, but if I plop on temperatures here for a moment, you can see Memphis about 54, Senatobia 56, Grenada 59, Kosciuszko 63, 66 down there. Again, close to, say, Philadelphia and Carthage. We're looking 71 once we get closer to Meridian, 72 there farther south. And then down here where we have storms close to Hattiesburg, we're somewhere around 73 to 74 degrees. That's a 10-degree difference there, basically, between where tornadoes are possibly occurring or could occur again and where most of North Mississippi is. No tornado threat. It's too cold for it. There could still be some hail, but the fuel, the instability for thunderstorms, the moisture is much more substantial down here. That's why there remains a tornado threat in South Mississippi, and there no longer is one in North Mississippi. So let me say it again here clearly. I love you in Boonville for, being a part of what we're doing there. I see someone asking anywhere near Boonville. Absolutely not. Now, in Prentiss, Mississippi, not Prentiss County, City Prentiss, Mississippi down south, yeah, we're still watching there, and there could be continued to be some significant issues for you. But up here in North Mississippi, as is pretty clear-cut also by looking at our hour-by-hour forecast, the severe weather threat is over and past. Our hour-by-hour forecast next few hours here shows the overall coverage of storms continuing to diminish. Southern part of the state where it's most likely. North winds bringing in cooler and cooler air, and we're all done. So Guntown, you're gone. Boonville, you're gone. North Mississippi, good night. New Hope, same thing for you. Your IMPC school day forecast for tomorrow, very limited chance for a couple of showers, 56 in the morning, 69 by the final bell. And again, appreciate all of our sponsors. You've seen a number of those on the screen there, but you've also seen, the IMPC, or we verbally mentioned some of these. Without the help of our sponsors, like Lee's Storm Shelters, we definitely could not do this and continue to provide this free service. So thank you. We're not always going to cover down south, Amy, but with as high end as our severe thunderstorms are going there today, we definitely have to pay very close attention when we start talking about high-end tornadoes. And because we weren't going to risk anybody's life up here, it was worth going down there and covering. As you can see, Futurecast continues to have a few showers up here in North Mississippi over the next few hours. Severe weather not going to happen from these. These light showers, again, continue to shift eastward as we head throughout the overnight period and drying out by early tomorrow. Low 50s, maybe even a rogue upper 40 out there to begin your Thursday. Again, we'll get back to radar here in a moment, tracking what's going on down south. But just give us a minute to try to get through the whole forecast here for kind of the northern part of the state, and I'll include you in this as well. Looking toward tomorrow morning, again, storms still possible for some spots in South Mississippi, a good chunk of the overnight hours. We eventually transition past the severe weather threat, though, after this front fully clears. Tomorrow, high pressure building in, and that brings us drier conditions and at least partly cloudy skies. Most of the clouds you see here, high and thin clouds, but it's considerably cooler for tomorrow, with high temperatures expected to be around 69 in South Haven and Senatobia, about 69 degrees Holly Springs. We're looking about 73 degrees in Columbus and Macon, about 73, 71 for Hamilton, Alabama, and 69 in Iuka. So with high pressure still overhead, we keep it fairly clear into tomorrow evening and tomorrow night. You know how I joked a minute ago about, I don't pay attention to all these notes. Now I'm paying attention to text messages, but we're good. So keeping it, again, dry, but somewhat cloudy to begin early Friday morning. I think this is the thing. If we can keep some clouds around, that keeps us a little bit milder. If we go to clear, we're colder than this. So we'll have some mid-40s out there, New Albany, Boonville, Corinth, all about 45, 46, 47 degrees. and maybe some 50s for Kosciuszko, for Louisville, for Greenwood, and for Belzona, about 51, 52 to 53 degrees. And so then high and thin clouds again for Friday morning. One thing I find very interesting here, I want to see what our latest version of Strike does. We kind of find ourselves sandwiched between a couple of systems here. More moisture with this one down here toward the Gulf of Mexico. Watch what happens as I transition to our much more aggressive Strike model. It goes boom, and that rainfall's a lot closer. I think solidly overdoing this rainfall. That's saying our front will get all the way north here. I think it's overdoing how far north and how quickly that front can arrive. But just keep this in mind, not impossible to have more showers than what we're indicating here. Mostly, though, kind of between these two boundaries, that front and our front down south there. And so either way, most likely to be dry here in the northern part of the state on Friday. But rain chances clearly not zero. And then upper 70s out there for highs, and maybe some mid 70s for a few spots, but below our normal for this time of the year. So rain chances over the next 7 days. Next chances I can start to point out here, and maybe overdoing a little bit more, but we're looking toward around Sunday there, where we could have, again, more showers and thunderstorms as a possibility. So the weekend forecast of your 2 weekend days, more likely to have some issues there as we look toward your Sunday. 81 degree, the high temperature both days. Again, some of the rain chances that we're looking at. Here's that 7-day forecast there. Again, non-zero rain chance Saturday. And then Sunday, more likely to have some showers and thunderstorms popping up, and a possibility there. If I get a little time here in a minute, we'll dig more into that chance and that threat. We'll take some time with that, come up here in a minute. But I do want to instead, before we go there, look at a few other things and obviously get back to where we have the potential for some damaging thunderstorms down there in central and south Mississippi, which obviously is still a very real concern. We're going to take a brief break here, get some things organized, and we'll be back as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center in 60 seconds. So stay tuned. No, assuming I do this right.
Room to Room's birthday party is going on now. Come celebrate 23 years with us. Up to 70% off store-wide discounts. Free gifts for everyone. Plus, we pay your sales tax. It's a celebration you don't want to miss, only at Room to Room.
A serious burn injury can change a life in seconds. The pain is intense, the scars are permanent, and families are left carrying the burden of care. The road ahead is filled with surgeries and uncertainty. These cases are complex, high stakes, and demand real experience. At Langston and Lott, we understand burn litigation, and we know how to build these cases the right way. I'm Casey Lott. Dial the 8s.
It's by design we call ourselves Traceway Retirement Community, because community is what you have here. We all need it, deserve it, embrace it, where our community becomes your family. Traceway Retirement Community.
Welcome back to Mississippi Live Weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Again, I cannot say this enough. North Mississippi, no additional tornado threat. We are done. And South Mississippi, we have gone a little while here without having confirmed tornadoes on this storm down here closer to Collins. I'm going to bring it back into a closer radar site here, looking from the Jackson area. We do still show rotation on this. And I'm going to check our discussion here with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Does look like, again, this time would have been 8:58 near Prentice. A storm chaser reporting power flashes down there on that storm earlier. So maybe ability, unfortunately, I guess that'd be the report we have down here south of Prentice, where, again, confirmed power flashes as that tornado moved through, whether it was the straight line winds trying to wrap back up, produce the tornado, or an actual tornado itself. That report a little bit ago. And unfortunately, at night, these reports come in after the fact. And so looking at this here, we've had this where it's sort of wrapped up a few times. Checking the wind mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar, still shows up fairly broad, but two pretty strong looks at it regardless. on how it's trying to wrap back in. Now, we are fairly high. We're looking, actually not. We're about 2,800 feet above the surface, which all things considered is not that high. Look at how far away we are. I guess we are still close enough. So 2,800 feet is about a half a mile up. I mean, it's not down at the surface. And I can, just in the precipitation mode, it almost looks better on my side monitor here, but how that's kind of wrapped up in there. Interesting to see. So if you do know some folks down here around Providence, Eminence, Sand Hill, again, this is in a direction where it will eventually move toward Laurel there in Ellisville. Let's get an angle on this so that we can get a longer track ahead for some of those folks and get an idea on where this is going. North side of Ellisville, south side of Laurel, possibility that there could be issues here with this as well. Let's track this ahead, bring it current time frame. And let's see, again, some times here. Let's double check the speed. So give me a moment to do that. I'm gonna go back to the beginning of this again. I wanna make sure that we have the right speed on it. With as many tracks as we're doing, knowing for sure the speed's good. Yeah, it's down 35 miles per hour. So I've been tracking this a little too fast. I apologize for that. I'd rather give too much time than too little, and we were going a little fast. So let's go and slow down that track a little bit. If I measured at 35, I still need to go a little faster than that. So I'll say somewhere around 38, 39 miles per hour, let's say. And then we're gonna have to extend that a little further to get a time there for Ellisville and Laurel. So we'll make that a 40-mile track because of how long this is held together. And that would put it right about the 10 o'clock time period there in Laurel, as you can see on our list there. We do have a camera up in Hattiesburg. I don't know that we're going to get a good shot of it from there, but at night it's going to be difficult to see that far away. But we'll see. Ellisville, we show 954. So Willowtown, we're looking at 929 for you. Eminence there at about 932. Speedtown, 932. Bethel at 935. A Doppler radar indicated rotation that could at some point potentially become a tornado. Once again, this is in this scenario here where when we ask the question, why is this issued? This has been issued because Doppler radar detects rotation that could lead to the development of a tornado at some point here in the future. And this one has consistently produced tornadoes, so we don't want to underestimate its ability. That circle you see on radar there behind me is where it is seeing shear or rotation. Put another way, it would be another way to describe it. Where we have that rotation, it puts the circle, essentially trying to grab my attention to make sure that I'm paying attention to that. So it's one of the benefits here of Mama Justice Doppler radar. We can also assess the peak threats with this, and hail still a possibility on the north side of this for Collins with the primary rotation to the south. But as we go back over time, just to calibrate what we are looking at here, and we can make this over the last 2 hours, you can see I need to go back and look at this when this was producing major tornadoes. I want to see what this looked like on here. We knew we had major tornadoes south of Brookhaven. Okay, and so at that point there, this was estimating in the center of that red circle that we were getting winds probably 100 miles an hour. Yeah, so that is that circulation. So for me, just to have a better idea, because I used a slightly different software when I was at the television station, it's important for me to know what it looks like when we're with real-time, real data, when we're producing real-time bad stuff. And so now I have an idea of what it took to produce that. And for me, that is helpful for the next time that we see what we see. Look at those peak threats. What we don't have here on our tornado warnings, we don't have that. Now, we do have a spot there where you see the pink, where, yeah, we do have rotation, and we're looking at a shear, a change in wind, somewhere around 58 miles per hour. So that could still be wind damage, despite the fact it might not for sure be a tornado for some of those spots there. But bring it back and looking at the precipitation mode, kind of the normal way of looking at things here. We'll clear off, where we had that. I can still sort of see an inflow channel here trying to form. But it's not as pronounced as earlier. Something like this, where the warm winds try to get in, versus like this, where the rain-cooled air tries to kind of wrap back around. And I mentioned earlier an RFD surge. That's this kind of rear, what we mean rear flank downdraft. The rear part of the thunderstorm, the flanking downdraft. So that is the area that we're watching that's trying to produce the tornado and trying to kind of do it over top of Cold Springs there, south of Providence, south of the Collins area. And so because it's maybe, possibly, can't say for sure, that's the reason a tornado warning has been issued, because of the history that this storm has had with it. So looking at the wind mode on this, it still remains somewhat broad. We've gone a while since we've had obvious for sure tornadoes. In fact, I think it was West Apprentice and South Apprentice was the last time we were looking at what was no questions asked. That's a tornado situation. To give you, to again, calibrate this again, is kind of what it looked like when it's back there. We had very pronounced rotation signature. Well, that's behind me. Apologize for that. Pronounced rotation signature there. Again, south and west of the Prentice area. And then produce that tornado damage that we had south of Prentice. And you can see that circle stays on there, indicating the rotation. And we continue to have one of those circles on there still at this point, but it is broader at this time. So broad is good. Knowing for sure is bad. And I haven't mentioned this in a while. Big hail certainly going to happen in either case on the north side of this. And so our friends at True Shield Roofing, you can see them mentioned at the top there. If we have hail in excess of an inch in size, and we've had pictures of that sent in, the largest hailstone wins a $100 gift card from our friends at True Shield Roofing. So if you know someone, let them know about the Mississippi Live Weather app. You have to submit it through the app, and we'll be looking out for that. But the hail in this case has been a side effect of the rotation, and the storm's trying to produce tornadoes down here. So again, widen this just a little bit and double checking what else we have out there. Don't have a lot of other thunderstorms of concern. I think this storm back here, this newest one south of Butte, of course, where we have folks out there dealing with some damage from this night's thunderstorms already. This most recent storm is probably back in that slightly cooler air we were talking about, and hopefully more limited threat for severe weather, because I can tell you very clearly that everything behind this, hail would be my main concern. I mean, it's not a zero tornado threat, but it's pretty low, all things considered. We'll have more information on this coming up here in 60 seconds as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center right after this.
As a bankruptcy firm, Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling realizes many people are worried about their finances. We're here to guide you through the next steps to restart your life with easy video appointments. New clients don't have to leave home to get information about becoming debt-free. Also, convenient in-office appointments are available at the low cost of $340 upfront for a Chapter 13. You can be on your way to being debt-free. Contact Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling today or visit our website at mcdebtfree.com. We are here to help you.
This house is under attack by so many pests. The family says that there's absolutely no hope. Bundleman, is there anything you can do to save this family?
Don't worry, miss. I've got you covered. Thanks to Wayne's and Viro Pest Bundles.
I love you.
For families who want it all, stay protected with Wayne's Pest Control.
Trying to communicate behind the scenes here with the folks at the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Know we've got a group down there on this storm. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here at 9:31. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Tornado warning extended there eastward into eastern Covington and now Jones County. That would then include locations there around Laurel, Ellisville, as we talked about a minute ago there. Also dealing with this. But this thunderstorm has some rotation with it. It has not produced an official tornado in a while. Still has rotation, still has a history. And National Weather Service there in Jackson not taking any chances on whatever this storm is capable of. So let's look here at the wind mode, latest look to get a best lock we can on this. We'll track this eastward. And we'll go about, I think, 35, maybe, let's say 40 miles per hour. I think we're going probably a little fast with that there. But 40 miles per hour, and then we'll extend this to where we get it all the way and include locations like Laurel with this. We'll go about 40 miles there east. Okay, so time to Laurel, about 10:03 based on that speed there. That tells me the fact that the time has gotten a little longer, that I am probably going a little fast on my speed. So let's go and drop it down to 35 to get a calibrated number there. And 10:07, the time there to Midtown Laurel. on this rotating thunderstorm, what has prompted a tornado warning for Jones County in effect until 10:30 p.m. What I'm looking behind the scenes with here is with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, trying to see on their platform if I can pull up one of their cameras and talk to them. I know Timothy Kern is live down there right now. And we'll see if it is. I know the feed is going in and out. Might have to try to give him a call here in a minute, see if we can do that. Last report that we had a couple minutes ago, the description was that there's a huge wall cloud on it from their perspective on what they're looking on this storm here. They were, again, looking at this, and so there's a few of them down there on it. But at this point here, I'll get you their location here in a second. I want to double check it. They're near Seminary right now, so they would be back here, again, trying to look back toward it. The problem when you get in storm chasing Mississippi, there's not a lot of roads to go the exact direction the storms go. So they're going to have to meander to try to get back on this as it gets closer there to the Laurel area to get kind of in the right position on it. So North Mississippi Storm Chasers are watching it there and seeing if they can track ahead on what it's capable of. This primarily, as you can see where the purples are on here, a hail-producing thunderstorm at this point in time. I'm going to bring in, again, our chat. We've got a lot of folks there that are asking questions. Appreciate you. Family in Hebron, Jones County. Okay, we'll take a look at that in a second. I see someone else asking, is Jones County good? And I would say no. I would say for, Lisa's grandson there in Ellisville, we're watching for you guys as well. This storm still has rotation with it. And someone, Katie Smith, mentioned in there, make sure in Jones County, we need to be in that tornado safe place right now. So let's talk about, why this is issued here as we bring it back over to our Mama Justice Doppler radar. This is a situation where a tornado warning has been issued for Jones County on a storm that has pretty consistently been producing rotation for hours. As I look at this a couple of different ways, trying to spot where that rotation is most significant, shows up a little stronger on the latest scans here closer to the Kelly area. There are a few spots around here that I would track. I'm going to track the part of it that's farthest east, I believe. Let me try one thing here just to make sure that I fully agree with that. Kind of in that south part here down closer to Kelly that has been the strongest part. That's why I've been tracking it from there. So if you're down here in Laurel, let's go a little wider to show some folks there for a moment. You're down here in Laurel, for example, or Ellisville or Oak Bowery or Bethel, Pleasant Ridge down here in Jones County. We need to be in our tornado safe place. I would say that we still have the greatest potential for you to see a tornado ahead on this. Now, this has been a storm that's produced two very strong tornadoes today. And because of that history, we take it seriously. But let's also say that it's been probably 45 minutes to an hour. I'd have to check the exact time since we've seen it produce a strong tornado. It's produced potentially some damage over that period of time, but not necessarily strong tornado damage. Could it still produce a strong tornado? Absolutely. Is it producing one now? I think it is not, but I think it has that potential, and we always judge these based off of potential. So for the folks there mentioning your grandchild's down there in Jones County, and that they're paying attention to this here, make sure that they are not in cars, trucks, and manufactured homes or large open rooms, upper floors, and rooms with windows. It's kind of, this is built off of the inverse of this, which is your safe place should be in the middle, should be down low, should have as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A little room is usually better, so if ceiling falls in, it's a lesser quantity of that, and then stay there until you can be given the all clear. To the point of the all clear, back here in Collins and Prentice and a lot of locations, Mount Olive, where we previously had some tornado warnings, even Seminary there, we're now in the all clear for some of those folks. Ahead, obviously, it is a different story, and ahead is where for the moms and grandmas and friends and family that you can help to let people know, hey, there's something coming toward Laurel that could be strong, could be severe, could be damaging. Hopefully is not, but has that potential. So, let them know, hey, there's something coming in Jones County. About where I put this dot here is where the leading edge of whatever it is, as though there's some rotation kind of back here closer to Speedtown and Bethel and Leaf River. This is not a slam dunk tornado, thankfully. And that is honestly, looking at the latest scans, about the only place we're starting to show some of that rotation. We go back a scan or two here. It's interesting, though, that you can make that argument of something a little farther back, but back here toward Eminence, that's where our rotation is right now. Still pretty broad rotation there, but we show it down here. Because of the nighttime nature of these storms, we talk about this a lot for North Mississippi, and for grandmas, moms, and dads, we can also take care of this. Again, we can subscribe other people to this. Weather Call is a phone alert system that will let you know if you're in the danger zone. It'll call you if tornadoes are confirmed to be occurring. It will call you back, obviously, for that confirmation. It'll call you if the tornado warning's there. And so you actually can get 2 calls sometimes for tornado warnings. The first one when the warning's issued, the second one once it's confirmed. Calls you for severe thunderstorm warnings, calls you for major flash flooding. And phone calls matter because if my wife called right now, I would pick up, despite the fact I'm talking to you and about 4,000 other people about what's going on in South Mississippi. So phone calls matter. They're disruptive, and disruptions are good when you're talking about alerts. But you want to keep your phone charged. I have mine plugged in here as well to make sure it's good. And you want to make sure Weather Call is in your do not disturb, or in particular by that, instead of in your do not disturb, we want to make sure that it is in one of your favorites. So it'll bust through the do not disturb. But either way, and on a night, we want to make sure that we kind of build our armor as much as possible and think of multiple ways we can find out if we're in the danger zone. So Weather Call should be a part of a broader arsenal of options that you use to protect yourself and possibly sign up your friends and family for as well. There's a cost, but not for the app. The app is free. It has lots of alerts, Android, iOS. You can sign up on those different platforms there as well. Let's track where this is getting a little bit more organized. Go 34, 35. I'm going to include Laurel in this track. Laurel, current time on that, pretty much exact same time we were looking at a moment ago there, about 10:06. Possibly tightening up just a little bit more on that rotation. The precip does not look particularly impressive. The rotation on some of our other options here does look a little bit more impressive, pretty much right where that line is coming out of that near Oak Bowery, where we're kind of concentrating the most. This ain't good. So we're going to look here from our Jackson radar site, and I'm going to show kind of an uglier version of Mama Justice Doppler radar with this. And so this one here, where you kind of see this green area depicted, that is where that rotation is, again, moving generally in the direction of Laurel. I'm Matt Lawpon. I'm Chief Meteorologist for Mississippi Live Weather. Current time is 9:40 p.m. We have a 10 o'clock broadcast coming up. We'll probably run up the continuous to the 10 o'clock broadcast, do an overview at 10 for our viewers that may or may not be, paying attention to what's happening in South Mississippi. And we're going to try to kind of take it and talk about it there. I see somebody, a lot of folks in the comments behind the scenes. We appreciate the folks they are kind of looking out and looking for other people asking questions there. I see Mount Olive mentioned there a moment ago. Mount Olive, as we're kind of looking back behind this, you can come out of your tornado safe place. There's some flash flooding issues for you, but you can come out of your tornado safe place there in Mount Olive. No issues of concerns for you as well. But east here of Eminence, kind of east of where we show that on here is where we have this kind of area of circulation still kind of showing up. This green here is not as strong as when it was earlier on, but still a spot to watch, as this is kind of still going parallel to US 84 there, basically south, working its way toward the south side of Laurel, I'd say. I mean, I'll let you make a judgment call on where you think this is headed. It's moving a little bit more north of east, so I'd say Pendroff there, Walters, Glade, south side of Laurel, in the path, direct path of where this area of circulation is going. So for folks there, heads up, take shelter, and I'm Katie over there in the comments, making sure to tell all the folks that are asking questions about this to to be safe. Now, I see someone there mentioning that they're at the 84 and 49 crossing. Their parents were in Collins. A lot of heavy rainfall still there on our standard version of Mama Justice Doppler radar showing up on that. But no tornadoes with what we're seeing there now. Now, obviously earlier, and not even that much earlier, it was a different story as that storm kind of moved through very close to that exact spot within the last 20 minutes or so. So for that person that said their family member was there at that intersection, they can probably rotate south now, and hopefully they don't run across some kind of a damage path there. But certainly kind of a scary situation still for those folks, I'm sure, as they kind of evaluate where they are. Appreciate all of our sponsors. You've seen them kind of cycling on the bottom of the screen. You've seen some advertisements here. I wish we could go zero ads. The reality is that the radar that you're looking at here is the best radar system that money can buy at a television station or a digital broadcast operation. Pay big bucks for this thing, works very, very well, costs a bunch of money. So the advertisements like you see there with Mama Justice, or the commercials you've seen, that room-to-room weather center I mentioned there, support these businesses up here in North Mississippi, and we'll be able to continue providing this service. Don't support them. It is what it is, kind of at that point there. So just that's if people ask all the time, how can we help? Just support the businesses that are willing to put the money together to support this community service that we're trying to provide for you. And for locations outside of here, including down here in South Mississippi, as you can clearly see tonight. Looking at the wind mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar, still again, broad rotation there, right where I put that line, right where that point is there. Take that back. That is tightened up a bit more. That is a spot. This is not, to be clear, this is nowhere near as healthy as when it put down the really strong tornadoes. But this is strengthening right there and on a path that will take it toward Laurel. So for folks there interested in Jones County, you are under a tornado warning until 10:30 p.m. That does include the community of Laurel, Ellisville, Penderoff, Mount Zion, Sand Hill, all in the path of the rotation on this thunderstorm. To give you a storm track, I'm going to put a storm track on that specific spot, which doesn't look terribly impressive when I put it in storm relative mode, does more so in base velocity. All that to say the different ways in which we evaluate the wind on this. At 35 miles per hour, time keeps ticking down there. So Laurel, 10:06, that's the same time we were looking at for you a few minutes ago. Sand Hill, it's over you within 5 minutes. While I'm looking at this, I'm going to look three-dimensional here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. The reason I want to do that is I want to kind of evaluate how tall, how strong, and the overall shape of the rest of this thunderstorm. That can sometimes tell us, what it's capable of. Because one of the interesting things I find about this is the storms back here toward Prentice are probably taller storms. Look at that. If I cut out sort of all the clouds sort of in the foreground there, and you just compare the tops, see how that one's a lot lower than the one in the middle and the one farther west? So this is not as healthy as earlier when it was kicking out the strong tornadoes. I mean, go back an hour ago and look at this thing as it's, producing strong tornadoes, and it's a lot taller, right? Or if you go back closer to an hour and a half when we're talking about some real deal major issues there close to Monticello, this is just an overall beast of a storm at that point. So it has weakened substantially over that period of time, and still probably has enough there that it could still try to produce a tornado, because it is in kind of the right spot where everything is a little bit more organized to possibly allow that to happen. So let's look back 2D on this, look down to the normal way of looking at this from top down at kind of where that is. And I'm going to check the hail potential on this. Nowhere near what we had earlier, but some big hail, again, falling there toward the Calhoun area potentially. I'm looking specifically at the rotation. We've got a bunch of different ways we kind of poke and prod these things. Our shear here, our rotation is not extreme, not as significant as earlier on, but obviously still present. And then again, some hail, looking at that, probably the peak threat, unless this rotation continues to pick up. And it is still showing up there right where that white dot is north there of, let me think, that would be State Highway 588 that runs east-west here into Sand Hill. They're less than really a mile north, maybe mile and a half north there of 588. Take that back. It's right at a mile to the north of that. So still kind of progressing eastward there on this, and we'll continue to probably have this attempt to try to produce a tornado as it approaches. Again, Mount Zion, Pleasant Ridge there, Pendhoff, Queensburg, and Laurel over the next 15, 20 minutes or so. So if you know someone ahead of this, we're going to keep watching this here. We'll bring up our chat again with you guys behind the scenes here as we're looking at this. Check Northport, South Alabama. So not Northport, that is, let me bring it back over here, regular radar mode. And I'll be honest, I don't have high resolution radar for all locations here across the southeast. See, the Northport I was expecting you to say was the one up here near Tuscaloosa, and there's no issues there. I'm going to check these storms back toward Kosciuszko and Durant here for a moment. And again, if you look at wind on this, there's nothing here that's overly concerning because, again, this is back in the cooler air. One thing that we can note that has finally happened on this is if I pop on, I'll bring it back up north, and I will put on here give me a moment to pop this on. Our tornado watch, I think they've eliminated, they've gone in and eliminated all of our counties here in the traditional Mississippi Live, the 4 letters I can't say, viewing area up here. That all of our counties have been eliminated from that tornado watch, which is pretty much what we've been telling you the last couple of hours. So we can at least say that that improvement has occurred for you. Still some showers with this weather, all of our severe weathers with this batch down here, and this storm in particular that's approaching the Laurel area at this time, with that rotation close to Sand Hill, approaching Mount Zion. As we kind of bring it here and look at the wind mode, once again, it's still fairly broad rotation, but northwest there of the Sand Hill community on a path that will eventually take it there closer to Laurel. It'll take a little bit of time. So I'm checking our chat here. I see someone mentioning canceling the tornado watch there as well. South Alabama is fine right now. If you have family in Washington County, Alabama, call them and tell them, this will continue working its way eastward. Is Hattiesburg still at risk? So here's what I would say. This is forming on a cold front. This is, which we talked about, and many of you might not have seen it if this is kind of your first experience with us here, say you're not from North Mississippi. This is on a cold front that is sliding southward. That cold front, it's the perfect area where we have the rotation. And so this has kind of been attached to that perfect area where we have the rotation that's helping this to spin up. Behind this, there's not much of a tornado threat. It's near zero. Ahead of this, there remains a tornado threat. And so Hattiesburg, Columbia, I know we've had storms that look like they produced obviously some tornado damage south of Hattiesburg area throughout the evening. If you're ahead of this down here, still possibility to get a rotating thunderstorm that could produce a tornado for your locations as well. So I would still say Lamar County and Hattiesburg, yes, still at risk, not from this storm, but additional thunderstorms later on tonight. So we've got to obviously continue to stay focused on this. In our discussion with the National Weather Service here, latest update from them as they're looking, I'm going to kind of read this here. Circulation in Jones has continued to consolidate some, and it could produce a tornado at any moment. So let me repeat that again. The rotation continuing to increase on the Jones County storm, and it could produce a tornado at any moment. That's kind of what we were showing you a moment ago, looking at the wind mode. Let's check and see if that's continuing to happen. I would say it's not as strong as when it was a strong tornado, but it is continuing to get more organized out here in Jones County. All the different ways in which we look at this continue to show at least some rotation, pretty much right where you see that white line showing up there west of Mount Zion and south and west of the Laurel area. Laurel will still have about 10:06 for that time. We should have a new radar scan coming in, and we'll double check that speed to make sure that is still lined up correctly. We like to kind of hit this over and over again to make sure that we have an accurate time at about 35, 36 miles per hour. That would show Laurel about 10:06. So we are still tracking there in the Laurel at about 10:06. Mount Zion, it's over top of you within the next 2 minutes. Pleasant Ridge, 9:55, 10 o'clock there. Walters, Pendroff there at 10:01. Queensburg, 10:04. Laurel, 10:06. And then Glaston about 10:10. And Clio at 10:15. So this storm will not be approaching Hattiesburg. Let's answer that question there, Shanta. This is not going to move to Hattiesburg. There could be additional thunderstorms, but this one's coming right toward Laurel. It is not a tornado confirmed to be on the ground at this moment. That is an important distinction we need to make here. This is Doppler radar indicating rotation that could develop into a tornado. That rotation is pretty much right where that white line is. If you see the white line, wish I had a little crosshair or something. I might be able to actually put something on that as well. Give me 2 seconds here. But as you can see on the screen, that the tornado warning is for the potential for Doppler radar to show rotation, and that rotation to potentially produce a tornado. So that is the reason this has been issued, is the potential. One has not been spotted, debris has not been confirmed, but all those things happen after the fact. If the confirmation of tornadoes touched down, is it hitting your house? You didn't get much preparation, right? So we prep and prepare for what could happen, and that means making sure that we are in our safe place here. So that means lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where we can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear when that comes. And I would say for locations such as Hebron, we're in the all clear for you, but obviously Ellisville, Sand Hill, Pendroff, and Laurel, we are still watching this as it moves eastward into your area. We're trying to avoid unsafe places. Cars, trucks, and mobile homes would be locations where we could potentially have more issues there as well. We are continuing to get information related to this from, again, storms that we previously had there around the Hattiesburg area. It does look like, as we've talked about, we've had some folks asking, what about Hattiesburg? We've already had tornado damage down there tonight. A number of these reports, including, I'll clear this off for just a second here so we can see it. Buildings damaged there close to the Purvis area in particular. And a report there, that's hard for even me to read. Updated damage. Major damage occurred in the buildings along Mississippi Highway 589 and Old Highway 11. Office building, man, I can't hardly read that myself. Office building was damaged. Multiple trees were uprooted in the area. Tornado debris signature was observed on radar when it happened. And then a little closer to Hattiesburg there, trees down on Patrick Road related to the circulation here that could have been a tornado in both cases, and certainly was a tornado in at least one of those. So we have had reports of damage with these storms tonight down there, and of course other reports of damage back to the west. It does look like buildings severely damaged in some cases with this. And according to folks there in Lamar County, there again have been at least 3 injuries. According to our chat with the Chasers, no life-threatening injuries at this point here, but some injuries reported. So unfortunate to hear that, but fortunate that we have not heard reports of fatalities yet. Certainly the night is still young, and there's some spots where we probably back west have had some significant issues. So hopefully we don't get the confirmation of anything like that going forward tonight. Again, kind of looking behind the scenes at our chat with the National Weather Service. Again, still radar indicated the way we would describe this tornado warning here approaching the Laurel area. It does not look quite as impressive as about 5 minutes ago, but we are getting farther away from the radar site, but we're also only about 2,800 feet up. But let's keep people in that tornado safe place here in the Laurel area as this approaches Pleasant Ridge, Mount Zion there. Again, we want you in your safe place as well. At Ellisville, the rotating part of this is just a little bit to your north. On the north side of Ellisville there, I would still be in my tornado safe place with the knowledge that the strongest portion of this is maybe just a little bit north. But I'm hoping this continues to go through a weakening phase. That would be the best case scenario of this. But we don't make plans based off of best case scenarios. We make plans based on just watching what this looks like. And according to the Jones, at least some folks down there in our discussion back and forth, it's possible that we could be seeing a wall cloud out of this, which would be a lowering on this, where air tries to be drawn up in, where rotation gets focused, and where the possibility that this could try to produce a tornado. So we're still at a stage where we have to respect this, with the knowledge that maybe we'll get lucky and this does not produce a tornado. Luckily, we're in that maybe, possibly, not completely sure phase, as opposed to this is absolutely happening. Because when that happens, we know bad things are happening. That's obviously not what we want. We're going to go ahead and start here a minute or two early. Our 10 o'clock broadcast, Mississippi Live Weather at 10, starts now.
At Vibe Aesthetics and Wellness, we believe confidence isn't just how you look, it's how you feel. From subtle, natural aesthetics to personalized wellness care, everything we do is intentional. This is beauty with purpose. At Vibe Men's Health, we take that same approach. We focus on what matters most: strength, energy, and performance. Built on real data, real medicine, and real results, we're here to help you look better, feel stronger, and live fully. Come vibe with us today.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 10.
Hey there, 9 o'clock transition, 10 o'clock here. And as we do, I want to show you first off temperatures. You might say you're talking tornadoes someplace. Why are we talking about temperatures? We're talking about temperatures because these are too cool to support tornadoes. So if you're in our traditional Mississippi Live viewing area, let me be crystal clear here. No tornadoes tonight. You know, a lot of folks, people are like, when can we go to sleep? The answer is a couple hours ago. But right now, if you want to go to sleep and click this off, go for it. You got the 7-day forecast in the app. You can check it tomorrow. We'll update that video forecast. We'll have all that stuff there for you. But for our traditional viewers here on Mississippi Live, we can go to sleep and you are in good shape. The tornado watches have been canceled. It is in South Mississippi that we are concentrating on everything that this storm system is capable of. So again, headlines here. Let's make sure to kind of hit these. Strong tornadoes have occurred in South Mississippi. They have in some cases caused injuries. We have not had reports confirm the fatalities at this point, and hopefully, God willing, that's the way this continues, because we've had some strong tornadoes occur tonight. But that local threat for really any kind of active weather is decreasing as storm threats primarily south, and we are drier for tomorrow with at least spotty showers and thunderstorms possible on a couple occasions thereafter. But again, on Mama Justice Doppler radar, the tornado watch, the counties in blue that you see there, you notice those have all moved southward. That watch has been canceled. That front that moved through has stabilized things. That cooler air has moved in, and everything north of that front is no longer potential for tornadoes. Again, I don't do South Mississippi. It's not our regular area. Have not analyzed that specific storm closely because we've been watching a long-lived storm that's been right on the edge of the front. And if you watched us the last couple of days, you know that we said, if a storm can hang on the front, look out. And unfortunately, that is exactly what happened down here in South Mississippi tonight, with multiple very strong tornadoes that have occurred. I don't like throwing that very in front of the word strong very often, but we had debris lofted in excess of 20,000 feet on multiple occasions. And one spot, I could have argued maybe in excess of 25,000. To give you a perspective on what that means and why that matters, when we talk about debris height on tornadoes, the higher it is, the stronger it is. And so correlation tells us that when you start getting debris lofted in excess of 20,000 feet, that's a really strong tornado. Now, we're hoping that we didn't have multiple of those, but certainly concerns there that we could have had a tornado, multiple tornadoes that were strong with this setup. Over the course of the next 12 hours here, though, our threats are all pretty much done here in North Mississippi. As we bring it back north here for a moment to kind of show this, and we'll bring it back in here to the digital room-to-room weather center. Again, our hour-by-hour forecast shows the coverage of storms decreasing as we head throughout the overnight hours, and that severe threat, of course, decreasing as well. As we look here at Futurecast, this still has some heavier thunderstorms here in the northern part of the state, but I think the most significant threat, again, down in central and south Mississippi. So if you hear rumbles overnight here in North Mississippi, no issues. We are not concerned. We do not have threats. Rainfall and thunderstorms still possible, including maybe some strong thunderstorms next couple hours down in South Mississippi. And for tomorrow, we are drier as high pressure builds in. We are cooler as well as that moves in from the north and west and starts to dominate our forecast. So that's kind of the overview for our viewers. We will dig more into a few other things related to this in a second. But let's dip down to South Mississippi here, where we've been watching this tornado-warned thunderstorm. And the National Weather Service just in the last couple of minutes, last actually 30 seconds or so, canceling the tornado warning for the Laurel area. As you probably noted toward the end of our 9 o'clock broadcast, we were talking about how things looked a little bit weaker and a little bit weaker. My rotation is broadening out. And so I don't show something tight enough to be a tornado on this. And frankly, the overall thunderstorm, if we just assess just using the eyeball test on this, if you've watched storms here in Mississippi very often, when we start to get that gnarly little hook, kind of dipping around there, like a little thumb jutting out, that's when we worry about this, right? That kind of hook, which we had on this for a long time, that we no longer have on this, as it's almost completely, almost east-west oriented. So as we hoped would happen when it was close to Prentice, this has weakened, a pattern that has continued, and now no longer providing enough rotation to prompt tornado warning. So past that, I'm going to look back here toward Collins, where we do have, again, a newer storm. But again, it is very kind of east-west as well, an orientation that probably won't allow it to produce any tornadoes. But nonetheless, let's just go ahead and look at it and double check and make sure. Looking at wind, not significant there. So I'm not concerned about that as well. We're going to have a more overview of this and our chances for rainfall and storms the next couple of days. Coming up here in 60 seconds as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center right after this.
Room to Room's birthday party is going on now. Come celebrate with us. Thousands of dollars in free gifts, cash, spa treatments, shopping sprees, and even a chance to win your entire purchase free. It's a celebration you don't want to miss. And there's no party like a Room to Room party.
Every legend starts somewhere.
Not with perfection, but with a decision.
The decision to show up, work harder, and believe this place can change everything.
At Northeast, you're more than just a number.
We're built on opportunity, and our students are willing to rise to the occasion.
Here, success isn't handed to you, it's earned.
You don't just leave with a degree, you leave as a legend.
For the first time anywhere, a digital-only weather source has been nominated for not one, but 2 Emmy Awards. This is the 25th nomination I've been humbled to receive over the years, and while accolades are great, we're just proud to deliver the weather coverage that you deserve. Thank you, North Mississippi, for supporting us here at Mississippi Live.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lovehon.
Welcome back to Mississippi Live at 10. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. Our Maggie McCauley has called it a night after what was a very early morning and I'll face a long afternoon. Outside in Hattiesburg, we've had some tornado touchdowns south of town earlier on, closer to Purvis. Looking out of our camera there at this point, we still have an atmosphere that's primed for additional thunderstorms. When that dew point's 72, that wind's still a southerly direction. We still have fuel, and eventually thunderstorms could become a possibility overnight. A vastly different story. Go that 73 over 72 there in Hattiesburg versus a 54 over 54, and almost kind of a foggy look up here in Tupelo. Our Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling Skycam looking back toward the west. Nothing that resembles anything that even kind of could dream up severe weather. You're not going to get it with a dew point of 54. It's just not going to happen. So we are done. Go to bed, go to sleep, and be in good shape. Same thing in Houston. That temperature probably coming in pretty close there. Also, mid-50s on some northerly winds. If we come down farther south toward the Ackerman area, we show that location coming in at right around 59, so a little bit warmer. Dew point just slightly higher there. Rolling Fork, though, back in the Delta. Again, we've still have some thunderstorms over top of you. 59 the temperature. Moisture value maybe just missed a smidgen higher there, but not much. Macon, again, one of the last locations to hang on to a somewhat unstable atmosphere, but there in Macon, 66 probably is not high enough to support severe weather, thankfully, as well. But we have some showers both north and south of town, as you can see there on that radar inset. While we have showers, we do not have severe thunderstorms or tornadoes or anything like that. We're not going to see those. Make sure you have, of course, alerts turned on the Mississippi Live Weather app just to let you know in case something changes. But there is not going to be a tornado threat that changes. That's not going to be a part of what happens here as we go throughout tonight. We're done with any issues related to that there. So as we kind of bring it back here to Mama Justice Doppler radar and we pull down again those QR codes, our app works all across the country, so not just in North Mississippi. Down here near Collins, again, a little bit of an interesting shape on that storm. Another storm back out there toward Auburn and Gloucester and back out toward Brookhaven. But the red that you see on here, this is from that long-lived, significant, damaging tornadoes. And man, that's a lot of reports of what was a strong tornado for a long time. So before you go to bed tonight, say your prayers for folks down here in South Mississippi and the damage that they saw. And hopefully first responders aren't having to dig through the pieces of too many homes. But it's almost impossible that they're not going to be digging through some. Looking here at Mama Justice Doppler on the wind, we previously have had a tornado warning down here around Laurel. No longer the case. And so with that, we now are tornado warning, and I believe severe thunderstorm warning and tornado warning free here across Mississippi at this point in time. So hopefully that's a trend that will continue overnight. Again, we are past the peak as far as active and severe storms are concerned. Rainfall will diminish overnight as well as temperatures continue to drop through the 50s. Again, I show 60s on there, some spots 60s on the average, but obviously, as you saw a moment ago, a few spots already in the 50s, and a lot of us are going to be cooling down through early tomorrow morning, somewhere in the middle, the lower 50s to begin the day. I think as you drop the kids off at school, we're looking at 56 by lunchtime. We're 64 and 69 by the final bell, and appreciate IMPC for sponsoring our school bus and school day forecasts. So looking at Futurecast here, it's pretty clear. All the heaviest thunderstorms are down south. This is kind of overdoing it for our Max South viewers down here in Philadelphia. I don't think we're going to be as strong. And again, we had some large hail for you earlier on this evening. You could send in those hail pictures using the Mississippi Live Weather app. Largest hailstone sent in excess of an inch wins a $100 gift card from Walmart. That's sponsored by True Shield Roofing, who is trying to make your bad day a little bit less bad. You'll see showers here close to this front, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, still down here. Mainly heavy rainfall and flooding threat, I'd say. Everything that's north of this front, again, it's just going to be heavy rainfall through a large chunk of the overnight period here. Continuing 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, still some of those storms. Mainly lighter variety showers up here in North Mississippi. If you hear rumbles, you don't have anything to worry about. Go back to sleep. You're in good shape. And if you're still a little bit jittery, then maybe what you need is weather call to let you know, hey, if something's bad, I need to go to safety. That's what weather call is for. It will let you know if something bad comes through your area, if tornado warnings are issued, which they won't be, if severe thunderstorms are issued, which they won't be. It would call you in either of those situations, or flash flood emergencies. And that probably won't be the case as well. So you wouldn't get a lot of use out of this tonight, but it is peace of mind. If peace of mind is what it takes to get you to go to bed for the cost of about, $2 Starbucks a year, you don't have to worry about severe weather warnings, because the only thing that you can do when it comes to severe weather, there's really only two things. You can know you're in danger. That's where weather call comes in. And then you can get to shelter. Everything we do is great, but it's theater and compared to you taking those two actions. Knowing when you're in danger, that's part of where we come in, but weather call takes care of that. And then getting to safety, that's the choice that only you can make. And luckily for tonight, that is primarily South Mississippi, and I don't think anybody down there would say lucky anything with this, unfortunately. So lower 50s to maybe some mid 50s out there for beginning temperatures tomorrow morning as cool air continues to come in from the north. As we check out, again, the Futurecast tomorrow, keeping us mainly dry here across much of the region. We kind of advance that, as you can see there, 7:38, 9 o'clock in the morning, a sprinkle or two, not impossible. High pressure, the story is drier air is coming in from the north and west here, and that really kind of continues to settle in from that direction and keep us dry for tomorrow. We do have a couple of storm systems that we're watching, a little moisture coming out with this one back into Texas, another one swooping in from the north. Both those are going to try to activate with slightly better rain chances later on this week and into the weekend. We're going to dig a little deeper in that than we did during our 9 o'clock broadcasts. Mid-70s, I went past it too fast, sorry. Mid-70s out there for high temperatures on your Thursday. Okay, so then looking toward Thursday night, again, clouds, but we keep it dry and mostly clear. So obviously no rainfall out there. Low temperatures, low 40s to maybe mid-40s for Friday morning. Going about 52 there in Greenwood, 55 Belzona. So everybody a little bit chillier for early Friday than we will be for tomorrow morning. Futurecast keeping us with only a few high and thin clouds to begin Friday there, 10, 11 o'clock toward noontime. Again, mainly dry. And then you have this. See that rainfall on there? Let's go ahead and fix that. Let's double check. I want to see what our HRRR is doing here so we can see if we can eliminate that. So I have two main models that we look at here. Our strike model and then our HRRR. Well, our HRRR runs out of data typically around midday, day and a half from now, essentially. But at night, we get another run. And when we're not tracking tornadoes, we put that in here. So let's go ahead and put that in here. You just have to wait for me to do it in real time. Save. Now let's get a better look at this. Put that back in play and try that again. So a few clouds, a lot of clouds. We show some showers up north. We show some showers down south. And whereas at noontime there was that magical rain all over the place, that is not the case. That shows that that is a little overdone. Now, there are more storms down here, down toward Alexandria, Louisiana, kind of popping up there, and a greater quantity by, say, 5 to 6 o'clock. So it's not impossible that our strike model is correct on its quantity of rainfall, but I think it's probably a little bit overdone as we find ourselves between those two main sections there. High temperatures on your Friday, mid-70s out there. We do have our game of the week Thursday instead of Friday, and I'll be honest, I've got to check in the midst of all this to see exactly who won that game of the week. I know that Maggie posted something on it, and so I'm going to pull up the comments. Hey, y'all, somebody tell me about game of the week in the comments there. Hattiesburg, you're good. Laurel, you're good. Unofficial reports of fatalities, I can't answer to that yet. I've seen some of those unofficial reports of fatalities as well. I don't have answers on that yet. I do know that there have been some neighborhoods hit hard where supposedly there are some manufactured homes, neighborhoods there that could have potentially been hit. And the reason that is significant is unfortunately because the majority of our tornado fatalities come in manufactured homes. They're never safe in a tornado. And so anytime there's a tornado coming toward you, you need to get out. No matter what anybody says, they're just not safe in a tornado. And so you need to have a storm shelter. You need to have a plan. They're good 360 days a year. The reason a manufactured homes seller would sponsor this graphic here is because they recognize the issue at Tupelo Home Center. They want to do something about it. And so they are now providing, every time you buy a new manufactured home from them, you get a storm shelter. And it takes a 360-day-a-year home and turns it into a 365-day-a-year home. I'll be perfectly honest. I have a storm shelter in my house here. I did not have one in my last one. And that would, believe it or not, make it a mobile home purchase a safer decision if you're worried about storms, if you get their storm shelter that they give you when you buy your manufactured home. So just keep that in mind. That's why they're doing it, trying to step up and address what unfortunately is an issue that maybe we don't talk about as much as we should. Let's look at beyond tomorrow, and let's look a little farther beyond that at the rainfall, beyond Friday, and let's look towards Saturday. If you give me a moment to kind of pull that up. I want to see Saturday and Sunday. So let's go ahead and pull those up here. So you're going to see a couple things animate there. This is back to our strike model, which again, I think is still a little aggressive. It shows by Friday night some limited rain chances starting to try to converge closer to us. I'll kind of pull down that graphic there for a moment. And then some lighter variety showers, fairly widespread into the overnight hours to pre-dawn early Saturday morning. So while I leave the percentage off on Friday now, we might have to bring that up just a little bit more before we're all said and done. Another front kind of sweeping in here from the north and west, and possibility this could ignite with some additional showers possibly by Sunday is kind of the trailing part of this. Kind of allows us some storms to again form for that day, but this is largely some cooler and drier air. That's what keeps us fairly dry there on Saturday with a few thunderstorms down south. Again, not as strong as what we have had for today. And some of those kind of expanding in by Saturday night here. Another front kind of moving in from the north and west as well. So we got kind of a fairly progressive pattern with additional rain chances. None of these look strong enough to produce strong or severe weather on the level of what we've had for today, but maybe a few storms possible there. So again, looking toward your weekend, both days, at least a light chance for a few showers on Saturday, a better chance for showers and thunderstorms possibly as everything kind of converges on Sunday. Pre-dawn hour Saturday, the main time frame there. We'll see if we hit 81. We might be a little high on those temperatures there if we have a few of those showers. But right now we're going 81 for both of those days there. If the quantity of showers is greater, that could maybe limit things a little bit, especially on the Saturday end there. And then drier as we look toward the first part of next week. Give me a second here. I'm going to pop up our chat, let you guys get some stuff in there. I need to look and see. My storm chasers have been going nuts. I don't know if you hear the bing, bing, bing. North Mississippi storm chasers there. I need to see what I've been missing for a moment here because they're on top of the damage situation here. So I want to check through what they're reporting on that here. Again, some damage there in Purvis as we talked about. Let's check this here. Hold on. So I'm really hoping that this is incorrect, but according to some of the folks with the North Mississippi storm chasers there, we might be able to confirm the police department might be confirming some fatalities there in Monticello. I'm hoping that's not the case, but we had a very strong tornado that moved through there, so that would be bad. Looking back here at some other things behind the scenes, nothing that I'm looking at on that. Again, there's always going to be some rumors that go around in this, you know, reports in West Lincoln. We talked about that tornado when it was going through West Lincoln there, possibly some significant issues there with damage. Let's take this back. Again, we're going to go back and we're going to look at older data here as we kind of piece together forensically sort of what happened and where some of this stuff happened. Obviously, we mentioned the Monticello area, and this is at 8:19. This is not current. This is not current. I'll say that one more time for you. This is not current. Nettleton Kossuth, I appreciate somebody for telling me what we said we're at. Maggie in charge of that for us this week. And so I appreciate her for, you know, pulling triple duty to keep me straight on what we're doing. I'm telling you, I'm going to pop it up here just and say this for a second. If you haven't checked out Maggie in the morning, Maggie is spectacular. Gabe does a great job. He's on paternity leave. He does a great job at this position every night when he's doing this. But Maggie does a great job in the mornings. She'll be up bright and early and happy at 6:30 in the morning to greet you with what unfortunately might be these storms. We appreciate her and all of her hard work today. You can check her out 6:37, 7:30 a.m. Monday through Friday here on Mississippi Live Weather. So that being back at 8:30, so this is more than an hour and a half, almost 2 hours ago. Damage reported with that, significant damage and potentially fatalities with that. I'm really hoping that wasn't along 55, a move of 55 there in Brookhaven, and then Monticello, that'd be 27, where it kind of crossed there. Golly, it's been a rough night, y'all. Be praying for the folks down south that have been in this. And then, of course, when this is back toward Bude, real rough issues there. And then back here, I think West Lincoln would be right about here. You can see that popped on the map there. That tornado moved right overhead there and was very strong when it did. You know, I will bet some of these storm reports, actually, if I pull off some of these storm reports, would actually tell me what we're trying to figure out. So let's give it a second here. Okay, I'm going to look at, while we're at it, we could also check power outages. Sometimes that'll give us an idea. You can clearly see where that one storm went, where the most significant power outages were. In severe thunder, but tornado warning still at this time on this line. So let's kind of walk through some of these here, maybe get some information. Again, these are, I think, where Weather Service went in and they had tornado debris signatures detected, so that they're basically going back, I think, and they're going to go back to all these spots as they do their damage surveys over the next few days, because this is likely such a high-end tornado series of tornadoes there out of this. It's going to be a pretty extensive damage survey, unfortunately. Jackson, back to radar, back to now. This one here would be the only one that could probably try to produce, possibly try to produce a tornado, and depending on how far watching it, I don't know the on it unless we're in tornado this because this is obviously well outside of our typical coverage area. But down here close to Macomb, again, severe thunderstorm warning for this, at least some rotation there on that storm. I'm going to keep looking here through my discussions with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, or more their talk back and forth here. They are still on these storms as they're kind of tracking them down south there. So they're going to be in position to continue tracking these overnight there. Okay, I'm going to pop up our chat, make sure we've kind of answered everything. And then I think we'll probably shut this down here. Laurel is good. Yes. Did I say anything about damage? Unfortunately, yes. We've had it near Brookhaven. Every one of these places where you see these red circles on here, maybe it'll be easier to see it if I put it on something different. Put it on hail of debris here. These are all places where largely where tornado debris was detected on radar. And when you detect it on radar, tornado debris, typically you have something fairly significant that moved through there. So that this was definitely a very large tornado from time to time, a strong tornado. Some well-known storm chasers, obviously, having some issues with this, obviously. But our game of the week, Nettleton at Kossuth tomorrow, and that will probably be Ethan there because Gabe is still out. So I'm probably not going to end up being at that game of the week, and I apologize for that. Appreciate Carl Hogan Toyota for sponsoring our SEC baseball forecast, and of course Casey Lott for sponsoring our game of the week coverage and forecast. And again, they've been big partners with us since the beginning on doing what we're doing, and we appreciate all the people who've partners with us, like Mama Justice, the Eat With Us group, and everybody that cycled through their first choice has been one of the first ones that we had as well. Our next live broadcast is going to be tomorrow morning at 6:30 a.m. with our meteorologist Maggie McCauley, 7 a.m. and 7:30 a.m. Here in the Room to Room Weather Center. I'll tell you this, I'm not sure that we're going to have many more cut-ins tonight for South Mississippi unless we've got something that's just absolutely massive with it. But we'll be watching again in the background here. Make sure to download our app. Just search for Mississippi Live on all the different platforms, and we'll talk to you all soon. Have a safe night. Before we go, I'm going to come back on quick. We'll pray for the folks down there in South Mississippi that have had impact, and the first responders that are going into some places that are probably dark with all kinds of issues and see things they'll want to unsee. God, be with those families that were hit tonight. God, I pray that you bring them peace. I pray that you're with the first responders. Give them a supernatural ability to find those that are injured and hurt and lost. God, give them wisdom as to how to treat them as necessary. God, I just pray that nobody was badly hurt or killed with this tonight, but I know certainly there's a good chance that they were. And so just bring peace to those families. And thank you so much for protecting those people that you did. But God, just give us wisdom, understanding, and peace. In Jesus' name, amen. Okay, we will see you tomorrow, starting at 6:30 a.m. on Mississippi Live.
March 24th, 2023 was a normal Friday. You know, we knew the weather was not good, but we needed to take shelter, and we didn't have shelter. My husband and almost 2-year-old daughter, Ethan and Riley, they did lose their lives in the storm. We're still recovering from it. We'll always be recovering from it. Matt Lawpon cares about the community. He's not just there to collect a paycheck. I feel like Matt Lawpon has proven himself trustworthy.
Thank you, Dennis, for supporting Mississippi Live.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lovehon.
Storms decreasing in coverage and intensity. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lovehon. Thank you so much for supporting us here on Mississippi Live. Hour by hour forecast, of course, not really many thunderstorms out there. The rain coverage diminishing overnight as temperatures drop back into the mid to lower 50s in some cases by early morning Thursday. So mainly dry Thursday, Friday. Some shower chances kind of around to the north, to the south, not directly over top of us. We could argue 10%, maybe 20% of that rain coverage, but most of us, again, dry. Saturday, rain chances get a little better into Sunday. As we look toward Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week, we're looking drier there as well. Of course, the latest forecast, you can get that in the Mississippi Live app. 6:37, 7:30 a.m. Maggie's going to be talking about, again, some of the tornado damage that we had with the storms in South Mississippi, including the potential for injuries and things worse than that. Latest updates, of course. Just keep it here, and we will keep you advised.
At Vibe Aesthetics and Wellness, we believe confidence isn't just how you look, it's how you feel. From subtle, natural aesthetics to personalized wellness care, everything we do is intentional. This is beauty with purpose. At Vibe Men's Health, we take that same approach. We focus on what matters most: strength, energy, and performance. Built on real data, real medicine, and real results, we're here to help you look better, feel stronger, and live fully. Come vibe with us today.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, here's